As for the bourgeoisie, during the revolution in Russia it was subsequently deprived of electoral rights. At the time Lenin wrote, it would be a mistake, however, to guarantee in advance that the impending proletarian revolutions in Europe will all, or the majority of them, be necessarily accompanied by restriction of the franchise for the bourgeoisie. 25 But if the franchise for the bourgeoisie remains, there must, consequently, remain the elective organs to which the bourgeoisie elects its representatives. This is a point which should be deeply pondered by everyone who has been shouting that Lenin denied the peaceful way of development for the revolution. The World Communist Movement and the CPSU, elaborating the question of a peaceful takeover by the working class, proceeded from these brilliant precepts of Lenin's. The new opportunities opening up for a peaceful takeover by the working class are connected, first of all, with the weakening of capitalism after the emergence and establishment of the world socialist system. The capitalists no longer have the same broad opportunities, as they did in the past, to resort to force in standing up for their privileges. Second, the new conditions are connected with the successes scored by the working class in the capitalist countries and the rallying of all the democratic forces round the working class. The communist parties in the capitalist countries have been working to set up a united front, to separate the petty bourgeois sections from the bourgeoisie and to fortify the anti-monopoly stream. They have made wide use of parliamentary forms of struggle wherever this holds promise of success for the cause of peace and socialism. That is the way indicated by Lenin. The various falsifiers of Marxism and downright anti-communists, who have loudly claimed that Lenin opposed a peaceful takeover by the working class, should read the immortal works of Lenin, who was capable of drawing the most profound theoretical conclusions even on the strength of historical experience that was limited for various reasons. There is no doubt that Lenin's remarkable theses about revolutionary situations are directly connected with his doctrine of the possibility of socialism initially winning out in one individual country. Let us note that Lenin simultaneously worked on the problem of revolutionary situations and the problem of the possibility of the socialist revolution winning out initially in a few countries or in one country. Naturally, the revolutionary situation and a nationwide crisis cannot arise all at once and simultaneously in all the capitalist countries. Such is the logical connection between the two problems. In January 1918, Lenin wrote, "The great founders of socialism, Marx and Engels, having watched the development of the labor movement and the growth of the world socialist revolution for a number of decades, saw clearly that the transition from capitalism to socialism would require prolonged birth pangs, a long period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the breakup of all that belonged to the past, the ruthless destruction of all forms of capitalism, the cooperation of the workers of all countries, who would have to combine their efforts to ensure complete victory. And they said that at the end of the 19th century the Frenchman will begin it, and the German will finish it. The Frenchman would begin it because in the course of decades of revolution he had acquired that intrepid initiative in revolutionary action that made him the vanguard of the socialist revolution." 26 Lenin goes on to show that in the early 20th century the situation underwent a change, with the forces of international socialism in a different arrangement. Opposing the efforts to turn economic backwardness into an absolute and to set it up as a necessary condition for the maturing of socialist revolution, Lenin insisted that it was easier to start a revolution in countries which did not exploit other countries and whose bourgeoisie did not have broad opportunities to bribe its own working class. This idea of Lenin's was distorted by Bukharin, who declared in the Economics of the Transition Period that the collapse of capitalism began with countries that were weakest in technico-economic terms. Criticizing this view, Lenin wrote, "That is wrong, it will begin with the medium weak. We could have done nothing without some level of capitalism in this country." 27 Bukharin asserted that revolution tended to begin with the lower system of the world economy and that the maturing of revolution was inversely proportional to the maturity of capitalist relations in this or that country. Lenin also criticized this idea and added, "That is risky, one should say not with the highest and not directly proportional." 28 Thus, Lenin rejected the metaphysical assertion that revolutions could start only where the level of development of capitalist relations was highest. but he was equally opposed to the similarly metaphysical assertion that socialist revolution had to start with the weakest countries. He stressed the difficulties of starting revolutions in countries where the imperialists were able to bribe the top section of the working class. Because individual countries develop unequally, political crises do not mature simultaneously, but vary in force, depth, and time. That was Lenin's starting point when he formulated his theory of the possibility of the socialist revolution winning out in one or a few countries and the impossibility of such a victory simultaneously in all the countries. As a whole, imperialism is the eve of the socialist revolution, and it is not right to say that this law does not apply to some capitalist countries. Lenin's theory of the victory of socialist revolution initially in one individual country does not at all mean that other countries are insured against socialist revolution and are immune to it. Otherwise it is only weak links of imperialism, and not the system as a whole, that have advanced to the very threshold of socialist revolution. Even today some of those who consider the weak link tend altogether to ignore Lenin's doctrine of revolutionary situations. They hold that if the weak link has been identified, some kind of permanent revolutionary situation in a definite geographical zone has been discovered. Once the existence of permanent revolutionary situation zones is assumed, there is, of course, no need to consider the question of how revolutionary situations arise, for the whole thing boils down to determination fond will. The weak link countries are fatally and constantly predestined for socialist revolution. That is, of course, quite wrong. Lenin's theory of socialist revolution follows as a logical necessity from his doctrine of imperialism. Because of the uneven development of capitalism, the maturing of all the necessary conditions for socialist revolution proceeds unevenly, so that revolutionary situations are not created automatically in all the links of imperialism, nor are all the conditions always present for effective use by the working class of the opportunities opening up for action. Let us note that Lenin gave his brilliant formulation of the fundamental law of revolution in a work aimed against the infantile disease of leftism in communism. Men afflicted with this disease wanted to hear nothing about revolutionary situations and the maturing of the necessary conditions for revolution in this or that country. Warning them against adventurism, putschism, and voluntarist blindness, Lenin taught them the fundamental law of revolution. Lenin's fundamental law of revolution hits out at all the opportunists, including the right-wing opportunists, who ignore the revolutionary activity of the masses and the fact that the importance of objective conditions depends on the opportunities they provide for mass revolutionary activity. Lenin's formulation of the fundamental law of revolution is a model for applying materialist dialectics in studying the phenomena of social development. The discovery of this law shows the methodological basis on which Lenin formulated the strategy and tactics of the communist movement. It is also one of Lenin's remarkable solutions for the general problem which he dealt with throughout his life and which he himself called the problem of the relationship between politics and economics. Lenin considered the major questions of social development always in the light of the connection between economics and politics, because politics had an immediate bearing on millions upon millions of people and their involvement in vigorous historical activity. It is quite obvious, therefore, that Lenin's analysis of the formation of revolutionary situations is logically and indissolubly connected with his 221. Doctrine of the possibility of socialist revolution winning out initially in one country. The nationwide crisis cannot break out at once in all the capitalist countries and the revolutionary situation cannot mature simultaneously throughout the capitalist world. This conclusion was theoretically substantiated by Lenin with great profundity because he proved that the epoch of imperialism is characterized by extremely uneven development of the capitalist countries, with the result that socialism could win out initially in one or several countries. In September 1916, Lenin wrote, "The development of capitalism proceeds extremely unevenly in different countries. It cannot be otherwise under commodity production. From this it follows irrefutably that socialism cannot achieve victory simultaneously in all countries. It will achieve victory first in one or several countries, while the others will for some time remain bourgeois or pre-bourgeois." 29 Earlier on, in August 1915, Lenin formulated this idea as follows: uneven economic and political development is an absolute law of capitalism. Hence, the victory of socialism is possible first in several or even in one capitalist country alone. 30. These brilliant ideas of Lenin's enriched the scientific theory of social development and gave a great impetus to social thought and revolutionary action. Time of revolutionary change. According to this theory, the course of social development must lead to the most acute crises arising in one or several countries, as a result of which the socialist revolution will win out. The rest of the world will remain bourgeois or pre-bourgeois for some time. This will, consequently, open up a new and most important period in world history, with the world divided into two systems. This will be a period of simultaneous existence on the globe of socialist, capitalist and also pre-capitalist countries. This will be a period of the extension and deepening of the world revolutionary process. In this period, crisis phenomena in the capitalist countries will gain and sharpen, the law-governed process of aggravation of the contradictions between labor and capital will enter a new phase, and the struggle for a fundamental revolutionary transformation of society on socialist lines will be intensified, because the working class and the other working people will see how it's done. As for the pre-capitalist countries, with the advent of imperialism, a new and important factor in the revolutionary process will emerge, namely, the anti-imperialist, national liberation struggle. In 1913, Lenin wrote, "World capitalism and the 1905 movement in Russia have finally aroused Asia. Hundreds of millions of the downtrodden and benighted have awakened from medieval stagnation to a new life and are rising to fight for elementary human rights and democracy. The workers of the advanced countries follow with interest and inspiration this powerful growth of the liberation movement, in all its various forms, in every part of the world. The bourgeoisie of Europe, scared by the might of the working class movement, is embracing reaction, militarism, clericalism, and obscurantism. But the proletariat of the European countries and the young democracy of Asia, fully confident of its strength and with abiding faith in the masses, are advancing to take the place of this decadent and moribund bourgeoisie. The awakening of Asia and the beginning of the struggle for power by the advanced proletariat of Europe are a symbol of the new phase in world history that began early this century." 31. That was a brilliant analysis of the changes in the world revolutionary process since Marx's time. Lenin also resolutely opposed any effort to contrast Europe and the colonies, as the Polish Social Democrats, for instance, were doing. He wrote, "A blow delivered against the power of the English imperialist bourgeoisie by a rebellion in Ireland is 100 times more significant politically than a blow of equal force delivered in Asia or in Africa." 32. All this action in the colonies shows their importance as forces which help the real anti-imperialist force, the socialist proletariat, to make its appearance on the scene. 33. Lenin's basic idea was expressed in September 1916. The social revolution can come only in the form of an epoch in which are combined civil war by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie in the advanced countries and a whole series of democratic and revolutionary movements, including the national liberation movement, in the undeveloped, backward and oppressed nations. 34. It is safe to say that Lenin, first, established that the socialist revolution took a whole epoch and that it was in no sense a short-lived or instantaneous act of history. Second, Lenin formulated the conception of a coherent worldwide revolutionary process, which includes the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie and also a number of democratic and revolutionary movements, including the national liberation struggle against colonialism. He said that imperialism does not halt the development of capitalism and the growth of democratic tendencies among the mass of the population. On the contrary, it accentuates the antagonism between their democratic aspirations and the anti-democratic tendency of the trusts. 35. Elaborating on this idea, Lenin stressed that imperialism seeks to replace democracy generally by oligarchy. 36. This indicates an important feature of the deformation of the political organization of capitalist society by the monopolies. Concerning the activity of the monopolies, Lenin recalled that they do not confine themselves to economic means of eliminating rivals, but constantly resort to political, even criminal, Methods. 37 Those words were written in 1916 about the U.S. monopolies but are even more relevant today, nearly 50 years later. The monopolies have deformed political life in the imperialist countries, conducting the anti-democratic tendency everywhere and running into antagonism with the democratic tendencies of the masses. On the strength of this analysis of Lenin's, the world communist movement sets itself the task of uniting in a single anti-monopoly stream considerable sections of the population in the capitalist countries. Lenin closely studied the question of what happened to bourgeois democratic movements in the period of imperialist domination, and especially the question of the substance of bourgeois democratic revolutions in that period. Let us recall that Lenin took the example of the 1905 revolution in Russia to formulate his theory of the development of bourgeois democratic revolution into socialist revolution. On this problem Leninism was opposed by two schools of social thought, both of which ignored dialectics and materialism. Because the right-wing leaders of the Second International took the metaphysical approach, they were unable to see the real connection between the bourgeois democratic and socialist revolutions in the imperialist epoch, for they did not go beyond stating the distinction between these two phenomena of the same historical process and had them listed under different departments and as belonging to different epochs. They held that the working class had to play roughly the same role in bourgeois democratic revolutions in the 20th century as it did in the 18th and 19th centuries. Translated into political idiom, this social metaphysics meant that the working class had to tag along in the wake of the liberal bourgeoisie. With this kind of approach, the bourgeois democratic revolution could never develop into a socialist one. By contrast, Lenin took the consistently materialist dialectical approach and saw the revolutionary process in development. He emphasized that from the democratic revolution we shall at once, and precisely in accordance with the measure of our strength, the strength of the class-conscious and organized proletariat, begin to pass to the socialist revolution. We stand for uninterrupted revolution. We shall not stop halfway. 38 On the other hand, petty bourgeois revolutionism failed to see the distinctions between the bourgeois democratic revolution and the socialist revolution. Lenin wrote, Trotsky's major mistake is that he ignores the bourgeois character of the revolution and has no clear conception of the transition from this revolution to the socialist revolution. 39 This tended to distort the revolutionary process and to obscure its elements. In such theories there was, in effect, no development of revolution. Trotsky's slogan notes are, but a workers' government ignored the peasantry and completely distorted the question of the real possibility of the bourgeois democratic revolution developing into a socialist one. Leftist slogans cannot, of course, help to change the course of the historical process. In practice, such slogans merely lead to a defeat of the revolutionary class, which has to pay the price for adventurism, because these slogans merely cover up the true state of affairs, which is a far cry from the substance of the slogan. In 1905, the working class was unable to establish its dictatorship right away, so that Trotsky's slogan could in effect become no more than a screen for the activity of petty bourgeois and bourgeois forces. All opportunists denied the importance of the alliance between the working class and the peasantry, an alliance which generates vast social energy capable of changing the world. Lenin and the Bolshevik Party formulated 3 slogans on the peasant question, expressing the stages of the revolutionary process, the transition from democratic tasks to socialist ones and further fulfillment of the latter. When one thinks of the importance of Lenin's answer to the question concerning the role of democratic movements in the epoch of imperialism, one comes to realize that this is a great achievement of social thought. In our own day, Marxism-Leninism still has to fight against petty bourgeois views of the revolutionary process. What then are the characteristic features of these petty bourgeois theories which Marxism defeated? First, they all emphasized only the political side of the revolution and saw it mainly as a political revolution. That is understandable, because petty bourgeois theorists dealt in categories of the bourgeois democratic revolution, which confines itself to changing the political superstructure and is for that reason characterized, as Lenin said, chiefly as destructive. Underestimation of the creative element in socialist revolution and its most important distinction from bourgeois revolutions is a characteristic feature of all the attempts to revive the petty bourgeois view of socialist revolution. Second, they all try to obscure the role of the working class in the revolution. Petty bourgeois revolutionaries preferred to speak of the people as a class consisting of three elements, with the Russian Narodniks stressing the role of the peasantry and insisting that the revolution must start in the countryside and only then spread to the cities. The left-wing advocates of Russian Narodnik socialism, who denied the role of the proletariat, also said that the whole West European working class had lost its revolutionary spirit, had become Philistine, so echoing the nationalistic, Slavophile ideas about the rotten West. Third, the revolution was presented only as an act of will, while the awakening of the will of the people was explained idealistically, because of its various ideals and faith in its right. All subsequent attempts to revive petty bourgeois conceptions of the revolution were marked by voluntarism and calls for giving the revolution a push from outside. Fourth, petty bourgeois theories of revolution said nothing about the law-governed development of the revolution as a process. They were characterized by an urge to leap over the necessary stages, any notion of staged historical development being branded by petty bourgeois theorists as cowardice or attempts to slow down the revolution. In accordance with this conception, Bakunin attacked Marx and the Marxists for believing that the development of capitalism in Germany was progressive and paved the way for revolution. Petty bourgeois revolutionaries frequently revived utopian communist ideas about full-scale communism following in the wake of socialist revolution. Many petty bourgeois theorists did not realize that socialism was a special and most important phase in the development of the new society. Fifth, petty bourgeois theorists had a very confused idea of revolution as a worldwide process. These views were marked by national limitations, despite the fact that many petty bourgeois revolutionaries, including Bakunin, loudly advertised their internationalism. Bakunin and various other petty bourgeois revolutionaries classified the world revolutionary process according to the national or racial principle. Bakunin criticized Marx and the Marxists as follows: being all-devouring pan-Germans, they must reject the peasant revolution, if only because this revolution is specifically Slavonic. 46th, Marx stressed that the main thing for Bakunin was the leveling of the whole of Europe, for instance, to the standard of the indigent street peddler. He wants the European social revolution, resting on the economic basis of capitalist production, to take place on the level of the Russian or Slav agricultural or pastoral peoples and not to 40 Karl Marx/Friedrich Engels, Werke, Dietz Verlag, Berlin, 1969, BD 18, S 628. Go beyond that level. 41 Thus, the world revolutionary process had to be essentially leveling in purpose, with the leveling off being done to the lowest standard of the peoples involved. Today, no leveling off to the lowest standard is possible if only because world capitalism would then find it easy to destroy the areas of the new social system. Success in economic development, consolidation of defense potential and development of the heavy industry in the socialist countries all add up to a gain for the world revolutionary process and a loss for imperialism. Those who fail to understand this simple truth have abandoned the most fundamental propositions of the Marxist theory of social development. Thus, the question of the two elements of the world revolutionary process and of the principal contingent of the revolutionary movement, the countries with the appropriate level of development of the productive forces and, consequently, of the working class, and the countries where, because the productive forces were at a low level, the population, chiefly of peasant stock, was in a state of extreme indigence and indignation. This question was first considered in Marx's lifetime. The Russian revolutionary Narodniks pointed to the importance of the second stream of the world revolution but were unable to show the real connection between the two streams of the one worldwide revolutionary process. Engels stressed that in the presence of a proletarian dictatorship in the industrialist countries, nations whose population was mainly of peasant stock could go over to socialism as well. This problem was subsequently worked out by Lenin. He pointed out that the situation had changed since Marx's lifetime and that a different combination of forces of international socialism had taken shape. But Lenin did not believe that the working class struggle was receding into the background, or that the socialist revolution was to be identified with the national liberation movement. The national liberation revolution is now at different stages in the various countries. It is in its initial stages in some countries where the struggle for bourgeois democratic change is in the forefront. A correct view of the present-day revolutionary process rests on Lenin's doctrine of the combination of the proletariat's democratic and socialist tasks. Lenin developed his doctrine of the bourgeois democratic revolution in the conditions of imperialism, of the hegemony of the proletariat in this revolution, of the democratic dictatorship of the working class and the peasantry, and further developed Marx's idea about the development of the bourgeois democratic revolution into a socialist one. Lenin's profound and thoroughly formulated doctrine of the development of the alliance between the working class and the peasantry, which invests the socialist revolution and the subsequent construction of the new society with tremendous power, is of great importance. Lenin formulated the national colonial problem in the new conditions and indicated the ways of developing the national liberation movement, which was mainly peasant, in close connection with the proletarian movement in the advanced capitalist countries. To this day, the tactics and strategy of the world communist movement are determined by Lenin's doctrine of the world revolutionary process, which the Marxist-Leninist parties have elaborated and enriched with new experience of struggle. CHAPTERFOUR revolution, war, and peace. The bourgeois falsifiers of Marxism would very much like to have the communists insist that war is the way of spreading socialist revolution across the world. Indeed, they claim that Marxism says that there is no revolution without war. The critics of communism set up ant sallies, and then easily knock them down. Chester Bowles, for instance, has invented a communist conception in which Marx is supposed to argue that capitalism will be destroyed as a result of a series of imperialist wars between the capitalist countries over markets and colonies, so, capitalism is destroyed in war. Marx never said anything of the sort. But Bowles elaborates this conception. Without the First World War, he says, there would have been no Russian Revolution. He tries to ascribe his own views to Lenin, who allegedly pinned his hopes on revolution taking place in countries devastated by war. That is why the communists, he claims, have always put their stake on war. That is his conclusion, and it runs counter to the whole sociological conception of Marxism-Leninism. The communists take a different view of the motive forces of history, and of the reasons for which one socio-economic formation follows another. Other versions of the same bourgeois conception of the world revolutionary process have expansion in place of war. They claim that coexistence is peaceful acceptance by the non-communist peoples of the steady expansion of communism as an inevitable phase of historical development. That is another falsification. It is based on the same idea of a mechanical spread of communism from one center. But what is the steady expansion of communism? It is only a bourgeois reading of the world revolutionary process. But the new social system emerges and develops through the living creative effort of the masses, and this can be expressed only where the necessary objective and subjective conditions for this exist. The communists do not need to export revolution, because revolutions arise where the internal conditions have matured. That is the substance of Lenin's doctrine of revolution. 228. What Lenin actually said about revolution and war. Here is what Lenin said about the First World War and about its impact on the construction of the new society in the USSR. For many years prior to the war, the socialists of all countries pointed out, and solemnly declared at their congresses, that not only would a war between advanced countries be an enormous crime, that not only would such a war for the partition of the colonies and the division of the spoils of the capitalists, involve a complete rupture with the latest achievements of civilization and culture, but that it might, in fact, it inevitably would, undermine the very foundations of human society. Because it is the first time in history that the most powerful achievements of technology have been applied on such a scale, so destructively and with such energy, for the annihilation of millions of human lives. When all means of production are being thus devoted to the service of war, we see that the most gloomy prophecies are being fulfilled, and that more and more countries are falling a prey to retrogression, starvation and a complete decline of all the productive forces. Consequently, Lenin held that the First World War could undermine the very existence of human society. Is it right, therefore, to say that World War is a favorable factor for the creation of a new and much more progressive society throughout the world? Of course, not. Lenin stressed that it was the first time in history that the most powerful achievements of technology had been applied on such a scale, so destructively and with such energy for military purposes. The danger presented by such war to the very foundations of human society springs from the fact that all the productive means are turned to destruction. The only result could be retrogression, starvation and a complete decline of all the productive forces. One must realize that the CPSU and the world communist movement start from Lenin's ideas in assessing the danger of another world war. If that was Lenin's assessment of the most powerful achievements of technology during the First World War, what could one say about the danger presented by the new thermonuclear weapons? Only what the CPSU and the other fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties have been saying. The powerful achievements of technology have been multiplied 100-fold, increasing accordingly the danger of undermining the very foundations of the existence of human society. War is bound to result in degradation, starvation, and a complete decline of the productive forces. Let us now consider what the First World War gave Russia, and what the experience of revolution in Russia was in this respect, as described by Lenin. Of course, the First World War accelerated the collapse of capitalism in Russia and caused a most profound political, nationwide crisis. Here is how Lenin assessed the role of war in this context, referring to Engels as he did so. I am therefore led to recall how justified Engels, one of the great founders of scientific socialism, was, when in 1887, 30 years before the Russian Revolution, he wrote that a European war would not only result, as he expressed it, in crowns falling from crowned heads by the dozen without anybody being there to pick them up, but that this war would also lead to the brutalization, degradation, and retrogression of the whole of Europe, and that, on the other hand, war would result either in the domination of the working class or in the creation of the conditions which would render its domination indispensable. On this occasion the co-founder of Marxism expressed himself with extreme caution, for he clearly saw that if history took this course, the result would be the collapse of capitalism and the extension of socialism, and that a more painful and severe transition period, greater want and a severer crisis, disruptive of all productive forces, could not be imagined. Thus, the First World War led to the collapse of capitalism in Russia and resulted in a profound nationwide crisis. But to stop there would be to distort Lenin's idea. Lenin stressed that even then, in the 1914 to 1918 period, it was impossible to imagine a more painful and arduous transition to socialism. One can imagine the transition to socialism after a Third World War, following the use of even mightier achievements of technology, thermonuclear weapons. About the First World War, whose destructive consequences were only a small fraction of the possible consequences of a Third World War, Lenin wrote, "We are now facing the most elementary task of human society to vanquish famine, or at least to mitigate at once the direct famine, the agonizing famine which has afflicted both our two principal cities and numerous districts of agricultural Russia. Consequently, we began by tackling the most elementary task of human society." That is, in effect, Lenin's assessment of the impact of the First World War on the construction of the new society in Russia. Lenin's key precept is to take the historical approach to the question of wars, from the standpoint of Marx's dialectical materialism. Point 4. In fighting both right-wing and left-wing opportunists, Lenin stressed that the historical conditions tend to change so that the question of wars could be tackled only in the light of the historical situation. He wrote indignant, sarcastic articles against the Russian Mensheviks and German opportunists because they kept prattling about wars, refusing to realize that a new historical period had opened. Lenin stressed that the opportunists failed to see that in the past there had been no modern imperialism, no mature objective conditions for socialism, and no mass socialist parties in any of the belligerent countries. Point 5. Those were the factors which Lenin indicates in the first place in his study of the distinctions between the historical situation during the First World War and that of the preceding period. Thus, when dealing with wars, one must start from an analysis of the historical stage at which society finds itself. But one should also consider the development of the productive forces and technology, including the possibility of its application for the destruction of men. Lenin, the great scientist, who analyzed the economy and politics of the final stage of capitalism, saw the cause of imperialist wars as lying in the fact that the imperialists had undivided domination of the world, which they had shared out among themselves, and were now in the process of fighting for its redivision. That is the economic basis of wars under imperialism. Lenin wrote about the First World War: the objective conditions for socialism have fully matured, and the present war is a war of the capitalists for privileges and monopolies that might delay the downfall of capitalism. 6. Thus, with the aid of wars, the imperialists would like to delay the collapse of capitalism and slow down the historical process, which inevitably leads to the supplanting of capitalism by a new, socialist system. Lenin taught the working class how to fight the strategy of the imperialists. How did Lenin consider the question of peace, the struggle for lasting peace in the imperialist epoch, before the victory of the socialist revolution in Russia? Opposing the deceit of the people by means of pacifist catchwords, Lenin showed mankind the true path to peace. He taught the working class that the benefits they expect from peace cannot be obtained without a series of revolutions. Point 7. He opposed the illusion that the existing governments, the present-day master classes, are capably without being taught a lesson by a series of revolutions of granting a peace in any way satisfactory to democracy and the working class. Point 8. Why did Lenin write about a series of revolutions, which alone could work a fundamental change in the world's situation and create the conditions for the benefits of peace the masses were looking to? The country in which the socialist revolution won out would undoubtedly be subjected to intervention by the capitalist states. To such intervention the people, who had taken over and were responsible for their country's destiny, would respond with a just, defensive war. Lenin wrote that the victory of socialism in one country does not at one stroke eliminate all war in general. Point 9. That is a thing of the future, the result of a series of revolutions. Theorists who take a hostile attitude to Marxism want to conceal the fact that the CPSU starts from these very propositions of Lenin's. A series of revolutions has now taken place, eliminating capitalism over a vast expanse of the globe. The imperialists still in power in the rest of the world have also been learning in their own way. Even the most die-hard representatives of imperialism seem to realize that the time has gone for good when international relations were an arena for arbitrary acts by the imperialists, aggressors, and invaders. The mighty world socialist system, as Lenin anticipated, is capable of exerting a decisive influence on world politics, and it is working to exert such influence in favor of peace throughout the world. Lenin's ideas of struggle for peace. There is need specifically to stress that Lenin totally discredited the theory of spreading revolution via conquest. The proletariat, once it has taken over, must of course be prepared to safeguard its gains by force of arms against any intervention by reactionary international forces. That is what Lenin said. Revolutionary wars, he pointed out, may be waged to defend the conquests of the proletariat victorious in its struggle against the bourgeoisie. Point 10. Replying to a question about what the proletarian party would do if the revolution put it in power in that war, Lenin said, "We would propose peace to all the belligerents on the condition that freedom is given to the colonies and all peoples that are dependent, oppressed and deprived of rights." 11. To the threat of the military suppression of the revolution, the working class, holding power, would respond with the revolutionary war, rousing to that war colonies, dependent countries, and the proletariat of Europe. In September 1917, Lenin stressed that it is impossible to arouse popular heroism without breaking with imperialism, without proposing a democratic peace to all nations, and without thus turning the war from a criminal war of conquest and plunder into a just revolutionary war of defense. Point 12. The proletarian state can wage only a war that is defensive, just and revolutionary. Consequently, when Lenin spoke about revolutionary war, he meant defense of the socialist fatherland, which the working people had won by taking power into their own hands. The meaning of Lenin's statements in 1915 and 1916 about the proletariat's revolutionary wars comes to the following. Lenin had no illusions about how the capitalist world would respond to a victorious socialist revolution. He believed that only the capitalist world could start a war, because imperialism was inclined to rule history with the aid of machine guns. Socialism, which had won out in 10F several countries, would still be weak. Imperialism, with its characteristic policy of unbridled militarism, would seek to use armed force to put down socialism. Elaborating his idea, Lenin wrote, "It would be sheer folly to repudiate defense of the fatherland on the part of oppressed nations in their wars against the imperialist great powers, or on the part of a victorious proletariat in its war against some caliphate or a bourgeois state. 13 After all, some caliphate could be found in one or several capitalist countries with the urge to use arms to impose his rule and to crush victorious socialism. The working people would respond to such attempts with revolutionary war." Such is Lenin's view of revolutionary war, for which the working class and all the working people of a country that has thrown off the capitalist yoke, should prepare. Lenin attached much importance to the historical fact that the Soviet power took over under the slogan of peace. In his article entitled "Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power?" he wrote, "Take the question of peace, the crucial issue of today. On this issue the proletariat truly represents the whole nation, all live and honest people in all classes, the vast majority of the petty bourgeoisie, because only the proletariat, on achieving power, will immediately offer a just peace to all the belligerent nations, because only the proletariat will dare take genuinely revolutionary measures to achieve the speediest and most just peace possible." 14 Lenin also dealt with this point a little earlier, when he wrote, "No power on earth would be able to overthrow a government of peace, a government of an honest, sincere, just peace, after all the horrors of more than 3 years' butchery of the peoples." 15 Lenin held that the slogan of peace, together with the slogans on the agrarian question, was the Bolsheviks' key slogan, which roused the masses to socialist revolution. Lenin and the party never took the view that communism needed wars, or that the victory of communism had to be ushered in by military disaster, with the communists for that reason trying to mount various armed conflicts and wars. This is an idea which is alien to communism, and which was accepted only by those who, like Bukharin, had abandoned its principles. Criticizing the loudmouthed leftists in 1918, Lenin asked, "Perhaps the authors believe that the interests of the world revolution require that it should be given a push, and that such a push can be given only by war, never by peace, which might give the people the impression that imperialism was being legitimized." 16 The answer was, such a theory would be completely at variance with Marxism, for Marxism has always been opposed to pushing revolutions, which develop with the growing acuteness of the class antagonisms that engender revolutions. 17 Only those who used leftist catchwords could invent the idea that the peace policy pursued by the socialist states with respect to the capitalist countries could mean a legitimization of imperialism, and that peace was allegedly harmful for the development of the world revolutionary process. The left communists first took the wrong turn by claiming that peace was tantamount to a reconciliation with the capitalists, while struggle against capitalism meant war and armed uprising. In this way they grossly distorted the meaning of the world revolutionary process and its motive forces. The October Revolution exerted a tremendous influence on the world revolutionary process, but this cannot be interpreted in any sense as meaning a pushing of the revolution in other countries by means of the arms of the socialist state. In 1918, criticizing the harmful ideas propounded by left communists, Lenin asked, "Perhaps the authors believe that the interests of the world revolution forbid making any peace at all with imperialists." 18 Lenin firmly replied to these men who were confusing the issue, "A socialist republic surrounded by imperialist powers could not, from this point of view, conclude any economic treaties, and could not exist at all, without flying to the moon." 19 Socialism and capitalism exist on one planet, and their coexistence is historically inevitable. But imperialism is known to have ignored the call to peaceful coexistence and good neighbor relations in the hope of correcting the course of history by brute force, so as to return it to the old, pre-October line. In the arduous years of the Civil War, when the Soviet people were carrying on their hard fight against the White Guards and foreign invaders, in defending their life and the independence of the world's first socialist state, Lenin said that they were engaged in fighting a war for peace, and that war was yielding magnificent results. Lenin told the 7th Congress of the party in 1918 that the country was then only at the first, transitional stage from capitalism to socialism in Russia, and added, "History has not provided us with that peaceful situation that was theoretically assumed for a certain time, and which is desirable for us, and which would enable us to pass through these stages of transition speedily." We see immediately that the Civil War has made many things difficult in Russia, and that the Civil War is interwoven with a whole series of wars. Marxists have never forgotten that violence must inevitably accompany the collapse of capitalism in its entirety and the birth of socialist society. That violence will constitute a period of world history, a whole era of various kinds of wars, imperialist wars, civil wars inside countries, the intermingling of the two, national wars liberating the nationalities oppressed by the imperialists and by various combinations of imperialist powers that will inevitably enter into various alliances in the epoch of tremendous state capitalist and military trusts and syndicates. This epoch, an epoch of gigantic cataclysms, of mass decisions forcibly imposed by war, of crises, has begun that we can see clearly, and it is only the beginning. History has shown that Lenin was right in assessing the period that had then just begun. But did he believe that this period of the most diverse wars would never give way to a period of peaceful conditions, which are desirable for socialist construction? No, he did not. Did Lenin believe that wars and armed conflicts were desirable for socialism? No, he did not. Lenin assessed the achievements of Soviet foreign policy during the Civil War in the light of the struggle for peace, stressing the vast importance of winning public opinion in the capitalist countries over to the side of peace. Thanks to the Soviet government's correct foreign policy, a number of bourgeois countries took up a neutralist stand. Important changes took place in the attitudes of the workers and peasants and then of the petty bourgeois circles in the capitalist countries, and this impelled them to act against intervention in the affairs of the Soviet Republic. Lenin, the author of the brilliant work, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, did not regard the imperialist camp as a monolithic entity without any cracks. In his report on foreign policy in 1918, Lenin formulated the idea that there were two tendencies in the foreign policy of imperialism. He observed that the capitalist world was dominated by contradictions, conflicts, struggles, and bitter clashes verging on wars between the imperialist powers, and added, owing to these contradictions, it has come about that the general alliance of the imperialists of all countries, forming the basis of the economic alliance of capitalism, an alliance whose natural and inevitable aim is to defend capital, which recognizes no fatherland, and which has proved in the course of many major and important episodes in world history that capital places the safeguarding of the alliance of the capitalists of all countries against the working people above the interests of the fatherland, of the people or of what you will, that this alliance is not the moving force of politics. 21 But Lenin warned that this alliance continued to be the basic tendency of imperialism, while the other tendency, the division of the imperialists into hostile groups and coalitions, was also expressed. This made more difficult and virtually impossible any alliance between the major imperialist powers against the Soviet Republic, which in the first 6 months of its existence had won the warmest sympathies and undivided support of all the class-conscious workers throughout the world. Lenin's general conclusion was that in world politics two trends exist, one, which makes an alliance of all the imperialists inevitable, the other, which places the imperialists in opposition to each other. Two trends, neither of which has any firm foundation. 22 One of these tendencies may gain the upper hand, but that does not mean that the other has disappeared. The struggle between the two tendencies is the content of international relations, which opens up the possibility of neutralizing a number of countries, which cannot and will not follow in the wake of the imperialist powers' policy of war. An active foreign policy aimed to maintain and consolidate peace has a real basis in the development of international relations, in the growing strength of the socialist system itself, and in the sympathies which it commands among a vast majority of the population of the globe. But in the Civil War period the question was being decided on the battlefield. The Soviet Republic had to defend its very existence. Either the one or the other side had to win. In these conditions, Lenin said, a number of the most terrible clashes between the Soviet Republic and the bourgeois states, taking the path of war, was inevitable. But even at the height of the fighting against the Denikin bands in 1919, Lenin was already considering the possibility of attracting into Russia, during the period of the coexistence side by side of socialist and capitalist states, the technical help of the countries which are more advanced in this respect. 23 Through the storms of the Civil War, Lenin clearly discerned the outlines of the historical period that was bound to come. Lenin's doctrine of peaceful coexistence is a remarkable example of creative Marxism. Lenin elaborated his doctrine on the strength of the experience of revolutionary struggle and construction of the new society. Life kept presenting fresh problems, and Lenin provided profound and theoretically well-grounded answers based on the solid principles of Marxism. Lenin's ideas have always helped the party and the state confidently to advance, to overcome their foreign policy difficulties, and clearly to see the basic trends in the development of world affairs. In our own day, the Central Committee of the CPSU takes the same Leninist, creative approach in developing Marxism, providing Marxist answers to the questions posed by life. Summing up the results of the victorious Boundival War, Lenin said, "We are in a position of having won conditions enabling us to exist side by side with capitalist powers, who are now compelled to enter into trade relations with us." 24 The period of peaceful coexistence was not a historical windfall, but the result of active and selfless efforts on the part of the men and women engaged in socialist construction, the Communist Party, the Soviet state, and millions of working people in foreign countries. Back in November 1917, Lenin had warned, "It is highly naive to think that peace can be easily attained, and that the bourgeoisie will hand it to us on a platter as soon as we mention it." 25 Efforts had to be made to secure a period of peace. Once the direct armed attack by capitalism had been beaten back, Lenin stressed that we have something more than a breathing space. We have entered a new period, in which we have won the right to our fundamental international existence in the network of capitalist states. 26 At the time, Lenin formulated the basic principle of Soviet foreign policy aimed to secure peaceful coexistence in a draft resolution which he wrote and which was adopted by the 8th All-Russia Conference of the Party and the 7th Congress of the Soviets. The Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic wishes to live in peace with all peoples and devote all its efforts to internal development so as to put production, transport, and government affairs in order on the basis of the Soviet system. This has so far been prevented by the intervention of the Entente and the starvation blockade. 27 The conference and the Congress authorized the Soviet government to continue this peace policy systematically. But Lenin urged the Soviet people to bear in mind that they were surrounded by men, classes, and governments openly voicing the greatest hatred for them. The masters of the capitalist world were inclined to see the new period only as a breathing space and not as a historical period, despite the fact that the way was open for the peaceful coexistence on the globe of two different social systems. Even in Lenin's lifetime, the rulers of the capitalist world were forced to negotiate with the Soviet state. An international conference meeting at Genoa in 1922 saw a Soviet delegation take its place at the same table with representatives of the capitalist states of Western Europe. At the opening ceremony, the Soviet delegation declared, while maintaining the standpoint of the principles of communism, the delegation of Russia recognizes that in the present historical epoch, which makes it possible for the old and the emergent new social system to exist parallel with each other, economic cooperation between states representing these two systems of property is an imperative for general economic rehabilitation. 28 Let us recall that all the preparations for the Genoa CONFRNCE were carried out under Lenin's direct guidance. The question of peaceful coexistence in political, military, and also economic terms was posed by history. In 1921, Lenin analyzed and broadly elaborated this question, but is the existence of a socialist republic in a capitalist environment at all conceivable? It seemed inconceivable from the political and military aspects. That it is possible both politically and militarily has now been proved, it is a fact. But what about trade? What about economic relations? 29 Lenin gave a positive answer and made this highly important point: there is a force more powerful than the wishes, the will and the decisions of any of the governments or classes that are hostile to us. That force is world general economic relations, which compel them to make contact with us. 30 It is hard to overestimate the methodological importance of this idea of Lenin's. Petty bourgeois revolutionaries considering the world revolutionary process and seeking to estimate the opponent's strength very characteristically either altogether underestimate the will and urges among the capitalist classes or overestimate them just as grossly, in both instances ignoring the objective regularities of social development, and displaying lack of skill in assessing the real strength of the subjective factor. The petty bourgeois revolutionary keeps vacillating in his assessment of the world revolutionary process, now taking the passive attitude and believing that it will work of itself, independently of the subjective factor, now taking the voluntarist approach. By contrast, Lenin urged his associates to make a distinction between the will, urges, and decisions of hostile classes and governments, and the A. History of Diplomacy, Vol. Isle, Moscow Leningrad, 1945, p. 170. V.I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 33, p. 151. 30 Ibid, p. 155. 238. Objective Course of History. He emphasized that the peaceful coexistence policy was not based on any subjective desires but on objective tendencies, which could overcome the resisting forces with men's vigorous activity and the correct foreign policy of the socialist state. This policy, aimed at maintaining and consolidating peace, cannot run counter to the interests of any people anywhere on the globe. On the contrary, it meets the vital interests of all nations and all the working people, who reject the policy of aggression and war. Lenin said that our peace policy is approved by the vast majority of people all over the world. 31 A peaceful foreign policy is an instrument to win over for communism the vast majority of the population of the globe. It helps communist ideas to reach the minds of the masses, without which there can be no successful world revolutionary process. This policy, far from producing conflicts, is in effect designed to eliminate the very ground on which conflicts between nations arise. Lenin elaborated this idea in detail in 1922, when he wrote, "Our experience has left us with the firm conviction that only exclusive attention to the interests of various nations can remove grounds for conflicts, can remove mutual mistrust, can remove the fear of any intrigues, and create that confidence, especially on the part of workers and peasants speaking different languages, without which there absolutely cannot be peaceful relations between peoples or anything like a successful development of everything that is of value in present-day civilization." 32 There is no doubt that imperialism seeks to intensify this mistrust and to push it to a point where it erupts in armed conflict. This policy is resisted by socialist foreign policy. A new state of affairs is produced in world politics. The socialist state works to eliminate mutual mistrust between nations, generated and fostered by capitalism, and seeks to eliminate the ground for conflicts between nations, thereby paving the way for the successful development of what is most valuable in modern civilization. That is one of the key aspects of socialist foreign policy. The peace policy, once a demand coming only from the working class and the other working people, became the state policy of a great socialist power wielding all the instruments of foreign policy, and providing real support in the world arena for the urge for peace among millions and millions of working people all over the world. Therein lies the importance of the great turning point in the history of the struggle for peace which came with the October Revolution. On November 8, 1917, the day after the Socialist Revolution, Lenin addressed the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets and set out the foreign policy of the Soviet state. In concluding his first foreign policy speech on behalf of the young Soviet state, in which he dealt with the key issue of world politics, the issue of war and peace, he declared, "Everywhere there are differences between the governments and the peoples, and we must therefore help the peoples to intervene in questions of war and peace. We will, of course, insist upon the whole of our program for a peace without annexations and indemnities. We shall not retreat from it, but we must not give our enemies an opportunity to say that their conditions are different from ours and that therefore it is useless to start negotiations with us. No, we must deprive them of that advantageous position and not present our terms in the form of an ultimatum." 33 In those words the great strategist of the revolution formulated the key principle of revolutionary foreign policy pursued by the Soviet state. One of the most important tasks of the Soviet state's foreign policy, as Lenin saw it, was to wean away the masses from the imperialists and to win them over to its side. Its task was to deprive the enemy of any opportunity of using Soviet foreign policy to dupe the masses and of keeping them in the wake of the bourgeoisie. At this point, one cannot help recalling that by the early 1950s the imperialists had managed, by means of lying propaganda, to persuade sizable masses of the population in the capitalist countries that there was no need to enter into negotiations with the Soviet Union because that was allegedly hopeless, considering that the wheels of history inexorably rolled along the path to war. The Communist Party and the Soviet government debunked this false idea of the imperialists and worked to win over for socialism broad sections of the population in the capitalist countries. With the signing of the Austrian Treaty, with the establishment and development of normal good neighbor relations with a number of capitalist countries, including the USA, step by step, including the Moscow Treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the three environments air, water, and outer space, they worked to bring about that swing in public opinion among broad sections of the population in the capitalist countries, destroying the wall of lies and slanders which the imperialists had erected along the boundaries of the socialist world. It is hard to exaggerate the importance of this change in the minds of the masses in the capitalist countries. It paralyzed bourgeois propaganda efforts of many years and deprived the imperialists of the advantageous position, which they had artificially sought to create for themselves in the late 1940s and early 1950s in their fight against communist ideas, accusing the Soviet Union of aggressiveness and unwillingness to maintain good neighbor and peaceful relations. On various occasions opposition-minded and confused people issued statements to the effect that the revolutionary character of Soviet foreign policy should consist in the peremptory approach, in constant intransigence and loud phrase-mongering. Replying to these loud-mouthed leftists, Lenin stressed, "We should not and must not give the governments an opportunity of taking refuge behind our uncompromising attitude and of concealing from the peoples the reason why they are being sent to the shambles. This is a tiny drop, but we should not and must not reject this drop, which will wear away the stone of bourgeois conquest. An ultimatum would make the position of our opponents easier. But we shall make all the terms known to the people. We shall confront all the governments with our terms, and let them give an answer to their people." 34 By now the drops that kept wearing away the stone of bourgeois aggressiveness have merged in the mighty tide of Soviet foreign policy based on Leninist principles. What Lenin said adds up to skillful formulation and implementation of a real foreign policy program which meets the interests of the peoples, rallies and unites the democratic forces, hampers the moves by reactionary imperialist circles and forces them to succumb to the people's aspirations. Consistent implementation of this kind of program in international affairs in effect means helping the peoples to intervene in the questions of war and peace, and facilitating the democratic forces' efforts in exerting an influence on the solution of key international problems. In our day, every world issue of any importance is scrutinized by public opinion. Even imperialist politicians have been forced bitterly to admit that the age of secret diplomacy has gone for good. The various machinations by the imperialist governments are resisted by the foreign policy of the Soviet Union and other socialist countries. There are inevitably two lines on every world issue, that is why public opinion must weigh and evaluate the views of the socialist countries and compare them with the line pursued by the imperialists. Lenin's plan was to confront all the governments with Soviet proposals, with Soviet projects for tackling international problems, and this plan is being consistently fulfilled and has yielded abundant fruit. The Soviet government has made wide use of the UN rostrum for that purpose. Lenin began his fight against secret diplomacy, believing that it was necessary to help the peoples to intervene in the solution of key world issues. At the same time, addressing the Second Congress of Soviets, Lenin indicated the general line of Soviet diplomacy: there is still another point, comrades, to which you must pay the most careful attention. The secret treaties must be published. The clauses dealing with annexations and indemnities must be annulled. There are various clauses, comrades. The predatory governments, not only made agreements between themselves on plunder, but among them they also included economic agreements and various other clauses on good neighborly relations. 35. He emphasized in conclusion, we reject all clauses on plunder and violence, but we shall welcome all clauses containing provisions for good neighborly relations and all economic agreements. We cannot reject these. 36. Soviet foreign policy marks a new watershed in international relations, rejecting all agreements on plunder and violence, carrying on a purposeful struggle against such agreements, and holding up in contrast agreements on good neighbor and economic relations. That indicates a genuine revolution in international relations. These propositions of Lenin's bear on the fundamentals of Soviet foreign policy. On the other hand, the policy of preparing for war and creating sharp international conflicts, in which armed force could be used or threats could be issued of the use of such force to achieve self-seeking aims, that is what the normal foreign policy of the imperialist bourgeoisie amounts to. With the emergence of the Soviet socialist state, the bourgeois view of the strength of states and their foreign policy prestige was undermined. The very foundations of the bourgeois policy from positions of strength were subjected to withering criticism. This policy of imperialism was contrasted with the principles of the foreign policy of the socialist state. Present-day social thought. And the problem of war and peace. Lenin flatly rejected the suggestion that the Soviet state should carry on in the well-beaten track of bourgeois diplomacy, which relies on brute force and is in the habit of issuing ultimatums and diktats. Lenin showed that there were two views of the strength of states and their policies, the bourgeois and the socialist view. He showed that bourgeois notions of the political strength of states were false and explained where the true power of states lay. According to the bourgeois conception, there is strength when the people go blindly to the slaughter in obedience to the imperialist governments. The bourgeoisie admit a state to be strong only when it can, by the power of the government apparatus, hurl the people wherever the bourgeois rulers want them hurled. Our idea of strength is different. Our idea is that a state is strong when the people are politically conscious. It is strong when the people know everything, can form an opinion of everything and do everything consciously. 37. The bourgeoisie was in the habit of viewing world politics as a sphere in which the state applied its strength. Two main stages stand out in the history of bourgeois doctrines about the principles of world politics propounded in the 19th and 20th centuries. The first is the period of pre-monopoly development of capitalism, marked by the almost undivided domination of the theory which came to be known as the balance of strength. According to this theory, world order as a whole rests on a balance of strength, chiefly between the great powers. Anything that tends to upset this balance, any advantage accruing to this or that power, is latent with grave consequences. World politics and dress diplomacy must use every means at their disposal to prevent the balance from being upset. War is also a means of redressing the balance. This theory was called a concert of Europe theory, because Europe was the center of world politics. The balance of strength theory in international affairs was closely connected with the positivist sociological doctrines of the early and mid-19th century. I have already mentioned the importance of the theory of equilibrium in Spencer's Sociology. Indeed, he applies this to relations between societies and to international relations. The change from militarism to industrialism, according to Spencer, depends on the establishment of equilibrium between nations and races. 38 The epoch of imperialism shows how wrong and artificial this positivist scheme is. Industrialism has done nothing to eliminate militarism, but has, on the contrary, pushed it to the limits. The uneven development of the capitalist countries, which is much more acute in the period of imperialism, and the fierce fight among the plunderers in the world arena have undermined the prestige of that theory and have produced a new stage in the development of the bourgeois doctrines concerning the principles of world politics. It is expressed in the conception of strength, or in other words, of arbitrary action in international relations. One of the first versions of the strength theory was geopolitics, which made use of some aspects of geographical determinism to present the political map of the world as an aggregation of centers of force and lines of force, that is, lines of expansion emanating from these centers. Another theory was concocted to show that law and order did exist in the world only if one power had absolute preponderance in strength, for then all the other states were bound to reckon with that absolute superiority. From this angle a review was made of the history of international relations in the 19th century, and the conclusion suggested that after the Napoleonic Wars peace in Europe rested on the absolute superiority of Britain, so that when Germany undermined that superiority the continent inevitably slid into the chaos of the First World War. This theory was a rehashed version of a theory which had currency in the Roman Empire, and was called Pax Romana, under which the Roman legions alone could establish law and order everywhere by putting down all the intransigent by armed force. It will be easily seen that this theory was an ideological expression of imperialist policy aimed to secure world domination. In one form or another it was adopted in all the countries whose bourgeoisie laid claim to world supremacy, Britain, Nazi Germany, and then the USA, all of which had many ideologists extolling this theory. The emergence and consolidation of the world socialist system dealt a crushing blow at all these imperialist theories of world domination. However, the advocates of plunder and fisticuff law in world politics had no intention of laying down their arms. On the contrary, they declared that the strength policy was most convenient for the imperialists in their fight against the Soviet Union and the world socialist system as a whole. That is precisely what John Foster Dulles kept saying. The myth of the communist threat helped the architects of the strength policy. For decades bourgeois ideologists who were generously paid by finance capital for their lying theories kept saying that imperialism was the keeper of the traditions of bourgeois democracy. That was the false slogan under which preparations for war against the USSR and other socialist countries were being carried on. Indeed, among the terms invented for that purpose was the free world. The intention was to take a leaf from the pirate's book and to sail along under a borrowed flag. They claimed that they were the champions of bourgeois democratic freedoms. They sought to use a screen of ideas borrowed from others and on every fitting occasion quoted some American ideologist of the 18th century. That was an attempt to forge the birth certificates of the present-day ideologists of imperialism and to present them as being the descendants of progressive political leaders of the past. That was a feint, an attempt to win over some sections of the middle and petty bourgeoisie, and some sections of the working class laboring under bourgeois political and ideological influence. But it is impossible to buy a decent family tree for reactionary ideas, because ideas have their own lineage which cannot be forged. Indeed, it can be changed only if all the libraries were burned down and the memory of the peoples obliterated. The ideologists of the rising bourgeoisie proclaimed ideas which were antithetical to those now put forward by the imperialists. The 18th century saw the proclamation of the right of the people to revolution, and the leaders of the American Revolution said as much in their writings. They stood up for that right. They protested against various attempts by 244. Feudal absolutist reaction to stamp out the revolutionary movement in other countries. Thomas Jefferson, a prominent leader of the liberation movement in North America and U.S. President from 1801 to 1809, wrote that when people suffer from absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. The forward-looking political leaders of the 18th century recognized the people's inalienable right to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. 39 That was what Jefferson wrote, emphasizing the principle of the people's sovereignty and stressing in every way the right of every people to arrange its own affairs and to seek happiness and security. Indeed, security was especially underscored, because no people can be sovereign if it is unable to stand up for its security. Nor can there be any happiness without security. In those distant days, the ideologists of the bourgeoisie were guided by logic and not by sophistry. The present-day spokesman of imperialist reaction, throwing up a barrage of sophisms, would like to destroy logic and deprive revolutionary peoples of their right to ensure their own security against aggressive moves. Their aim is quite clear: when that happens, the people's sovereignty will become illusory. In our day, the feudal lords and the absolutist monarchs, against whom the bourgeoisie once fought in its efforts to secure state power, have now given way to the magnates of financial capital, the central figures in international conflicts. This process has now gone deeper and farther. It is the task of the progressive forces in their political and ideological struggle to expose this process and to show the masses how the murky tide of reaction has carried the magnates of financial capital to positions once held by the wildest feudal lords and spokesmen for absolute monarchies. What were the ideas expressed at the Congress of the Holy Alliance at Troppau? The men who met there had respect only for the law of the mailed fist, the only law which the feudals recognized in international relations. The leaders of reaction wanted to establish the inevitability of the use of coercive force. Since then, Hawks and other reactionaries in the USA have not invented anything new. They have merely borrowed the political views of the feudal lords and the absolute monarchs, the very regimes against which Jefferson so eloquently spoke out. There is a record of a characteristic incident involving the Russian Tsar Nicholas I. When told of the February 1848 events in France, he addressed his guards officers as follows: "To horse, gentlemen. There is a republic in France." However, the horsemen of Nicholas I were unable to trample the spreading democratic movement in France. 39 Thomas Jefferson, The Life and Selected Writings, New York, 1944, p. 22. 245. It is dangerously insane to revive the reactionary ideas of long past periods in the present situation. Any attempt to revive the doctrines of the Holy Alliance about the right to intervene in the affairs of revolutionary peoples is fraught with world conflicts. Feudal and absolutist leaders in the past were not faced with the danger of causing a world war, and that is an important distinction between the present and the past. Moreover, the forward-looking social forces of the past were not united or consolidated in the world arena, and the reactionaries succeeded in their attempts to put down revolutionary movements which started here and there, and got off scot-free when they violated the sovereign rights of nations. Today the situation is quite different. However much imperialist reactionaries may love the old slogans of trampling the sovereignty of other nations, they have to desist. Any attempt to act in the world arena in the spirit of those plunderer slogans, provoking world conflicts, inevitably sets in motion powerful world forces and awakens world opinion. Incidentally, even in those days when the Holy Alliance held sway in Europe, the statesmen of Britain still decided not to risk open adoption of the Troppau ideas. The then British Foreign Secretary cautiously declared that it is inadmissible that the Holy Alliance should undertake a priori the obligation to maintain certain political theories against other theories in all the possible cases and in all the countries. 40 Those were weak reservations, but they did give a hint of apprehension in face of public opinion. The early predecessors of present-day bourgeois ministers felt themselves forced apprehensively to consider contemporary public opinion. Public opinion today means millions of organized workers in the capitalist countries, the intelligentsia in these countries, many of whose members heed the voice of reason, the petty bourgeois sections where there is awareness of the possible consequences of war, the millions of people in countries that have thrown off the colonial imperialists, and the states of the mighty world socialist system, whose opinion carries much weight in international affairs. The feudal lords and the absolutist monarchs fanned international conflicts without securing victory. These conflicts ultimately undermined and destroyed feudalism and absolutism in the old serf-holding Europe. Present-day imperialist reaction cannot hope to gain more by provoking international conflicts. The time came when even a president of the USA, J.F. Kennedy, found himself forced to admit that the strength of imperialism and the strength of the world's socialist system were roughly equal. While the monopolies working on war contracts and the militaristic circles keep urging the need to step up the arms drive, the strength policy in world affairs and a diplomatic line in accord with that policy keeps coming up against obstacles whose importance has been growing. Of course, the reactionary, militaristic imperialist circles are still trying to frustrate in every way the socialist country's peaceable development, because they are not sure that capitalism will win in the competition against socialism. However, military theorists established back in the 19th century that the crucial thing for a successful war is correspondence of political aims and military means available to achieve these aims. This idea was developed by the German military theorist J. Clausewitz. Those military circles have not renounced their plunderous and aggressive designs, and the most hawkish of the military-industrial circles have not abandoned the idea of destroying socialism by means of armed force. The present level of science, technology, and the productive forces has made it possible to fabricate an extremely powerful destructive weapon. But its use for aggressive political purposes by imperialism is fraught with contradictions. The imperialists no longer have a monopoly of nuclear weapons. In military technical terms, the Soviet Union, far from lagging behind, is actually ahead of the imperialists. Thus, the use of this destructive weapon holds no promise for the imperialist bourgeoisie of achieving its political aims and is, on the contrary, fraught with threat to the very existence of the capitalist system. This idea has occurred to more and more bourgeois theorists. It was expressed in a talk with Soviet journalists by the prominent British idealist philosopher Bertrand Russell. It is also given in a peculiar version by Professor Walt Rostow in his book, The Stages of Economic Growth, which well illustrates the absurd position in which the imperialists find themselves following the loss of their nuclear weapons monopoly. However, the military situation is only one side of the matter. The point is that militarism as the historical phenomenon generated by capitalism and brought to an extreme in the period of imperialism is plunged in deep crisis. In 1878, Engels wrote in his Anti-Die Ring that in this competitive struggle between armor plating and guns, the warship is being developed to a pitch of perfection which is making it both outrageously costly and unusable in war. Engels saw this development of military technology as expressing the dialectical laws of motion on the basis of which militarism is being brought to its doom in consequence of its own development. That moment is at hand. The weapons of destruction have reached a pitch of perfection that makes them unfit for aggressive, plunderous purposes. Risk itself turns war, with its plunderous political purposes, into a reckless adventure for imperialism. The downfall of militarism, however, is not an instantaneous or automatic act, but a relatively lengthy process. It goes hand in hand with spasmodic attempts by the imperialists to save militarism from destruction and to keep weapons in the arsenal of world politics at all costs. At the same time, there is a growing struggle for the destruction of militarism. The so-called Cold War was an expression of the contradiction into which imperialism, with its aggressive policies, has been plunged in a situation when these policies could boomerang. The imperialists have not abandoned their policy of militarism, which brings great profits to the monopolies working on arms contracts. It is arms contracts that are a highly convenient form for further concentrating vast power in the hands of the biggest monopolies, the prime contractors controlling the fulfillment of government orders. State monopoly capital has the most solid positions in the arms business, and this has a great effect on the whole policy of the imperialist powers. The Cold War policy was called balancing on the brink of war for a very good reason. Dulles presented it as being the summit of bourgeois statesmanship. Actually, it was an expression of the dead end into which imperialism has run. The aggressive elements of imperialism have been seeking a way out by trying to start a hot war, but the most sober-minded statesmen in the imperialist camp have already come to realize that this line is reckless and hopeless. However, the latter do not have a decisive preponderance over the reactionary and aggressive elements, which are closely bound up with the arms business. The way out of the dead end is, above all, to intensify the influence exerted by the people on the policy of the ruling circles in the capitalist countries. When massive pressure is intensified, the ruling circles are forced to reckon with this, and the more peaceable tendencies gain the upper hand. In the present epoch, wars have become a means of artificially maintaining capitalism. The struggle for peace has become a means of weakening capitalism. During the First World War, the working class of a number of countries came to realize that capitalism was seeking artificially to maintain the wage-slave system by means of armed force, through wars. A struggle was started for a revolutionary withdrawal from the war, and the whole of mankind was shaken by the Great October Socialist Revolution. Some 25 years later, the truth of Lenin's words was again driven home to the working people of many countries through the terrible example of the Second World War, after which a number of 248 peoples threw off the imperialist yoke. Today, 1/3 of mankind has gone over to socialism and has become the master of its destiny. Social thinkers were faced with a highly important question. 1/3 of mankind had taken control of the laws of social development, eliminating the blind forces of capitalism, scoring great successes, harnessing the forces of nature and producing remarkable machinery and technology, while the imperialists were still able, as in the old days, to drive the peoples to the slaughter whenever they wished. Consequently, was the bloody element to rage over the globe as it did in the old days? This raised the question about the possibility of further limiting the operation of the capitalist system in the sphere of world politics, because capitalism was no longer the one and only master in the international arena. The answer to this key question was provided by the 20th Congress of the CPSU, which put forward the idea that in our day there was no fatal inevitability of war and that the possibility to avert war had increased. The conversion of socialism into a world system, the growing might of the Soviet Union and all the socialist countries, the growing consciousness and organization of all the forces coming out for peace in the capitalist countries, the emergence of peace zones and the growth of the national liberation movement, all of this had brought about a fundamental change in the world's situation. The CPSU announced this from the rostrum of its 20th Congress, and these ideas were also the basis for the conclusion drawn by the 21st Congress of the CPSU, which said that even before socialism fully won out all over the globe, and while capitalism still remained on a part of it, there would arise a real possibility to eliminate world war from the life of society. The proposition that in our day it is possible to prevent war, and to maintain peace, was adopted by the meetings of the fraternal parties in Moscow in 1957 and 1960. The program of the CPSU, adopted by the 22nd Congress of the party, contains a detailed statement about the possibility of averting world war in our day. It starts from the fact that in the new historical epoch masses of people tend ever more actively to intervene in the solution of international issues and tackle the solution of the problems of war and peace. It is possible to avert a world war by the combined efforts of the mighty socialist camp, the peace-loving non-socialist countries, the international working class and all the forces championing peace. The growing superiority of the socialist forces over the forces of imperialism, of the forces of peace over those of war, will make it actually possible to banish world war from the life of society even before the complete victory of socialism on earth, with capitalism surviving in a part of the world. It is no longer one socialist country in a capitalist encirclement but a world socialist system that now stands in the way of the aggressive schemes of imperialism. The Soviet Union, with its vast economic and military potential, has grown stronger and gained in stature. Imperialism no longer has a hinterland in the form of a colonial system. The first half of the 20th century saw the collapse of colonialism in Asia, and in the second half the colonial system began to crumble in Africa. The liberation movement in Latin America has also scored considerable successes, while Cuba has taken the socialist way. Within the capitalist countries there is growing organization and rising awareness in the ranks of the working class that it is capable of rallying sizable peace-loving forces. The number of states which stand for peace in the international arena has been growing. The struggle for peace has hit the most aggressive circles of monopoly capital, whose policy of preparing for war has always been connected with the wildest domestic reaction in the capitalist countries and attempts at the implantation of fascist regimes, especially on the periphery of the capitalist world. Today the policy of militarization is accompanied by the brazen attempts to establish an open dictatorship by the most aggressive and reactionary imperialists, attempts to drive the communists into the underground, to break up the political organization of the proletariat, and to narrow down all the possibilities for political struggle which the proletariat has gained in heavy fighting against capital. This policy is connected with interference in the domestic affairs of countries that have thrown off the foreign yoke, with armed intervention and the export of counter-revolution, with attempts to change the political organization of society in these countries. The policy of war preparation provides the reactionary imperialist circles with broad opportunities to resort to violence, relying on armed force, and creates a convenient pretext for eliminating the relics of bourgeois democracy and narrowing down to the utmost the field in which the democratic forces can operate. Barring the way of the policy of war preparation means creating greater opportunities for the activity of the progressive forces in capitalist society. This purpose is served by the principle of settling outstanding issues through negotiation, which helps to expose the true substance of the various pretexts the imperialists use to create tensions in international relations and to fan armed conflicts. Broad circles all over the world have witnessed the collapse of barriers, which the imperialists claim to be insuperable, in the way to peaceful coexistence between states with different social systems. This helps to put the most reactionary circles of monopoly capital still clinging to the policy of aggression, into ideological and political isolation. The key point at which the bulk of the population in the capitalist countries could now break with the policy of the monopolies is the 250 question of maintaining peace, for on this question the interests of the aggressive monopolies and those of the majority of the population in the capitalist countries can and do run into the sharpest contradiction. In present-day conditions, therefore, the struggle for peace affords the opportunity to isolate the most aggressive elements of monopoly capital not only within the capitalist countries, but also in the world arena. This idea of uniting all the democratic elements round the working class for anti-imperialist struggle was clearly expressed in the documents of the World Communist Movement adopted in 1957 and 1960. In complete accord with these documents, the CPSU program formulates this key feature of the present-day struggle between labor and capital in these words: the working class directs its main blow against the capitalist monopolies. All the main sections of a nation have a vital interest in abolishing the unlimited power of the monopolies. This makes it possible to unite all the democratic movements opposing the oppression of the finance oligarchy in a mighty anti-monopoly torrent. 43 In the current struggle against labor and capital, foreign policy and the questions of war and peace are an important sector. The task is to use the policy of peace to promote the breakaway of sizable sections of the population in the capitalist countries from the aggressive policy of the monopolies and to help rally the democratic forces in a single, mighty anti-monopoly tide. Militarism is a means used by imperialist reaction to suppress the revolutionary process. Militarism, especially occupation or semi-occupation of countries which are weak links in the imperialist chain, a form of militarism that has taken shape since the Second World War, tends to slow down the advance of the liberation movement in these territories. Indeed, it was the stationing of the Anglo-American troops in a number of European countries after the Second World War that helped to slow down and considerably to complicate the democratic development of Western Europe. Let us recall that in the early post-war years there were communists in the governments of France and Italy. Relying on the Anglo-American troops and then putting through the martialization of the West European countries, imperialist reaction slowed down the natural democratization of European opinion and political life, together with the process of important social and economic change. The task now set by history is for the newly rising tide of democratic movement to put an end to militarism and to force the imperialists to disarm. Today, that is one of the key problems before the world's liberation movement. Militarism means reaction all along the line in the capitalist countries, the introduction of emergency laws, attempts to drive the progressive forces from the legal political arena, and the communists into the underground. It means unceasing attempts to intervene in the newly liberated countries. With sophisticated military techniques, the militarists find it easier to use arms to kill working people than they did in the period of massive armies, whose soldiers ultimately realized the truth and adopted ideas of revolutionary struggle. This is why the importance of disarmament is increasing and is inevitably connected with the triumph of progressive forces over reaction, with democratic renovation of the capitalist countries, with victories for the national liberation movements. The broad and mighty anti-monopoly tide has real possibilities of reaching this goal. The battles against fascism showed the vast historical importance of the struggle to influence the middle sections. Let us recall that at the time the monopoly capital elite had managed, by means of demagogy, to confuse these sections and to isolate them temporarily from the working class. In that period, the world communist movement had already come to realize the importance for the development of the revolutionary process of clear-cut slogans and a clearly formulated program for working-class struggle to win over the middle sections, its reserves. The socialist country's foreign policy, especially now that socialism has become a world system, can help to avert external attack at a time of social crisis in this or that country. Today, the question of creating favorable conditions for the development of the world liberation process is above all a question of preventing the export of counter-revolution, the struggle against imperialist intervention, support for the peoples fighting for their social emancipation and national liberation, and for their right to decide their own future. That is what determines the key line of Soviet foreign policy. The history of Soviet foreign policy in the recent period is a history of struggle against the right, arrogated by the imperialists, to attack peoples fighting for their freedom. It was Soviet foreign policy which succeeded in frustrating the plans of the aggressors, thereby promoting the development of the liberation process. Considering the stages of the Soviet Union's struggle against imperialist intervention, one must realize that with the growing strength of the Soviet Union and all the forces of socialism and peace, the aggressive imperialist circles find it ever harder to meddle in the domestic affairs of nations for the purpose of suppressing the revolutionary movement. The present period marks a turning point in the history of world politics. The power of the foreign policy influence exerted by the Soviet Union and the whole world socialist system, supported by the progressive, democratic elements all over the globe, has become very much greater, and this is evidence of a real turning point in the development of world politics. 252. Of course, the imperialists still continue to meddle in the domestic affairs of some countries for the purpose of suppressing the progressive forces. Their intervention in the affairs of these countries began long ago, and is now a survival of the earlier period in the development of world politics. Consequently, the struggle is aimed to cut short the imperialist intervention in the domestic affairs of other countries and to prevent it. That is precisely the purpose of the Soviet Union's foreign policy. In foreign policy terms, the question may be formulated as follows: can the socialist states prevent foreign armed intervention in the domestic affairs of countries where social conflicts have reached a state of great intensity? That is exactly how history has posed the question. Under extreme militarization, the imperialists, of course, have superior armed force as compared with some countries engaged in national liberation struggle and are able to build up a considerable preponderance of strength in some areas and in some local wars. That is why they keep trying to produce pretexts for their armed intervention in order to suppress the national liberation struggle. The task is to safeguard the victorious revolution from external armed intervention, and it is an extremely important task. One must realize that the colonialists have been trying to push the differences between tribes, parties, and organizations in some newly liberated countries into a state of civil war, so as to use their mercenaries for the purpose of putting an end to the successful process of liberation. In fact, tactics of this kind were also used by the imperialists after the October Socialist Revolution in Russia, where the overthrown exploiting classes would have been unable to carry on an exhausting civil war without open support of the capitalists of the world. In September 1917, Lenin wrote about the advance of the Soviet Revolution: the peaceful development of any revolution is, generally speaking, extremely rare and difficult, because revolution is the maximum exacerbation of the sharpest class contradictions, but in a peasant country, at a time when a union of the proletariat with the peasantry can give peace to people worn out by a most unjust and criminal war, when that union can give the peasantry all the land, in that country, at that exceptional moment in history, a peaceful development of the revolution is possible and probable if all power is transferred to the Soviets. 44. Let us recall that after the October Revolution the Soviet power advanced triumphantly across the country, and that the civil war was sparked off by the alliance of the overthrown exploiting classes and the international bourgeoisie. When considering the formation of the people's democratic system in Eastern and Central Europe, one should bear in mind that its greatest advantage lay in the fact that it had been safeguarded from foreign intervention and civil war, and had the opportunity to consolidate the new democratic people's system. The ceaselessly developing worldwide liberation process has now placed on the order of the day the need to struggle for complete political and economic independence of the countries which have escaped from colonial oppression. Analyzing the national liberation movement and its prospects, Lenin wrote in August 1920 that, the Communist International should advance the proposition, with the appropriate theoretical grounding, that with the aid of the proletariat of the advanced countries, backward countries can go over to the Soviet system and, through certain stages of development, to communism, without having to pass through the capitalist stage. 45 He stressed, if the victorious revolutionary proletariat conducts systematic propaganda among them, and the Soviet governments come to their aid with all the means at their disposal, in that event it will be mistaken to assume that the backward peoples must inevitably go through the capitalist stage of development. 46. When the dictatorship of the proletariat becomes international, the influence of the working class on the liberation movement in the peasant countries is intensified. With the assistance of the international proletarian dictatorship, the peasant countries can also advance along the socialist way of development. It is not only a matter of the ideological influence of the international working class dictatorship, although such influence has now become an important factor in the revolutionary process, but of the material potentialities and prerequisites for the peasant countries developing along the socialist way. The foreign policy of the Soviet state is aimed to help these countries to take the path of independent development. This way helps to strengthen the working class and its influence, to consolidate the positions of all the democratic forces, and inevitably carries the people closer to tackling the question of going over to socialist development. In international economic ties, the Soviet Union's foreign policy is also aimed to strengthen the national economic base of the state sovereignty of the developing countries and their political independence. Communism is peace and friendship among. The communists have no need to advocate war as a factor of progress. A social ideal may induce its advocates to impose it by armed force only. When that ideal does not rest on a scientific theory of progress and runs counter to the law-governed course of the historical process. That is when voluntarism becomes the basis of policy, adventurism gives way to confidence in the law-governed course of the historical process, while the ideological struggle becomes no more than a concomitant of interference in the course of history from positions of strength. The communist ideals include the idea of peace and friendship of nations. Of course, peaceful coexistence includes the struggle of ideas, but that does not at all mean that the struggle of ideas contains within itself the seeds of war. The scientific conception of progress implies the confidence that the triumph of the new social system will ultimately be decided in the key sphere of human activity and productive labor, and not on the field of battle. Man's complete emancipation from every type of oppression, the development of all his capabilities in creative and productive labor, these are the key features of our social ideal, of communist society. Why build and create if all the fruits of one's labor were going to be destroyed in the furnace of war? This idea must have occurred to the minds of all honest people as they observed the construction of communism. But the socialist system emerges and develops on the basis of creative effort and the development of the productive forces. Devastating wars would hamper the process instead of facilitating it. The communists have been working to realize their social ideal, but this requires peace, not war. They reject the assertion that progress is advanced by means of wars. On the contrary, in our day wars and armed intervention are used by some in an effort to slow down progress. Of course, it is impossible to do so, but history shows that armed conflicts can multiply what may be called progress costs. What we want is to ease mankind's advance along the path of progress. The scientific theory of progress in our day includes the demand for peace, the demand for political and ideological struggle, and not struggle with the use of atomic bombs. A key point at issue between communists and bourgeois ideologists is the question of peace. Bourgeois views of social phenomena result in acceptance of war as an inevitable evil or even as a beneficial force in relations between nations. Marxism-Leninism alone shows the right approach to the question of war and teaches the working people consistently to work to eliminate the cause of the war. The elimination of the exploitative system on the globe will mean the complete elimination of these causes. The elimination of the system on sizable areas of the globe and the emergence and development of the world socialist system have resulted in a situation in which there are objective prerequisites for successful struggle by masses of men against war and against the imperialist plans of aggression. The world socialist system opposes preparations for a new war, making use for this purpose of its vast 255 economic resources, its political potentialities in the world arena, and the mighty power of communist ideology. In the inaugural address of the Working Men's International Association, Marx pointed to the duty of the working class to master themselves the mysteries of international politics, to watch the diplomatic acts of their respective governments, to counteract them, if necessary, by all means in their power, when unable to prevent, to combine in simultaneous denunciations, and to vindicate the simple laws of morals and justice, which ought to govern the relations of private individuals, as the rules paramount of the intercourse of nations. The fight for such a foreign policy forms part of the general struggle for the emancipation of the working classes. 47 Thus, when the Working Class International was founded, Marx inscribed on its banner that it is the duty of the working class to struggle for the simple laws of morals and justice in the sphere of international relations. This has now become a plank in the program of the Leninist Party. The CPSU program, adopted by the 22nd Congress of the party, says, "Communism makes the elementary standards of morality and justice, which were distorted or shamelessly flouted under the rule of the exploiters, inviolable rules for relations both between individuals and between peoples." 48 The Soviet Union and the socialist system now have all they need to work successfully to implement these principles. Therein lies the historic importance of the foreign policy pursued by the Soviet Union. In their relations with the socialist countries and the countries newly liberated from the colonial yoke, the imperialist countries will have to abide by the simple laws of morality and justice by which individuals are guided in their relations with each other. This the peoples will not owe to the goodwill of the imperialists but to the persistent efforts of the Soviet Union and the world socialist system, which have an ever greater role to play in world affairs, the active struggle for peace of the working class and all the working people of the capitalist countries and the developing national liberation movement. The theory of peaceful coexistence has nothing in common with the notorious metaphysical conception of the balance of strength, which starts from the concept of rest as the definitive moment, denying the primacy of motion and development. Need one say that peaceful coexistence cannot be a formula for social stagnation? It is a formula for society's rapid advance, a formula expressing mankind's progressive development in our epoch. The metaphysical, mechanistic conception of equilibrium is fundamentally antithetical to the principles of peaceful coexistence also, because it reduces all the relationships between the two systems to the concept of an external clash, like the clash of two spheres. This concept suggests the idea of war being fatally inevitable. That is why the West German idealist philosopher, Karl Jaspers, says that coexistence is possible only as strict isolation of the two systems, for any interaction between them is fraught with sanguinary wars. 49 An equilibrium, upset and restored, as a scheme for relations between the two world systems can result in harmful political conclusions and help to justify the arms race and, consequently, preparations for war. Actually, this is a process of struggle and competition between the two systems, in which socialism will win out. Starting from the concept of rest as definitive moment, some bourgeois philosophers and sociologists seek to prove that peaceful coexistence is the complete cessation of any struggle between the two systems. In other words, they want the two opposed systems to be converted into two similar type systems, whereupon all struggle would cease. That is, in effect, the idea advocated by Raymond Aron, who holds that one of the key conditions for establishing peace on the globe is an end to the antagonism between the two prevailing ideologies, and recognition of the kinship which allegedly connects the different social systems. To back up this thesis, Aron had to invent the concept of industrial civilization, which includes capitalism and socialism, obscuring their radical distinctions. The communists allegedly support a war of principles, thereby destroying the unity of industrial civilization. Because this war of principles cannot be stopped, we have now entered a period not of peaceful coexistence, but of ceaseless conflict and limited wars. This kind of theory can be seen as ideological justification of all manner of barriers in the way to establishing lasting peace, as theoretical substantiation of the imperialist policy aimed to erect various obstacles in the way of any further international détente. Bourgeois ideologists would very much like to have the theory of peaceful coexistence between the two systems mean a contemplative and passive attitude on the part of the socialist forces, a peculiar theory and practice of quietism and fatalism. That is exactly the view of the Catholic theorist, Gustav A. Wetter, who has the reputation in the West of being an expert in Soviet ideology. He asks his readers this question: does the policy of peaceful coexistence follow from the Marxist-Leninist doctrine? And without batting an eye he says, number 50. Wetter reaches the following conclusion: either the communists of the USSR are true to Marxism-Leninism, and then they must be against the idea of peaceful coexistence, or they stand for peaceful coexistence, and then they have abandoned Marxism-Leninism. Wetter's view of Marxism-Leninism is similar to that of other bourgeois theorists, but he has no reason to worry. The communists are true to Marxism-Leninism, and that is precisely why they stand for the policy of peaceful coexistence. The communists do not identify massive revolutionary activity and war. The period of peaceful coexistence is a period of ever more active struggle by masses of men for peace, a growth of the role of the masses in deciding questions of war and peace, and consequently, of their ever more active intervention in the solution of the key political problems, and the rallying of ever broader sections of the working people round the working class and its Marxist-Leninist parties. This view of one aspect of present-day social life and this approach to the age-old questions of historical process, questions of war and peace, is a great achievement for social thought. Chapter 5. Scientific Communism and the Modern Theory of Progress. The starting proposition in modern social thought is that in our age the development of social labor and of science afford an ample opportunity to produce an abundance of material and spiritual goods for all men on the globe. Under the socialist system of economy, scientific and technical progress enables man to employ the riches and forces of nature most effectively in the interests of the people, to discover new forms of energy and to create new materials, to develop means of weather control, and to master outer space. Application of science in production becomes a decisive factor for the rapid growth of the productive forces of society, says the CPSU program. 1 Never before has the development of the natural sciences run so closely with the development of social thought as it does today, when the question of realizing and using for man's benefit the vast achievements in the science of nature inevitably comes up against the question of the social conditions necessary for doing so, the question of capitalism, which slows down or distorts the use of such achievements. Bourgeois scientists pondering the use of scientific achievements in human life come up on every hand against obstacles thrown up by the capitalist system. On the other hand, any idea of the prospects of social development must now take account of the level of scientific and technological development, and the use of nuclear energy, remote control, automation, and computers. This is one of the characteristic features of the development of social thought in our day. Close attention to the development of the natural sciences and the use of their achievements in human life is due not only to the vast prospects opening up before science in the atomic age, but also to the fact that ours is an age in which the great social energy of the masses is being revealed, incontestably showing that capitalism has become a drag on the development of human society and a baimer in the way of progress. There is now a new social organization 01 society on the globe which ensures the solution of the great problem of mankind's progressive development. The struggle between the forces of socialism and the forces of capitalism gives social thought its direction. Path of progress for all mankind. As seen in retrospect, the path traveled by mankind shows quite obviously that this epoch of ours has to tackle in practical terms the tasks it has inherited from past ages and millennia, and to cut through the Gordian knots tied up by the exploitative system. The extremely uneven development of various parts of the globe is characteristic of the capitalist epoch. A handful of imperialist powers has amassed vast wealth, while peoples in Asia, Africa, and Latin America live in terrible poverty. Millions of people there have never put pen to paper or read a book, and can only dream of having their fill of food. For ages, the exploitative society was based on the principle of great injustice. The exploiters advanced along the path of progress but kept the vast masses of deprived men and women in the dark. When the first seeds of the slave-holding civilization originated, with their developed art of writing, the figurative arts, and culture, the rest of the world was steeped in the darkness of barbarism and semi-barbarism. The slave-holding civilization enlightened the barbarians with fire and sword. The raids on the settlements of the neighboring tribes were designed to capture slaves and the products of the labor of others. New states, based on slavery, emerged on the periphery of the slave-holding world, but the vast majority of the population of the globe still remained at the stage of prehistory. As for the masses of men and women turned into slaves, their condition was even worse and more arduous. They were no more than the pedestal of the history and culture of slave-holding society, as Marx put it. When feudalism emerged, the framework of world history was considerably extended, but the tribal system and barbarism still remained outside the feudal world in Europe and Asia. The economic, social, political, and cultural development of the serfs within feudal society was variously hampered by the landowners' oppression. Capitalism further extended the framework of world history, but it clamped the fetters of colonialism on a majority of mankind and pushed whole countries, peoples, and continents away from the path of progress. A vast impoverished countryside, where people still live in hovels, surrounds the developed urban civilization of the capitalist world. Within the capitalist countries, the imperialist bourgeoisie has constantly sought to keep vast masses of working people from culture. The true progress of all mankind began in our epoch, when the peoples of the socialist countries took control of their own future, with the peoples of the once colonial countries wresting their independence from a weakened capitalism, and with the working class, giving a lead to all the working people, becoming the decisive force in capitalist society as well. History becomes truly worldwide because vast masses of people are involved in historical activity. Progress ultimately amounts to the activity of masses of people making use of the real historical prospects opening up before them to overcome the obstacles and difficulties in their way. Progress is always connected with the discovery of new ways and creative initiative. Without activity by the masses, it is impossible to convert latent possibilities into reality. The theory of progress, in short *, means mankind's confidence in its future. This confidence is great when it relies on an understanding of the laws of social development, on men's awareness of their powers and the potentialities latent in historical reality. Any theory of progress is, in effect, relevant to the extent to which it brings out the historical potentialities and shows men real ways for their activity. The Marxist-Leninist parties, which express the working people's urge for progress and which guide their struggle for progress, are of tremendous importance for the whole of the world process today. Progress and its requirements cannot be seen as something independent of the historical activity of the masses. Marx wrote that history is not a person apart using man as a means for its own particular aims, history is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims. Point 2. The clearer the view vast masses of men have of their real purposes and the ways of achieving them, the better they are organized for struggle for these purposes, the faster and deeper is the progressive development of every aspect of society. The program of the CPSU says that the Communist Party looks keenly into the future and shows the people scientifically motivated roads along which to advance, arouses titanic energy in the masses and leads them to the accomplishment of great tasks. Point 3. Without the Marxist-Leninist parties it would be impossible for mankind to advance along the path of progress, for these parties have sprung from the powerful forces of progress and are their instrument and concentrated expression. Mankind's progress implies the need to eliminate the gap which has been created over the centuries between mental labor, as a privilege of the few, and manual labor, which has become a heavy burden on the majority. In exploitative society the benefits of progress are fully enjoyed only by a privileged minority. Modern technology, the use of chemicals, mechanization, automation, remote control, and computers provide the means for eliminating this social injustice, but these can be used to the full only under communism, when society is organized on the right lines. Thus, the greatest social injustice in the history of culture can and must be righted. This is a real task in the progressive development of society today. The development of the productive forces makes it possible to eliminate another inherited contradiction, that between town and country, but this will become a reality only with the development of social property. There must be a change in the social organization of capitalist society so that communist principles come to prevail in production and other social spheres. The answer to this question, posed by mankind's development over the centuries, is also to be found in the CPSU program. The proposition, put forward by Marxism-Leninism and elaborated in the CPSU program, showing that all the exploitative forms of social organization have outlived themselves and that in our day the organization of society on socialist lines is the only high road of progress, is of vast importance for an understanding of the prospects before present-day social development and the shaping of convictions proper to the communist world outlook. The apologists of capitalism keep extolling the path of capitalist progress, addressing their hypocritical speeches to the nations which have thrown off the yoke of colonialism. But the capitalist way is a way of suffering for the people, a way of crises in economic development. Capitalist development will further ruin the peasantry, which in these countries already has a heavy burden to bear. For the workers, capitalist development means back-breaking toil for the enrichment of a handful of capitalists, with a swelling army of unemployed. The petty bourgeoisie will be crushed in the competitive struggle with growing big business. The benefits of culture and education. 3. The Road to Communism, p. 583. 261. Will remain out of reach of the masses. The intelligentsia will be forced to sell its talents. That is the way of capitalist progress. Lenin used to stress Marx's scientific analysis of capitalist society and capitalist progress as a vast advance in the development of theory. Point 4. At the time, capitalism was the high road of social development. Today, a new high road has been laid. On the map it is no longer marked as a dotted line that is to be laid in the future, but as a road that has already been built, and it is fully described in the CPSU program. Today, Marxism, having summed up the vast experience in building the new society, provides an analysis of socialist society and socialist progress, showing that the capitalist way of development is no longer as preeminent as it used to be. This marks a fundamental turning point in the development of social thought. Economic growth, to use the bourgeois term, is now inseparable from social progress and consists in raising all the peoples and all the ethnic and social sections of the population to the heights of abundance, culture, and civilization. Capitalism has proved that it cannot do this. The Soviet republics in Central Asia are evidence that socialism can. That is the modern formula of progress. There are various signs that the turning point is at hand. In our day everyone has heard, and few have denied, the advantages of the planned economy. It is safe to say that the idea of planning has already made its way into the minds of the masses. In the underdeveloped economies, the idea of planning is now accepted by a vast majority of the population. Not everyone as yet understands that economic planning is possible only on the basis of social property in the means of production, and that it can be the result only of a fundamental social transformation of society. Bourgeois propagandists have tried hard to obscure the issue and to confuse the minds of men. But the great results of the socialist system of economic activity have already been appreciated, and the idea of planning has been accepted almost everywhere. Vast masses of men have already come out in favor of it. The key change in the awareness of the masses is already taking place. The masses want economic and social development to be guided consciously, and capitalist economic chaos to be eliminated. Reality itself will suggest the next step, which is of crucial importance, namely, the awareness of the need for switching to social property. This idea is making headway among the masses, and world development is running in this direction. Mankind has been rising from blind poverty and ignorance to culture and civilization through labor. Great social injustice has been a concomitant of progress. Throughout the ages, men were born and died with the idea that mankind was too poor for everyone to have their fill of food, and that wealth was the lot of a few lucky people, while the majority were doomed to indigence. The biblical story that men were cursed with labor for their sins was handed down from one generation to another. Vast masses of men had to live in poverty and do back-breaking toil, so that the great palaces of the Doges should be mirrored in the tranquil waters of the canals of Venice, and the pinnacles of Notre Dame should rise to the skies. That was the heavy price civilization had to pay for its achievements. The cynics said this was the wisdom of history, while the romantics called it the greatest tragedy of mankind. But both believed that nothing could be done about it, for otherwise the poets and the composers would not be heard, scientific thought would dim, while the architects would have nothing to build. Mankind would start to regress, moving back to the dulling poverty of primitive times, which was a fetter on man's creative powers. Rebellious thinkers of the late 18th and early 19th centuries accepted this as being inevitable and hailed the sanctity of poverty, which would wash away the contagion of money grubbing in a purifying stream that would renovate mankind. Some suggested that for the sake of progress social justice should be sacrificed forever, while others urged a return to the past so that social justice could triumph. It was a vicious circle. Marx, Engels, and Lenin found a way out of this vicious circle by developing the theory of scientific communism and showing mankind clear prospects of implementing the age-old vision of social justice along the path of progress, instead of away from it. When this vision began to be implemented, the old established notions crumbled. When the purifying storm of the October Revolution broke out, when the workers and the toiling peasantry began to reshape the face of their vast country without the landowners and the capitalists, the world of the old notions of progress was shaken. Men all over the world came to ponder the great truth: the first commandment of modern progress is elimination of man's exploitation of man. That was a truth the utopian socialists first announced. Marxism has shown that that is the immutable law of social development. It has been transformed into historical reality by the October Revolution. When the Communist Party and the Soviet people fulfilled their first party program and started on the second, many people came to realize the truth of the great power of unfettered human labor. Since then, the path of progress has been inextricably connected with the practical experience of the revolutionary transformation of society. The USSR's transition from the first to the second phase of socialist construction will be an important stage in the progressive development of all mankind, because the entry of Soviet society into communism will be a new stage in the development of the productive power of labor, showing the vast potentialities of the new system, which has proclaimed 263 that labor will become the master of the world, and which has resolutely moved on from the world dominated by capital. While the Soviet people built socialism, unfolding step by step the unprecedented productive forces of free labor, they had yet finally to escape from the grip of poverty to which the country had been doomed by the domination of the landowners and capitalists. Whereas in the bourgeois world, men's minds were still being warped by the false theories of capitalist progress. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of men were dying of hunger in the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and in the USA itself tens of thousands of unemployed and slum dwellers lived from hand to mouth. Then comes the turning point in the minds of men blinded by stories about capitalism creating wealth and abundance on the globe. Men in various countries come to accept the idea of social wealth and abundance created by all and for all. Marx anticipated the period when all the sources of social wealth will flow in abundance, and this period is at hand. The fact that mankind has reached the point in world history when the sources of social wealth can flow in full abundance works a fundamental change in the whole of world development, giving rise to new and powerful forces of progress, testifying to the weakening of reaction and stagnation, and to a revolution in the minds of men. In order to appreciate this change in the minds of men, one should bear in mind that the concept of wealth has always been connected with the notion of private fortune and personal luck, against the background of a great many unfortunates. That was the idea ever since the notion of wealth first appeared on the ruins of the primitive communal system. The emergence of a rich elite in society had a religious halo about it. The rich man and the lucky man were synonymous, while the notion of luck appeared to contain the benevolence of some supernatural force operating for divine election. That was the origin of the idea that wealth was the good fortune of a happy few and poverty the lot of the many, and that it was impossible for everyone to be rich. That was the key principle of the ideology of the class society. Capitalism, which emerged in the historical arena, created the cult of the lucky individual who rose to wealth. Indeed, getting to the top at the expense of everyone else became the motto that was considered fit for every deprived individual and for whole nations. For that purpose the concept of human happiness was debased to the level of a Philistine standard, of the minor happiness of the man who had had his dinner, the microscopic wealth of a few saved dollars. The more abundant the festive board of the capitalist, the more crumbs will fall from it for the working people. That is the political wisdom which lies at the root of all the theories of people's capitalism. Another rule says, persevere, you, too, have a chance to become rich and take your place. 264. At the festive board. The whole of bourgeois propaganda in the USA has long praised this conventional wisdom and presented various versions of the theory of chance. A contemporary U.S. writer, considering the keynote of bourgeois propaganda, has reasoned on these lines: why should the worker in the USA seek to gain the whole world, as Marx and Engels suggest, if he has a chance to become the owner of a filling station? A petty view of happiness indeed. This tiny fortune will disappear overnight through the blind workings of the capitalist system, the chaotic and relentless forces of capitalism. Bourgeois ideologists have boasted of the fact that capitalism creates incentive for work through the overriding private property instinct. Addressing themselves to the sections of the working people with an embryonic class awareness, bourgeois propagandists emphasize the individual's personal welfare, and assert that present-day capitalism is best able to satisfy his interests. That is where they seek to switch the ideological struggle, with various peddlers of the poisonous concoctions of anti-communism being most assiduous in this effort. Today, communism has accepted the challenge in this area as well and has carried on its offensive for the sake of man against bourgeois individualism, which is an ideological echo of the world dominated by private property. In the contemporary struggle between socialism and capitalism, the great power of social property and the new relations between men developing on its basis and resulting in man's individual development is being increasingly revealed. Idealism and metaphysics have a harmful role to play in their efforts to obscure the material basis of social relations. That is a characteristic feature of all the bourgeois and petty bourgeois theories, which seek to drag social thought away from its Leninist path. It is a great achievement of Marxism-Leninism, the true science of society, that it has made a profound study of the social bonds between men and that it has identified in their diversity the most important ones. Bourgeois sociologists, who have written a great many books in their efforts to salvage bourgeois individualism and to provide theoretical backing for its principles, have never tried to bring out the basis of relations between men in society. They have indicated family relations, professional relations, national relations, and the various hobbies which bring men together, and many other secondary ties between members of society. But the main thing they want to obscure is the highly important truth that production is the basis of social life and that the relations of production constitute the basis of all the social ties between men and of man's own development. Lenin said that relations between men involving them in social labor constitute the basis of all the diverse social ties. No society can exist without strong ties between men in the process of labor. The stages in the history of society are determined by the stages in the development of labor and the nature of these ties. Whatever the social form of production, laborers and means of production always remain factors of it. But in a state of separation from each other, either of these factors can be such only potentially. For production to go on at all, they must unite. The specific manner in which this union is accomplished distinguishes the different economic epochs of the structure of society from one another. 5. Why is every new epoch progressive with respect to the preceding one? It is so because it is ultimately an epoch of qualitative and quantitative growth in the productivity of man's creative labor. The social relations, which change with its emergence, are a condition for that growth. The political organization of society, expressing and consolidating these relations, also ultimately has an influence on the development of the productive power of labor. The culture of society is an indicator of the quantitative and qualitative level reached in society's material and spiritual standards through the growing productivity of labor. Growing productivity of labor, the basis of social progress. Marxism draws a distinction between the main economic epochs in the history of society in accordance with the instruments of labor. That is the starting point for any scientific analysis of society. Marx stressed, it is not the articles made, but how they are made, and by what instruments, that enables us to distinguish different economic epochs. Instruments of labor not only supply a standard of the degree of development to which human labor has attained, but they are also indicators of the social conditions under which that labor is carried on. 6. But instruments of labor as a measure of the extent to which human labor power and social relations have been developed are important in that they determine the efficiency, the results, and the productivity of labor. The concept of mode of production is inseparable from the concept of labor productivity, which is characteristic of that given mode of production. No mode of production has disappeared from the arena of world history before it has worked out its potentialities for greater labor productivity. Every new socio-economic formation has brought with it a higher productivity of labor, requiring a new organization and new social relations, in accord with the greater productive forces. The advantages of the new social system were displayed in the new social organization, resting on the development of the productive forces achieved, which helped to secure a higher productivity of labor and, consequently, a quantitative and qualitative increase in material welfare that is the basis of spiritual welfare. So long as a given form of relations of production property relations corresponds to a definite stage of production, and consequently, to a definite level of productivity of social labor, society keeps developing and advancing. When the relations of production no longer accord with the greater productive forces of society, its technology and manpower, these relations begin to hamper the development of the productive power of social labor and become a fetter on it. The mode of bringing together the means of production and a bourgeois power creates the basis for the development of labor's productive power, and in antagonistic formations also puts definite limits to such development. Marxism has shown that the secret of the collapse of the slave-holding world and the triumph of feudalism, a problem which generations of bourgeois thinkers had been unable to solve, lay ultimately in the fact that the labor of the medieval serf and artisan was more productive than that of the slave. The slave had no incentives for work, for developing his productive power. That is why slave labor ultimately carried society into a dead end, and there was general scorn for labor. The further growth of production entailed nothing but the capture of more and more slaves. There were no prospects for technical progress. When Greek scholars first discovered the importance of steam, it was used to open the gates of temples, so as to amaze men. A new level of labor productivity was reached by the slight improvement in the condition of the serf as compared with that of the slave, giving more room for initiative and incentive to labor, for he had to produce something over and above the product he himself needed to meet his own wants and those of his family, and this marked the victory of feudalism over the slave-holding system. Capitalism brought a fresh spurt in the productivity of labor. In the development of capitalism in Russia, Lenin showed very well that the existence of pre-capitalist forms of exploitation, characteristic of the feudal absolutist order in Russia and in the West, tended to slow down the progressive development of labor productivity. Lenin said that labor service necessarily presupposes the lowest productivity of labor, hence, no possibility exists for increasing income by increasing the surplus product. That can only be done by one means, namely, by employing all sorts of bonded forms of hire. 7 Under a purely capitalist economy, said Lenin, to raise the productivity of labor becomes not only possible, but also necessary as the sole means of increasing income and withstanding severe competition. 8 However, there came a time in the development of capitalism when private appropriation ceased duly to stimulate the growth of labor productivity. On the contrary, the emancipation of labor from all exploitation alone carried with it an unprecedented growth of labor productivity. Today, progress is connected entirely with the future of social property and with the potentialities which it creates for growing labor productivity. The forms of exploitation were stages in the development of labor productivity, but today there is need to release labor from all exploitation for it to reveal its creative power to the full. Before the emergence of socialist society, there was no instance in history of labor productivity being advanced by workers voluntarily allied with each other and consciously making use of advanced technology. In Soviet society, the change and improvement in working habits, once largely a spontaneous process, is becoming a process generating vast creative initiatives among the working people, impelling them to innovations and scientific and technical experiments. On the other hand, science, which has ceased to be a means of exploitation, blends with the working people's initiative and innovation. Therein lies one of the reasons for the tempestuous growth of the productive forces in the new society. The development of social labor has always been connected with changes in the means of production and labor power, and has always implied the existence of definite labor skills and their improvement. The steady improvement of labor skills results in constant changes which now and again remain unnoticed. That is an expression of the growth of the productive power of social labor. The urge to change and improve the means of production has been expressed in the process of labor ever since it originated. Throughout the history of mankind until the emergence of socialist society, this most important process was basically spontaneous, with conscious effort going mainly into inventions and scientific discoveries in technology, which were determined by the needs of developing production and by the level of labor development, and then exerted a stimulating influence on production. The form of exploitation determined the limits within which labor skills and technology were improved and science applied to production. Exploitative society has never left any room for extensive initiative among the producers, and has subordinated the power of science to self-seeking ends. In socialist society, the growing productivity of labor means above all a growing role for every worker in the process of material production. This is in line with the principle of working according to one's ability, and the requirement made by society on every one of its members that all should put their best into labor for the common good, improving their capacities with the development of social labor. The role of every working person in social life tends to increase. Those who have risen to a higher productivity of labor are of great value for the whole of society and enjoy its respect. The working person who has risen to a high standard of labor productivity becomes a public figure whose opinion is of national importance. Working people in socialist society have an interest in the results of their labor, and this is the basis of the principle of material incentives, an important principle underlying the development of socialist society on its way to communism. But material incentives can be held out to everyone only when there is a vigorous effort in the whole collective, and also those who supply the raw materials for production, the instruments of labor, and the goods to meet the individual's various requirements. Consequently, every individual has an interest in the results of the labor of other working people in socialist society. That is an important basis for all the other social relations. In Soviet society, alongside the individual interest and material incentives of each worker in the results of production, there is the common interest of the given collective of working people and the national interest, which range over the whole of social production and determine society's requirements on the activity of the individual industries and enterprises. This national interest takes the form of state interest. The Soviet state of the whole people expresses and safeguards the aspirations of the whole of society and of its members, who have an interest in developing production. The state has economic and political instruments of influence and control, which it uses to have the national interest correctly taken into account in the work of every enterprise, every industry, and production as a whole. However, it is not only the state and its agencies that are concerned with bringing out the national interest, with taking account of this interest and controlling its complete satisfaction. The substance of Soviet socialist relations is such that this interest tends ever more widely to be considered by all members of society, becoming a basis for their practical activity, the basis for all social ties. Socialism makes it possible to combine personal material incentives, the interests of the given production collective of workers and the national, state interest. But this combination cannot be achieved of itself, spontaneously, apart from men's vigorous activity. A knowledge of the laws and requirements of social development has helped the Soviet people to tackle the tasks posed by life. The party program shows what social and economic progress in our age means. Its main principle is that the mighty technology produced by mankind, which helps to release the vast productivity of labor, can, given 269. The right social organization, create a society with an abundance of material and spiritual goods for all. Today, continued industrial development makes it imperative that social labor should be organized on the highest rational level. Progress in the organization of social labor. The two phases of the one communist formation have a common basis, and it is that the proletariat represents and creates a higher type of social organization of labor compared with capitalism. This is what is important. This is the source of the strength and the guarantee that the final triumph of communism is inevitable. 9 The activity of the socialist state, which alone directs the national economy, is an expression of this high level of social organization of labor. Ever since society divided into classes, the relations of production have inevitably produced a political superstructure which has a part to play in safeguarding and developing the social system. One aspect of the great transformation effected by the socialist revolution is that it works a fundamental change in the role of the political superstructure in the organization of social labor. The original version of Lenin's article entitled "The Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government" said, "The task of administering the state, which now confronts the Soviet government, has this special feature, that, probably for the first time in the modern history of civilized nations, it deals preeminently with economics rather than with politics." Usually the word administration is associated chiefly, if not solely, with political activity. However, the very basis and essence of Soviet power, like that of the transition itself from capitalist to socialist society, lie in the fact that political tasks occupy a subordinate position to economic tasks. 10 The characteristic feature of development in socialist society is that its political organization is geared more closely to the tackling of economic tasks, that is, tasks in developing production, the key sphere of human activity. Therein lies the profound distinction between the line of the Marxists-Leninists and that of the petty bourgeois revolutionaries, who give least thought to construction, to production, and economic activity. The consistent proletarian revolutionary cannot, of course, take a supercilious view of economic activity in the new society and the development of the creative power of human labor. Any attempt to neglect the growth of labor productivity as being some kind of economism amounts to a revival of the petty bourgeois theories of social development and a departure from the fundamental propositions of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine. Indeed, says Lenin, the boosting of labor productivity is the way to tackle this fundamental task when considering the construction of the new society. That is precisely the way the Soviet people have followed in building socialism, and fulfilling their 5-year national economic development plans one after the other. The Soviet people are still advancing along this path in building communism. That is the great historical meaning of Lenin's formula: communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country. This formula of Lenin's above all implies a high level of organization of social labor, which Soviet society has proved capable of establishing. It also implies a high level of technical equipment of labor and consequently a high level of productivity. It also, undoubtedly, means a steep rise in cultural and technical standards for masses of working people. The development of large-scale industry is a key political task of the society building up the new system and a necessary basis for growing labor productivity. In formulating the party's line, Lenin combined the highest achievements in the science of social development with the conclusions reached by advanced technical thought and natural science, gearing this to the revolutionary and constructive energy of the masses. The unity of the social and the natural sciences in the period of communist construction is expressed, first, in the common growth of their social importance, which is determined by the vital requirements of social development; second, the growing interaction between the natural and the social sciences on the basis of their common social role; third, the identical methodological, philosophical conception on which they rest. Scientific communism brings together the data produced by the science of nature and the science of society, because it indicates the ways for building the new society and shows how these data are to be applied on the strength of the motto, everything for the sake of man. In agriculture, the USSR has reached a point at which, the CPSU program says, its dependence on the natural elements has been considerably reduced and brought down to a minimum. Only agriculture organized on socialist lines is capable of tackling this task, which is of vast historical importance, considering the long history of agriculture. In an agrarian country like Old Russia, the most complicated question facing the country was that of eliminating the fragmentation of labor, and switching the petty peasant farms, which daily and hourly generated capitalism, to organization on socialist lines. Lenin devoted much attention to the problem of organizing the socialist economy, and formulated a coherent theory of cooperation of the peasant farms and establishment of large-scale social property in the countryside equipped with advanced machinery and technology. In order to fulfill this plan, 271. There was need above all to raise and develop socialist industry, the basis on which cooperative farms could score great successes, the countryside develop on socialist lines, providing a solution for the age-old problems which could not be compared with any other difficult problem in building the new society. Lenin stressed the importance of material incentives for productive labor among the peasantry, and criticized the left communists, who urged an instant switch to communes all over the country. Lenin stressed that it was possible to build the new society not by directly relying on enthusiasm, but aided by the enthusiasm engendered by the Great Revolution, and on the basis of personal interest, personal incentive, and business principles. Point 11. Lenin also pointed to another important condition for the development of socialist society. A condition for economic revival is the raising of the working people's discipline, their skill, the effectiveness, the intensity of labor and its better organization. 12. Lenin and the Communist Party carried on a persistent struggle for the triumph of proletarian conscious discipline over spontaneous petty bourgeois anarchy. Point 13. Stressing the importance of nationwide accounting and control for the development of socialist relations, Lenin said that this was a fight to break with the rotten past, which taught the people to regard the procurement of bread and clothes as a private affair, and buying and selling as a transaction which concerns only myself. A great fight of world historic significance, a fight between socialist consciousness and bourgeois anarchist spontaneity. Point 14. The restructuring of the working people's consciousness was to start with a change in their attitude to work, to production, to the task of supplying the people with consumer goods. Men developed the habit of regarding production, the key sphere of their activity, as a social undertaking combining their personal material incentives, the interests of the given labor collective and the interests of the whole of society, the national and state interest, without whose satisfaction it is impossible to satisfy the personal interests of the working people either. Capitalism had habituated them to regard this as the private business of individuals working to secure a living. that amounted to an apology of the bourgeois anarchism and bourgeois individualism. Bourgeois ideas were at the basis of anarcho-syndicalist notions. Lenin wrote, "It is now particularly clear to us how correct is the Marxist thesis that anarchism and anarcho-syndicalism are bourgeois trends, how irreconcilably opposed they are to socialism, proletarian dictatorship and communism." 15. The attempts to push the question of producing grain and clothing into the background and to turn this into a minor question of scientific communism amounted to a relapse into the bourgeois view of production and labor. In contrast to the petty bourgeois phrasemongers, Lenin taught the people to work for a scientific organization of production, with the use of scientific achievements and the best systems of accounting and control, etc. The development of socialist society is closely connected with its efforts to enhance its organization and cohesion in all its work, production in the first place, efficiently to organize the whole of social labor on strictly scientific principles, and to establish an efficient system of control with extensive participation by masses of working people. In many of his works, Lenin warned against idealistic and voluntaristic attempts to leap over to communism, bypassing its first stage, socialism, and stressing that the new society, and above all its material basis, had to be built brick by brick. From capitalism mankind can pass directly only to socialism, i.e., to the social ownership of the means of production and the distribution of products according to the amount of work performed by each individual. 16. That is why there still remains the need for a state, which, while safeguarding the common ownership of the means of production, would safeguard equality in labor and in the distribution of products. 17. For the state completely to wither away there is need for full-scale communism, Lenin wrote. But after the socialist revolution the political organization of society undergoes a change, and as a result of the triumph of socialist relations the very nature of the state is modified. /a//citizens become employees and workers of a single countrywide state syndicate. 18. The development of this syndicate and its transformation into a state of the whole people is a necessary historical process. Considering the transition from the first to the second phase of the new society, to communism, Lenin stressed the decisive importance of the basis of social development, the growth of the productive power of highly organized and highly conscious human labor. Lenin did not tolerate any concessions to idealism which were so characteristic of petty bourgeois theorists, who hoped to build a new society by reforming man's mentality. To say nothing about these precepts of Lenin's would amount in effect to a revision of Leninism on the key questions of the theory of social development, the theory of socialist construction. 15 Ibid 16 Ibid, Volume 24, pages 84 to 85. 17 Ibid, Volume 25, p. 467. 18 Ibid, p. 473. Thus, the mainstream of social progress today consists in eliminating every type of exploitation and then in further improving the social organization of society. Accordingly, the main line in the progressive development of the political organization of present-day society consists in abolishing the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is transformed into a state of the whole people as the new society develops. The way to the future lies through the utmost development of social self-government. The educational power of example in building the new society. Lenin gave a brilliant sociological analysis of the educational role of example in building the new society. He began his analysis with the history of socialist thought and the views held by the utopian socialists. In capitalist society there have been repeated examples of the organization of labor communes by people who hoped peacefully and painlessly to convince mankind of the advantages of socialism and to ensure its adoption. Such a standpoint and such methods of activity evoke wholly legitimate ridicule from revolutionary Marxists because, under the conditions of capitalist slavery, to achieve any radical changes by means of isolated examples would in fact be a completely vain dream, which in practice has led either to moribund enterprises or to the conversion of these enterprises into associations of petty capitalists. This habitual attitude of ridicule and scorn towards the importance of example in the national economy is sometimes evident even now among people who have not thoroughly considered the radical changes that began from the time of the conquest of political power by the proletariat. 19 Robert Owen, and the followers of Saint Simon and Charles Fourier wanted to create the cells of a new society within the framework of the capitalist system, inside the bourgeois countries, to act as an example for the rest of the world. That was utopianism. Marxism resolutely combated such views. Following the fundamental changes that took place, Lenin urged a fresh consideration of the power of example. Starting from the new social conditions, Lenin stressed the vast importance of example in organizing production on socialist principles inside the country. He said that the task was to spread the experience of the best organization among the masses so as to help raise the level of the economy throughout the country. This showed an important regularity in the internal development of Soviet society, an important aspect of the mechanism of the socialist system's progressive development. In the spring of 1918, the Soviet Republic's first spring, Lenin dictated some of his considerations about the characteristic features of the new system and its immediate tasks. The force of example, which could not be displayed in capitalist society, will be of enormous importance in a society that has abolished private ownership of land and factories, not only because, perhaps, good examples will be followed here, but also because a better example of the organization of production will be accompanied inevitably by a lightening of labor and an increase in the amount of consumption for those who carried out this better organization. 20 Outside the Kremlin walls lay a Moscow that was yet to divest itself of its old features, and beyond its suburbs stretched fields still most tilled by means of the wooden plow, with villages made up of huts in which the wood splinters still provided the only light. But looking ahead, Lenin was aware that a marvelous social energy had been awakened and that its most efficient development required the power of example. Advanced example was being creatively mastered by new contingents of builders, with fresh examples engendered in the course of this assimilation. In Soviet society, Lenin said, the force of example is able to influence the people for the first time. 21 The massive impact of the power of example is the mainspring of the mechanism which impels Soviet society towards communism. The party, the Soviet People's Vanguard, sets an example for the mass of Soviet people in various spheres of their activity. Today, the whole work of the party is pivoted on the spread not only of the most advanced views of life, but also of the most advanced experience in labor and production. Thanks to the party's efforts, various individual initiatives among the Soviet working people become massive, generating fresh initiatives which for their part become massive, and in the course of emulation produce new creative attempts, resulting in a further enrichment of the process of labor, of production, and of the whole of social life. Such is the cycle of progress which carries Soviet society ever farther along the path towards communism. The creative assimilation of advanced experience by the whole mass of the people is a process that could not have developed without the party's vast organizational and educational effort. It pays to give profound thought to the main thesis in Lenin's remarkable work entitled A Great Beginning. It shows the important mechanism of progress in socialist society, where example is in effect. Initiative, the start of a massive movement. With example, or initiative, are closely connected the emergence, assimilation, and development of the new elements in social life. These new elements in human activity provide the example in bringing out and mastering new potentialities in social development. Example and initiative show that new objective potentialities have matured in society. Realization of new potentialities by ever greater numbers of citizens leads to a new stage of development. Society's development in this or that sphere has reached a stage at which the whole point is to have the progressive tendencies intensified, broadly extended, and fully established. In the period of communist construction, with initiatives among the masses on the increase, the power of example becomes a key social factor. Sociologists of the pre-Marxian period used to say that if the individual were left to himself his development would differ little, if at all, from that of an animal. Social influence on the individual is frequently expressed in the form of example, which teaches one how to act and to behave in various circumstances. This influence in socialist society does not oppress the individual but in the long run helps to bring out his capabilities and potentialities. The power of influence exerted by the collective induces man to accept rules which become habitual and commonplace. Concrete examples enable the individual to learn that some things are not done, and it depends on the correct organization of the life of the collective that the example of the most honest, highly moral, and ideologically steeled men should predominate and command the greatest prestige. Man's life experience includes the examples which he has mastered and which have exerted a deep influence on him. Awareness of one's individuality is totally impossible without the influence of the collective and without contacts and close interaction with other individuals. One should not think that the power of example implies no more than mere imitation. That is a gross error which bourgeois sociologists have made since the days of Guittard, a reactionary theorist of the 19th century. Actually, the power of example awakens an individual's inner mental potentialities, and an example can be surpassed or can engender actions applying the example in another sphere. This constitutes the beginning of a new concatenation, setting a new example, which is to be assimilated in its turn. Thus, thanks to the valuable example, fresh masses of men are involved in the movement, which grows in breadth and is simultaneously enriched in content. That is why example develops into initiative. New habits and methods of work are broadly accepted all over the country, and the best ways of mastering and making efficient use of advanced technology and hardware are adopted by the masses. Innovation and new ideas are an expression of this power of example. The example set by the foremost workers rules out the possibility of its mechanical repetition, for it shows the need to learn and constantly to 276. Acquire knowledge, if the labor process is to develop. The example set by the leading workers shows the way along which one should advance, it shortens the distance but does not obviate it altogether. The power of example is considerable not only for the organization of labor, the development of its methods and the raising of the technical and cultural level of the working people, but also for shaping the character and the mental makeup of men. The power of example is paramount in fostering emotions, feelings, and the ability to set in motion one's will under definite circumstances to achieve a given goal. It is important for socialist society not only to develop men's minds, but also correctly to develop their emotions. There again, nothing can be done without the educational power of example. Lenin's ideas about the development of communist labor. Marxism-Leninism is the only scientific theory which has shown, through a comprehensive study of labor and its role in the history of human society, the way leading to the emancipation of labor from the fetters of exploitation, and to the construction of a free communist system. The ideas which shed a comprehensive light on the question of labor abound in all the three component parts of Marxism. The development of labor, of the conditions and forms of production, is the fundamental problem of Marxist political economy. The study of social labor has produced scientific sociology. Marxist philosophy and ethics would have been inconceivable without a philosophical comprehension of man's labor activity. The whole of Marxist-Leninist theory is closely bound up with the explanation of the great role of the working people in history and with the indication of the way in which they are to secure a happy future for themselves. The doctrine of communist labor crowns the great edifice of the theory of scientific communism. Lenin's immortal achievement is his formulation of the principles of this doctrine, which gives a profound insight into the phenomena of the present and indicates the way to the future. Lenin witnessed the earliest joyous signs of the emergence of the communist attitude to work in the Soviet Republic, but his brilliant thought did not stop at these embryonic forms and projected the prospect for the further development of communist labor, showing its substance and profound qualitative distinction from all the earlier stages in the development of mankind's labor activity. Ever since Lenin first raised the question about the importance of the working people's creative initiative in socialist society and drew the party's attention to the need to study and foster the advanced experience. 277. In labor which, he said, produced a triple productivity of labor as compared with ordinary productivity, several decades have passed. At the time, Lenin stressed that from the theoretical point of view the Subotniks are the only manifestation we have to show that we do not only call ourselves communists, that we do not merely want to be communists, but are actually doing something that is communist and not merely socialist. Point 22 The CPSU Central Committee calls for the closest and most painstaking attention to the new, communist forms of labor, to the seats of advanced experience and innovation. The vast energy of the masses, which is expressed in every sector of communist construction, must be correctly organized and directed to the attainment of great goals. A most important commandment adopted by the communist labor shock workers and collectives, a movement sweeping the whole country, is learn, work and live the communist way. In every branch of production and the services you will find communist labor collectives, advanced workers and innovators, men displaying bold creative initiatives. The point now is to organize and direct all the working people to a deep study and mastering of advanced experience. Among Lenin's many statements about the substance and character of communist labor, our attention is drawn above all to his proposition, which appears to be cut in granite: communism is the higher productivity of labor compared with that existing under capitalism of voluntary, class-conscious, and united workers employing advanced techniques. 23 These words of Lenin's define communism as a qualitatively new stage in the long history of labor, a new stage in the improvement of society's greatest productive force. In showing the substance of communist labor and giving its basic features, Lenin emphasized above all the high level of consciousness of the working people in the new society. In Soviet conditions, labor itself is a most important means of communist education. It is a primary task to foster the young generation, which is not only actively engaged in building communist society, but will live under communism. The measures taken by the party and the government to reorganize the schools, to enhance its bonds with life and production, are a brilliant embodiment of Lenin's ideas about communist education, about the education of the new man as he works for the common good. Among the organic features of the communist attitude to work, which is conscious and purposeful, are a broad political outlook and communist efficiency, the ability to appreciate the importance of the labor effort of one's collective and one's own contribution to the common cause. In his work, man has always set definite tasks and goals and has grown accustomed to achieve them. But communist labor is characterized by the fact that every technological and production assignment is connected with the great tasks being tackled by society at a given stage and the aims set out by the party. The worker must be aware of what the people must do to fulfill the party's decisions designed for the common welfare, and assess his own efforts and the efforts of his comrades accordingly. That is what gives our leading workers such great strength in their skillful assimilation and successful application of special knowledge, accumulation of valuable experience and the ability to see the broad prospects and to consider every task from the standpoint of the state. Let us emphasize that the demands made by society on the conscious approach to one's work are not fixed in any sense, but tend to grow from one stage of communist construction to another. The labor activity which used to satisfy society yesterday, becomes inadequate today. The working person is now required to have an even broader outlook, much more knowledge and greater skills. That is what determines the nature of socialist emulation, and that is a source for the steady development of communist labor. The demands made upon the conscious attitude to one's work tend to grow not only because technology is improved and rises to a higher standard. There is a growing demand on labor as social activity, with a greater understanding of one's social duty connected with labor, and the ability to bring out and seek new reserves and potentialities. That is why it is not right to say that production can be enlarged only with new capital investments. Communist labor also results in greater returns from the means of production produced earlier, from their adaptation and improvement as a result of creative quest, and from the organization of production on new lines. It would be wrong to think that a communist work team, having secured this high title, needs to do no more than keep up the level it has achieved. Actually, the award of the title merely means a fresh start for the collective. Communist labor is ceaseless creative quest in which there are no boundaries in improving both elements of the productive forces, the working man and the implements of labor. There is growing awareness of the high level of consciousness displayed by man in his work. Because initiative and advanced experience in the labor process become an organic quality of communist labor, labor activity calls not only for skillful hands but also for a searching mind and a broad horizon. In communist labor, the working man's moral and mental makeup are not a matter of indifference because various features of the human personality exert an influence on the labor process. A high standard of morality and a correct 279. Understanding of one's social duty can induce man to perform great feats of labor. Inadequate moral stability will tell on the labor process and harm the collective and society. Persistence, consistency, the ability to overcome difficulties, features of the mental makeup which characterize leading Soviet workers, help them to modify the labor process and score fresh victories in communist labor. That is why it is quite natural that the obligations undertaken by communist work teams should contain moral and educational requirements. If a man is not in the habit of being honest and truthful in his personal life, is there any guarantee that he will not take the wrong path in his work within the collective? There are any number of examples to show that today the production collective extends its educational influence on the individual, seeking to foster the communist consciousness in all things, educating the new man with an integral personality capable of working the greatest revolution in the labor process. After all, communist labor does not involve some little part of man, like his hands, and does not induce him merely to become a ready reckoner, if he is a bookkeeper, for instance. The labor process involves the whole of man, together with his conscience, morality, his mind and capacity for observation, his persistence and set of principles. That is why it is so vastly important for the further development of Soviet society and its productive forces to foster the working people in a spirit of honesty and truthfulness to the party and the people, in a spirit of high responsibility for each assignment. The conscious attitude to labor means fulfillment of the requirement to work according to one's abilities. But this, for its part, means, first, the need to develop one's capabilities in the process of labor for the common good. After all, one's capabilities will dim and dull unless they are developed. The requirement to work according to one's abilities is highly dynamic because it implies the development of man's capabilities in labor and systematic improvement of his knowledge and skills. Second, it implies an urge to put one's all into one's work and the ability to employ one's capabilities in practice. This has a bearing on what Lenin stressed was the voluntary nature of communist labor. Indeed, it implies an expression of man's free will, as he gives of his capabilities and his experience to society without coercion, displaying his capabilities in work for the common good to the fullest extent. That is a characteristic feature of our best workers, who set a shining example for all the other working people. Lenin wrote about the vast importance of the fact that the communist subotniks were organized by the workers on their own initiative. Lenin's remarkable work about these subotniks is entitled A Great Beginning. Lenin emphasized the importance and power of such beginnings when he spoke of socialist emulation. Massive activity and initiatives in labor are inherent in communism. When dealing with the conscious and free attitude to labor under communism, Lenin remarked on the fact that the workers must pool 280 their efforts. Communist labor is not a series of scattered efforts by individuals, but implies a growing complexification of organizational work, which is to coordinate all these efforts, gearing them to a single goal, multiplying the great power of labor by its organization and the organization of individuals and collectives into one mighty effort in communist construction. The party's vast organizational and educational effort is designed precisely to bring out to the utmost every man's capability for work, to induce mass initiative and activity on the strength of the growing and enriching experience of the masses and their active participation in fulfilling the plans formulated by the party so as to accelerate the advance of communism, the radiant future. The party's organizational effort blends with its educational work, the capabilities communist labor fosters and requires bear on man's most diverse qualities, and not only those of one's mind but also of one's character, like the ability systematically to work for a great goal as set by society and the party, honesty, and a refusal to tolerate one's own shortcomings and those of others. Communist labor increasingly involves man's whole personality in the labor process, calling for the exercise of all his capabilities and exerting an influence on the shaping of his character and moral makeup. Communist labor is the process in which the new man is shaped, and it calls for vast organizational and educational work by the party in every collective and at every enterprise, making new and steadily growing demands on executives. Lenin stressed the vast importance for the triumph of communist labor of the use by class-conscious workers of new hardware and technology as a key condition for the rapid growth of labor productivity. In the early communist subbotniks, the embryonic shoots of communist labor, he discerned and emphasized the great increase in labor productivity as one of its most important features. In his article, A Great Beginning, Lenin considered the ways of consolidating the new social system and remarked on the exceptional importance of the new organization of labor, which combined the latest scientific and technical achievements with a massive association of class-conscious workers. In the course of its development, capitalism has killed the working man's initiative and enterprise, converting the improvement of skills in labor into a simple adaptation by man to his technical environment, as bourgeois theorists themselves admit. It is true that capitalism has recruited the labor experience and technology resting on accumulated labor experience and stimulating the further development of the means of production. But this labor has been used in the interests of the exploiting class. Bourgeois sociologists present this process in their own 281. Light. Between the inventor and the scientist and the renewal of hardware and technology there is, they claim, a middleman in the form of the spirit of enterprise, which accepts the risk of innovation. It cannot be gainsaid that this spirit of enterprise is a very powerful force, though not a supernatural one, in capitalist society, for it not only subordinates the application of inventions, and the inventors themselves, but also enslaves labor. The development of labor under capitalism intensifies the system of exploitation and converts the working man into an appendage of the machine. In so doing, capitalist society has made less and less use in the labor process of man's capabilities, his inclinations, and the various aspects of his personality. No wonder the theorists of the bourgeoisie now urge the need to humanize labor, because man's technical environment is being dehumanized. The whole point, they claim, is how fast and well the working man tends to adapt to this technical environment. Humanizing labor should help in such adaptation and facilitate it. The theorists of humanizing labor merely confirm that the capitalist use of machines converts man into a mere appendage of the machine. That is why sociologists in the capitalist world now see their task in better adjusting man's mentality to the operation of the machine. The development of capitalist technology serves visually to confirm what Lenin said about the human mind and genius being converted into an instrument of violence over man himself, an instrument of exploitation. Even technology, mankind's great achievement, has been converted into an instrument of violence over the working man, distorting his capabilities and dulling his mind. Labor at the capitalist enterprise is a far cry from communist labor, because the former in effect involves the use of the worker by the new machine. Communist labor implies the use of advanced technology and hardware by conscious workers, which means that the worker regards the machine as his own, and makes improvements in the technological process. Characterizing the highest stage in the development of the labor process, Marx said that at that stage labor appears not so much as being included in the process of production as labor under which man acts in the process of production itself as its controller and regulator. Labor includes within itself not only the process of production but also the worker's rationalization and creative thinking aimed to organize and improve the process of production. This creative thinking, interwoven into production, is not practiced by a handful of individuals, but becomes a characteristic feature of the activity of all the working people, which develops purposefully and in a balanced manner, thereby ensuring the achievement of a new level in the development of the productive forces. The process of change and improvement in labor skills, which in pre-capitalist formations led to spontaneous changes in the instruments of 282 labor, and in the capitalist epoch, specifically in the period of imperialism, became no more than the elaboration of labor skills in application to new machinery, and the worker's adaptation to new machines, acquires a totally new character in socialist society. It embraces the whole of the working class, all the working people, and becomes a key factor working for the most rapid and sustained development of the productive forces. Of course, the way in which the two key elements of the productive forces, the workers and the instruments of labor, are combined are common to both phases of the communist formation, but in the period between the first and the second phase the productive forces undergo considerable changes, the material and technical basis of communism is created, the working people themselves undergo change and their cultural and technical standards rise. The workers take a more active and creative attitude to the instruments of labor, innovation and new ideas among the workers are broadly developed, the worker's keen thinking, combined with his skillful hands, becomes an active force in technical progress. There is a change in the character of the development of society's productive forces, its pace is quickened, and labor productivity grows, reaching levels that are inaccessible under the capitalist system. The creation by society of a new unprecedented productive force, and of producers who are developed in every way, proceeds during the construction of the material and technical basis of communism and is one of the most important results of the period of full-scale communist construction. The advance of scientific and technical thought, together with the solution of problems like reduction of working hours, simplification of operations, etc., is bound increasingly to reckon with the workers' active attitude to the means of production, advancing along new ways and leaving capitalist technical development well behind. Reality has suggested the need for ever closer ties between collectives of designers, on the one hand, and collectives at enterprises, leading workers, organizers of production and economist planners. This kind of connection makes projects more efficient and economical and helps more fully to study every aspect and to reckon with the social importance and progressive social role of any achievement in the sphere of technology and planning. Evidence of the extensive scale on which this tendency in the development of the productive forces is expressed comes from the vast growth of inventions and new ideas among workers and the mass emergence of various forms of new initiatives together with the growing efficiency of massive creative activity. The time has long passed when the level in the development of the productive forces required that the worker should have no more than 283 elementary technical knowledge. In present-day conditions, the production training of workers cannot be confined to a technical minimum knowledge program but must include elements of engineering and technical training. This process has been developing at a very fast pace and has engendered new forms in which each worker acquires new knowledge. Indeed, much attention is being devoted in industry to various aspects of the effort to raise the working people's cultural and technical standards, for this is an important prerequisite for the development of communist labor. Conscious use of advanced technology by workers is an active process resulting in higher cultural and technical standards of the workers involved and leading to further changes in the hardware and technology themselves. The progressive changes in technology and hardware require a further rise in the cultural and technical standards of the working people, stimulating their creative thinking and inducing the working man to take an active attitude to the machinery which, in turn, results in fresh changes in the machinery. That is why we do not say that the worker adapts himself to the new hardware but masters it, thereby emphasizing the active and creative nature of this process. That is one of the key aspects in the development of the productive forces under communism. Lenin said, communist labor in the narrower and stricter sense of the term is labor performed gratis for the benefit of society, labor performed not as a definite duty, not for the purpose of obtaining a right to certain products, not according to previously established and legally fixed quotas, but voluntary labor, irrespective of quotas. It is labor performed without expectation of reward, without reward as a condition, labor performed because it has become a habit to work for the common good, and because of a conscious realization of the necessity of working for the common good, labor as the requirement of a healthy organism. 24. This characteristic of communist labor by Lenin shows the very important role moral incentives have to play in labor. At the same time, Lenin repeatedly stressed that it is impossible to build the new society merely on mass enthusiasm, and pointed to the vast importance of material incentives to labor in socialist society. The material incentives to labor continue to play the decisive role in the period of full-scale communist construction, and the distribution of material goods is still based on this guiding principle, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his work. Distribution according to work makes men take a material interest in the results of production and stimulates the growth of labor productivity, the raising of skills and improvement of production techniques. In his work, The State and Revolution, Lenin pointed to the key importance of the struggle against any element of parasitism, when idlers, the sons of gentlemen, swindlers, and such like guardians of capitalist traditions will find it immensely hard to dodge nationwide accounting and control, when this becomes a rare exception and will go hand in hand with swift and serious punishment, then the door will be thrown wide open for the transition from the first phase of communist society to its higher phase. 25 Society must be structured in such a way that the idler will find it impossible to exist, and this can be done if the principle of payment according to work is fitly and strictly observed. Material incentives to labor in socialist society are, consequently, of great educational importance. They are closely bound up with a high moral appreciation of labor efforts, the ability to put all of one's capabilities into one's work and to serve society by one's labor. The he who does not work neither shall he eat principle expresses society's moral consciousness and its attitude to labor as man's most important duty. The broad extension of this principle and its profound assimilation by all the members of society make attitude to labor the basic moral value and pave the way for the habit, which is characteristic of communism, of working for the common good, the habit about which Lenin spoke. In the period of communist construction, the members of society are fostered in the habit of finding the satisfaction of their material and moral requirements in work for the common good. The fostering of this habit requires that everyone should develop respect for the commonwealth and an understanding that man can satisfy his material requirements and obtain a high sense of moral satisfaction only by multiplying this wealth, instead of squandering it. The habit of working for the common good does not at all mean that labor in communist society will become instinctive. Marx criticized Fourier for saying that labor in communist society would become an entertainment, a kind of game. That will never happen. Work for the benefit of society under communism will become a prime necessity, and in that sense it will become a habit without which man will be unable to imagine his own existence. In much the same way, the creative initiative in labor and broad emulation will also become habitual and an absolutely necessary condition for every kind of man's labor activity. The example provided by thousands of communist work collectives show very well that the free and active attitude on the part of workers, who regard themselves as being masters of production, to every aspect of life in their collective has become part and parcel of their everyday life. The regular holding of public inspections of the organization of labor, discussion of various aspects in enhancing labor productivity, organization of production, economies on raw materials, labor discipline, help to the lagging, mutual control over each other's work and study, the study of experience gained by best workers and collectives and many other forms of active participation by men and women in the life of their production collectives all provide vivid examples of voluntary and free activity for the common benefit, showing very well how communist labor has been rapidly growing and establishing itself in Soviet life before our very eyes. In the period of full-scale communist construction, the division of labor has not yet been abolished. Lenin said that the development of the new society will afford an opportunity to proceed, through these industrial unions, to eliminate the division of labor among people, to educate and school people, give them all-round development and an all-round training, so that they are able to do everything. Communism is advancing and must advance towards that goal, and will reach it, but only after very many years. 26 This process has qualitative distinctions at different stages in building the new society, developing from embryonic forms to more perfect ones. In the period of full-scale communist construction, new content is given to the remaining old trades which, however, now require all-round training and development of capabilities on the part of the working people. As labor is filled with a high spiritual content, as it is converted into social activity, with the elimination through mechanization and automation of the most arduous works, the essential distinctions between mental and manual labor and between labor in the countryside and in the cities tend to be increasingly obliterated. In a sense, communist labor gradually fuses these distinctions, so that there are no longer any essential distinctions between the truly communist attitude to labor of workers in the countryside and in industry. On the other hand, the labor that we call manual increasingly requires mental activity and serious training and knowledge, apart from a broad political horizon. The development of various forms of communist labor in the Soviet Union is of tremendous international importance. The growing experience of the party and the whole Soviet people helps to enrich the treasure house of the world socialist system. Implementation of Lenin's great ideas and the living creative activity of the masses help to win for communism the sympathies of the working people of the world. In the political, economic, and ideological struggle for the triumph of communist ideas, the Soviet people's labor efforts and achievements are a key factor. The political and economic might of the Soviet Union and all the countries of the world socialist system has been growing, the cause of peace is being consolidated, and the final victory of socialism in the peaceful economic competition with capitalism is at hand. The ideological positions of communism in the struggle against bourgeois ideology are being consolidated, and working mankind has an ever clearer view of the way into the future, realizing the prospect of social development, for which there is need to work. The fog of bourgeois views, preconceptions, and prejudices is being dispelled. Today, the power of example, the power of real facts, showing that communism in the USSR is becoming a reality, has become a key force helping to spread the ideas of communism. Lenin used to contrast the victories of the militarists and the imperialists with the Soviet people's victories in labor. The communist subotniks staged by the railway workers of the Moscow-Kazan Railway, he said, were one of the cells of the new society carrying to all the peoples of the world release from the yoke of capital and from wars. With these words of Lenin's we are now confidently striding forward to the triumph of communist labor. The high road of the free society. At one time Soviet society was forced to suppress the remnants of the exploiting classes, and to deprive them of their freedom to express their will, because they aimed to overthrow the socialist system. Today, there are no remnants of the exploiting classes in the country, and a state of the whole people is developing. This state of the whole people is such in nature, functions, and forms of activity that under certain conditions after the triumph of communism, it will give way to communist social self-government based on persuasion instead of coercion. The state of the whole people expresses socialist social relations in their movement, holding out to everyone equal rights and opportunities for development. There are no privileged social groups in the country. The Soviet state ensures absolutely free national development for all the peoples of the Soviet country. The state system consisting of union and autonomous republics, autonomous national regions and national districts, ensures all nations big and small opportunities for developing their native tongue, their national culture and their best traditions. All of these are expressions of freedom of the individual realized on the basis of correct understanding of man's social nature and its bonds with society. The program of the CPSU says, all-round extension and perfection of socialist democracy, active participation of all citizens in the administration of the state, in the management of economic and cultural development, improvement of the government apparatus, and increased control over its activity by the people constitute. 287. The main direction in which socialist statehood develops in the period of the building of communism. 27 theorists, who are hostile to Marxism-Leninism, fail to understand the development of social relations and the political organization of socialist society and do not understand the influence this trend of development exerts on every aspect of social life, including production, the key sphere of human activity. Social relations based on the principle of Soviet democracy, collectivism, comradely cooperation, and mutual assistance become a great force in the development of production and the improvement of labor. Collectives of workers constantly bring out and use reserves in production, starting various new drives for progressive innovations, working to reduce the inputs per ruble of marketable goods, the lowest labor intensity per unit and the highest labor productivity. At some enterprises, new relations between men are expressed in the fact that the whole collective is responsible for each individual, and every individual is responsible for the collective as a whole. The greater the collective and the individual interact, the broader the basis of comradeship and trust for relationships within the collective, and the stronger every collective and its every individual member. Of course, in human society there can be no absolute independence of the individual from society, because social bonds remain so long as society exists, so that absolute independence is no more than imaginary. Actually, talk about such freedom usually serves to cover up antisocial acts aimed to harm other people. The bourgeois fairy tales about the absolute freedom of the individual are empty and harmful. No society can exist without a clear distinction between what is permissible and impermissible, for otherwise all social life and society itself would be abolished. At the dawn of history we find, according to the 19th century Russian sociologist, Maxim Kovalevsky, the emergence of the principle that everything promoting the material or moral prosperity of the group is deemed to be good, desirable, in accord with custom, and that which is due. Conversely, everything which for this or that reason harms the interests of the group, its security, its material welfare, its honor, is deemed to be bad, shameful, and by nature intolerable. These notions of the primitive society are not clear-cut and are veiled in fantasy. Indeed, they are extremely limited. Thus, Kovalevsky notes the existence of this kind of law in the primitive commune: what is allowed in respect to aliens is intolerable with respect to kinsmen. 28 Subsequently, new standards of what was permissible and impermissible were dictated by slave-holding society, when what was allowed the slave owner was prohibited for the slave. In feudal society, the fetters of serfdom and the hierarchy of various forces were a fetter on the working people. In the 18th century, demands were made for formal democratic rights. This was, as one Russian revolutionary thinker put it, an unfeasible demand for every man's right to eat off gold plate. The further development of democratic ideas in the course of the social struggle led to demands for real, material guarantees that the people's democratic rights could be practiced, for otherwise all the rights and freedoms remained on paper. The 20th century proclaimed that it was impossible to extend such guarantees to the people without eradicating the power and influence of capital in society, for in any clash between formal right and the real, material power of capital, the latter always won out. The prime guarantee of the people's freedom is destruction of the power of money. When Lenin and the Bolsheviks entered the arena of political struggle, they gave a real basis to the question of freedom, discarding the false and obscure reasonings of bourgeois ideologists about freedom in general. This is how they put the question: freedom for whom? Freedom from what? The communists put forward the demand of emancipation from exploitation, the demand for freedom for the working people. Today it is safe to say that in the Soviet Union there is freedom for all. All citizens enjoy equal rights. Let us ask this question: what is this freedom from? The answer will be quite clear: it is freedom from exploitation, genuine freedom from every type of oppression and, consequently, emancipation of human thought and action from the age-old fetters produced by the economic, political, and spiritual domination of the exploiters. Genuine freedom is the possibility to unfold one's capabilities, to display them through one's activity and tirelessly to develop them. THIRD is the kind of freedom, as the highest privilege and the greatest value in human life, that forward-looking men throughout the ages had visions of. There is now a society which requires that everyone should work according to his abilities. That is a law of Soviet life and its moral standard. The main conclusion to be drawn from this law is that the individual's personality is enriched with the development of Soviet social relations. That is the most important conclusion drawn by the modern theory of social progress. The progressive aims of modern society consist in unchanging the vast creative potentialities in man. This calls for abolition of exploitation and oppression. Furthermore, there is need to have the labor effort of millions increase the social wealth to a point where all human requirements can be met. It is also necessary that man himself should develop his capabilities and gain in stature in the course of building the new society. The task before modern society is to create the best possible conditions for bringing out the creative potentialities and capabilities of every individual and, consequently, of the whole mass of the people. Mass creativity is a key feature of the present epoch of transition from capitalism to communism. That is what accelerates the progressive development of society. The way of intellectual and moral progress. There was a time when the bourgeoisie advanced to power under the banner of the progress of reason and knowledge. But bourgeois social relations created a gulf between the people and science. These two most powerful forces of progress were divided. Their unification must be started in the process of labor itself. The progressive development of modern society requires that the powerful forces of science and the people should be blended into a single whole, and that can be done only by the new society. It is the hallmark of the new society that the CPSU program indicates the main lines of development in the key fields of natural and social science. Capitalism has deprived labor of its spiritual content, converting the working man into an appendage of the machine. That was the arrangement in the age of steam, and such it is today in this age of automation and remote control. Communism restores to labor its spiritual content and enriches it many-fold. Social relations require that every working person should have knowledge, while science should have close contacts with life and should satisfy the requirements of social development. That is the main line of intellectual progress in modern society. And today we have already left the capitalist world far behind in this respect. For centuries the best minds pondered the problems of man's moral improvement, but all the wisdom of the moralists was unable to secure mankind's moral progress. Capitalism pulled men down into the morass of greed, envy, wild egoism, and social injustice. Thinkers of the past, contemplating mankind's intellectual and moral progress, produced a great many theories for improving the individual and developing all his spiritual potential, but all these doctrines preached moral and intellectual improvement for the individual alone. That was the wrong way. Moralists are apologists of bourgeois individualism, and in their reasoning about the defects and vices of human nature they did not say that it is capitalist bondage that tends to distort man's moral consciousness. The preaching of moral self-improvement for the individual served to promote the interests of the ruling classes, for it was used by the bourgeoisie in an effort to divert the working people from the struggle for a radiant future for all mankind. Forward-looking thinkers in the 18th century noticed the connection between moral progress and the 290 development of education, science, and culture, but they reduced the question of moral consciousness to enlightenment. Of course, there is a connection between the development of the mind and moral consciousness, but the acquisition of knowledge does not in itself amount to a development of moral consciousness. Capitalism has in fact converted the working man into a mere appendage of the machine, and knowledge into an instrument of greed, distorting men's moral consciousness and inscribing anti-intellectualism and amoralism on its banner a long time ago. Pre-Marxian socialism was likewise unable to show the real way for mankind's moral and intellectual progress. Utopian socialism believed that the new man would emerge from Speckmel test tubes and hothouses, in the cells of the new society that would germinate within the entrails of the old. That was a metaphysical and idealistic view, which was a far cry from the truth. Marxism alone, taking the material dialectical approach, showed the way to recast man's consciousness in the struggle for the triumph of the new social system. Marx and Engels said that the consciousness of man who was to build the new society would initially be burdened with survivals of the old world outlook, and that there would be need for a fundamental remolding of man's spiritual caste. On this key question, Marxism produced a totally new answer which resolutely broke with the old utopian views. Lenin wrote, "What distinguishes Marxism from the old, utopian socialism is that the latter wanted to build the new society not from the mass human material produced by blood-stained, sordid, rapacious, shopkeeping capitalism, but from very virtuous men and women reared in special hothouses and cucumber frames." Everyone now sees that this absurd idea really is absurd, and everyone has discarded it, but not everyone is willing or able to give thought to the opposite doctrine of Marxism and to think out how communism can be built from the mass human material which has been corrupted by hundreds and thousands of years of slavery, serfdom, capitalism, by small individual enterprise, and by the war of every man against his neighbor to obtain a place in the market, or a higher price for his product or his labor. 29. Marxism resolutely rejected the idealism and metaphysics of utopian socialism and showed how the new society was to be built from massive human material instead of artificially created men with special virtues, and explained how man was to be led onto the path of boundless intellectual and moral progress. This answer was provided in the light of dialectical and historical materialism, which had established the importance of social practice for the development of knowledge and human consciousness. Subsequently, various opportunists, revisionists and Mensheviks, abandoning revolutionary Marxism, including the idea of remolding the mass consciousness in the course of revolutionary struggle, claimed that the socialist revolution in Russia was impossible because on the whole the general educational and cultural standards of the people in the country were lower than those of the capitalist states in Western Europe. That was a rehash of old metaphysical views, and in the light of revolutionary Marxism Lenin rejected this false opportunistic thesis and said, if a definite level of culture is required for the building of socialism, why cannot we begin by first achieving the prerequisites for that definite level of culture in a revolutionary way, and then, with the aid of the workers' and peasants' government and the Soviet system, proceed to overtake the other nations. 30. At the same time, Lenin remarked on the difficulties of tackling this task. He said, of all the socialists who have written about this, I cannot recall the work of a single socialist or the opinion of a single prominent socialist on future socialist society, which pointed to this concrete, practical difficulty that would confront the working class when it took power, when it set itself the task of turning the sum total of the very rich, historically inevitable and necessary for us store of culture and knowledge and technique accumulated by capitalism from an instrument of capitalism into an instrument of socialism. 31. This kind of transformation of the whole store of knowledge, culture, and technology into an instrument of socialism is a key task of socialist society as it creates its own basis for further development. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union has worked out among the key problems of scientific communism the problem of mankind's intellectual and moral progress. The party has carried on re-education of the masses in the course of communist construction. The communists reject the class morality of the exploiters, in contrast to the perverse, selfish views and morals of the old world. They promote communist morality, which is the noblest and most just morality, for it expresses the interests and ideals of the whole of working mankind. Indication of the ways to mold man's new spiritual makeup is closely bound up with the scientific theory of social development. The education and upbringing of Soviet man are inseparable from his activity, from the labor process, because Marxism denies the possibility of the new man's outlook and mental makeup being shaped in any kind of test tube or hothouse. Only in labor, on the basis of social activity, can man develop the right habits, skills, and notions. Production in socialist society today requires much scientific knowledge of everyone. On the one hand, the labor process requires that this knowledge should be formed into a system, and on the other, helps to bring it into a system and provides the pivot for knowledge, cementing it with practice. The acquisition of scientific knowledge in connection with the labor process helps not only to raise technical skills but also to shape the scientific world outlook of men in socialist society. If education is organized on the right lines, man learns to go to the root of things and phenomena, to separate the important from the secondary and accidental, to show the causes of phenomena, to discern the physical, chemical, and mechanical laws in diverse phenomena and to apply these in practice in accordance with known laws. This kind of education gives a sound foundation for the scientific world outlook. Of course, the scientific world outlook is not shaped spontaneously, but calls for much educational effort to make men take an active attitude to the knowledge they receive, seeking to comprehend it instead of merely storing up in their heads. It is also necessary that men should not extract from the system of knowledge that which they need at the moment, regarding the rest as useless. This kind of approach is a survival of the bourgeois attitude to knowledge. The bourgeoisie has always held that knowledge is good only insofar as it helps to make money. The bourgeoisie has always feared that knowledge acquired by its servitors, the workers, would one day blend together in their minds into a coherent and integrated world outlook. The Soviet people equally reject the aristocratic attitude to knowledge as a pastime, and the distorted and self-seeking bourgeois attitude. That is an important watershed in the development of social thought, which was crossed only with the emergence and development of Marxism, of scientific communism. The working people, who are masters of the new life in the USSR, seek to have the knowledge they obtain to be constituted in a system and, what is most important, in tackling practical problems try to learn to think and to reason on scientific and principled lines. Moreover, scientific knowledge in this period of tempestuous technical progress has to keep growing and being replenished. The knowledge in science and technology considered satisfactory for a worker or an engineer 10 years ago is now clearly inadequate. The same applies to the social sciences. Life requires that every member of society should gain an ever deeper understanding of the party's line, of the vital tasks of social development, and growing and well-grounded economic knowledge. That is not a mechanical process leading to a mere accumulation of knowledge, but a process in which man's outlook is developed in close connection with the extension and deepening of his life and work experience. The combination of knowledge and labor not only makes this knowledge, backed up by practice, much clearer and less abstract, but 293 also enriches and deepens it. This produces not only individual new ideas, but leads to the raising and tackling of great production problems by whole collectives. The selection of the tasks and the undertaking of commitments by a team or an individual worker requires not only breadth of technical vision, but also knowledge in the economics and organization of production, the ability to discover untapped reserves to achieve the key task of the enterprise, which is closely bound up with the overall tasks of the state in the given industry and with the state plan as a whole. In Soviet society, knowledge implies the formation among the masses of correct notions about the forces of nature, notions which rule out any faith in the supernatural and the unknowable. Knowledge also implies a correct and profound understanding by the masses of the role of social forces, an understanding that is equally alien to superstition, blind admiration of these forces or attempts to ignore them by means of various subjective idealistic dodges and illusions. Communist education also implies a correct understanding of man's role, of his strength and potentialities, an understanding which rules out any spirit of servility, debasement, and downtroddenness, or the spirit of wild and inflated individualism. These scientific notions become the basis for man's whole activity and behavior. Notions brought together in a system of views and strongly influencing human activity develop into convictions and induce people to take correct action. Convictions help to steel man's character and shape his whole mental makeup. In Soviet society, the study of the laws of nature and of the natural sciences runs in close connection with the study of the social forces whose instrument is science, in close connection with the study of society's economic and social life and the tasks which the Soviet people have to tackle in the sphere of production and the economy, making use of scientific data. In other words, the science of society, the theory of social development, is an important theoretical basis for the shaping of all of man's convictions. When man comes to see the great ideals of communism and realize the ultimate and immediate goals in his day-to-day labor activity, the high level of communist consciousness then awakens his creative initiative and activity in labor, and produces collective rationalization experience and bold novel approaches. All of this works a fundamental change in man's spiritual makeup. At every new stage of communist construction there is a growth and change in the criteria of political maturity and communist consciousness in the various spheres of activity involving Soviet people. This process shows best how socialist society bridges the gap, created by the centuries of domination by the exploiters, between the lofty vision and the low day-to-day activity. This gap was constantly used to justify bourgeois duplicity, hypocrisy, and phrase-mongering, and explain the contradictions between word and deed. The new criteria require a deeper political education, an understanding of economic processes in Soviet society and more profound and all-round knowledge. There is need not only for an urge to work for the benefit of society, but also the ability increasingly to produce such benefit. This ability also implies self-restraint, sufficient steadfastness of character, a mentality that rules out sudden switches from ella to depression or idleness. We say that rush work methods have long since outlived themselves. That is not to say, of course, that ella, enthusiasm and revolutionary romanticism are ruled out in the activity of Soviet people. On the contrary, in the period of communist construction, Soviet people have produced remarkable examples of labor heroism and great feats for the benefit of their country. But the point is that in the present-day conditions, great feats require more than determination. They call for skill and considerable knowledge. The achievements of Soviet cosmonauts are the best confirmation of this changing character of exploit in the society-building communism. That is why the development of the Virgin Lands has become a school of political and cultural education for millions of Soviet people. Education in labor for the common good implies the development of respect for the commonwealth, an understanding that man can satisfy his material requirements and derive a high moral satisfaction by multiplying this wealth, instead of wasting it. The fostering of the new attitude to work is a necessary condition for moving on to the higher phase of communism. The advance of socialist society towards communism implies a development of labor and fundamental changes in the working people's consciousness. In this context, Lenin stressed the importance of initiative which develops at the grassroots as a condition for growing labor productivity. The vast creative initiative of the masses has been awakened by the Soviet system, and the growth of this initiative is a law governing the development of socialist society. The point is that in socialist society labor helps to show every aspect of human personality and its diverse capabilities. Labor helps to develop the human mind, keen wit, the ability to think fast, to grasp and understand the main thing and to keep so-called minor details within one's field of vision. The requirement in socialist society that everyone should work according to his ability implies, first, the need to develop these capabilities in the process of labor for the common good, because capabilities will dull and dim unless they are developed. Second, it implies the ability to apply one's capabilities in labor, the requirement to learn to put one's all into the labor process. Consequently, it implies the shaping of man who gives his all to society voluntarily, developing and displaying his capabilities to the. In our day, the high moral appreciation by society of human labor and also the high level of scientific and technical equipment of labor, the advance of mechanization and automation tend to create a situation in which the old distinction between the high and low types of labor activity tends to disappear. That is a very important and characteristic feature of communist labor and society's moral consciousness in the period of communist construction. In these conditions, the attitude to any type of work depends on how earnestly, skillfully, and devotedly man serves society by his work, and how much of his capabilities he dedicates to his endeavor. For a long time in the history of Marxist thought it was suggested that communist labor would mean an end to the trades and to professional training, for labor would become universalist. It is now fairly safe to say that in the period of communist construction every trade, including the new ones and the old ones which are still necessary and are filled with a great content, requires broad vision and much diverse knowledge. In the USSR, some shepherds have a full secondary education and continue to study to become specialists in animal husbandry. As communist labor is filled with great spiritual content and develops into a social activity, with mechanization and automation increasingly eliminating the most arduous operations, the essential distinctions between mental and manual labor and between labor in town and country are obliterated. An indication of the growing requirements made by society on the individual, requirements which promote the development and enrichment of his personality, is the fact that men taking part in the movement for communist labor in all its diverse forms undertake commitments to learn to live and work the communist way, and meet these commitments step by step. This formula, in effect, ranges over all the main spheres of the individual's activity, his outlook, mentality, and character. This formula requires that the principles of communism should be at the basis of the working people's whole activity. At the same time, This formula expresses in concrete terms in the new conditions the proposition put forward by revolutionary Marxism that the new man is molded in struggle and labor in building the new society. A key principle of communist education of man is set forth in the CPSU program, which says, communist ideas and communist deeds should blend organically in the behavior of every person and in the activities of all collectives and organizations. 33. In fulfilling the requirement to work the communist way, the Soviet people has advanced from the early expressions of the communist attitude to labor in the form of subbotniks to the great collectives which practice the principle of communist attitude to labor in their day-to-day work. This great way traversed by the Soviet people is characterized by the fact that the idea of working for the common good tends increasingly to penetrate into the minds of the masses and becomes the overriding idea. As for the requirement to learn, to raise one's educational level, this initially meant with respect to the whole mass of working people no more than a requirement of general and political literacy. This requirement also expressed the historical need to build up a Soviet intelligentsia that originated from the working class and the peasantry. Today, the requirement to learn, addressed to the whole mass of working people, to the whole people, is a requirement to assimilate high culture, great general and special knowledge, and have political education. Fulfillment of this requirement is an important link in the process of abolishing the essential distinctions between mental and manual labor. The requirement to live the communist way means the final remolding of men's mentality, character, and way of life, the ultimate rooting in man's behavior of the principles of communism, the new outlook, and new relations between men in every sphere of life. The sphere of so-called private life under the system based on private property is regarded as being the broadest sphere. The order established by the capitalist at his enterprise is considered to be his private business. One's attitude to one's wife, children, fellow workers, etc., is considered to be one's private affair. With the restructuring of social relations on socialist lines, TH:O so-called sphere of private life has naturally been subjected to change as well. The elimination of the rule of greed in social relations between men has also exerted an influence on such purely personal relations as friendship, love, etc. But the introduction of the new principles into these relations between men, has, of course, inevitably been much slower than in the sphere of politics or production. The further development of socialist relations of production, including friendship and mutual assistance, increasingly requires a change in all the attitudes and habits of human behavior with respect to other men. Even such purely personal qualities as impatience and lack of self-restraint in this or that member of the collective could become a drag on the development of the activity of the whole group. If man displays various features of the old outlook in his personal relations, for instance, egoism and individualism, such features of character and outlook are bound to be expressed in one form or another and in varying degree in his social activity as well. The requirement for the reshaping of the individual's outlook and character tend to grow with the development of socialist society. In the period of communist construction, the whole of man's personality is increasingly involved in social life, which becomes a sphere in which his multifaceted capabilities and qualities are expressed. 297. There is ever broader growth of the creative initiative of the masses in every aspect of social life, and the importance of labor collectives and mass organizations is on the increase. That is not to say that the sphere of personal life is impoverished. On the contrary, man's personal life is enriched, because the vibrant social life helps to purify man's personal life as well. In socialist society, there is no gulf between social and personal life. In bourgeois society, it is characteristic for men to doff his social personality after office hours and to don his lounging clothes in which he enters his private life that is no business of society's. In Soviet society, man remains a member of communist society in every sphere and circumstance of life. For man in communist society regards his social endeavor as a personal one, which has an immediate bearing on his own life. On the other hand, everyone's personal life adds up to various expressions of social relations based on friendship and comradeship, because in his personal life man also inevitably enters into various relations with other members of society. The private property outlook, which makes man mind his own business, gives way in the minds of masses of people to a profound interest in social affairs and a sense of public duty, which is not confined to the sphere of production but extends to various other spheres of man's diverse activity. Of course, not everyone displays the sense of public duty in every sphere of life, on every occasion, or is always guided by the rules of communist relations between men in his attitude to all things. Some work well in production but are still variously burdened with the old rules of morality and behavior in the family. Others have not yet shed their individualism, and for that reason equate moral incentives to work and ambition, love of glory and honors. Some have gained various scientific knowledge, but have stopped short of carrying the process of cognition to drawing the conclusions concerning their world outlook, which remains hazy, so that various old prejudices lie side by side with scientific facts. Consequently, the assimilation by the masses of the fundamentals of the New World outlook and rules of morality and behavior cannot be seen as a process which equally embraces the whole consciousness of every individual with mechanical precision and absolute regularity. There are still many men with contradictions between their habits and skills inherited from the old days, and their world outlook has a new basis but is yet to be fully recast. Defects in men's mental makeup, survivals of the habits and customs cultivated by exploitative society for centuries under social relations which distorted the personality, are now a serious obstacle in the fostering of the new man. Changes in ideology must go hand in hand with changes in mass mentality. Defects in human mentality are a drag on communist education and provide the soil for a revival of various preconceptions, incorrect notions, and alien ideas. Men's mentality is inevitably reshaped by a high sense of consciousness which penetrates into every sphere of human thinking and practice. This kind of remolding of man's mentality and character is of tremendous importance in communist education. It is not right for man to reason correctly on general issues but to remain a Philistine in his mental makeup on various particular points. Lenin used to stress, for instance, the importance of the struggle against such phenomena in men's mental makeup and their behavior as relapses into petty bourgeois spinelessness, disunity, individualism, and alternating moods of exaltation and dejection. 34 Spinelessness is a trait that may convert even a capable man into a virtually useless member of society. The same applies to lack of restraint, when man's behavior keeps alternating between enthusiasm and dejection. Individualism, isolation, and a refusal to mix with other men are indications of inadequate development of the collectivist outlook and adoption of the corresponding rules of behavior. These are features inherited from the past, when man's mental makeup was distorted. Bourgeois psychologists insist that various features of man's mental makeup are properties of man's abstract nature. That is, of course, quite wrong. There will always be those who are more sociable, more excitable, etc. But that is not the point. Individualism means the mental makeup and character fostered through the centuries in which the world was distorted by private property relations. Consequently, ideological and educational work calls for a raising of the level of communist consciousness to exert a decisive influence on the whole of man's mental makeup and his behavior. Ideological and educational work, correctly organized, results not only in a growth of positive knowledge, including political knowledge among masses of people, but also exerts a great influence on man's mental makeup, his habits, and character. In their educational work, Soviet society and the Leninist Party rely on the positive experience of a great number of working people who have already done much to adopt the coherent communist world outlook. In Soviet society, much importance is attached to the education of men on the positive examples set by thousands upon thousands of working people, who display models of high communist consciousness and remarkable mental qualities, which have come to be known as the Soviet character. Feelings and emotions and the ability to control these are a part of man's character. There can be no real or the whole man without feelings and emotions, without his service to the great cause and his enthusiasm for high ideals. Lenin said that, there has never been, nor can there be, any human search for the truth without human emotions. 35 All this. 3. Needs for human emotions and feelings to be given the right direction and the right outlets, so as not to obscure the mind, but to help, instead of hampering, man, to find the truth and advance without erring. Feelings, emotions, and various traits of character, like will, persistence, and the urge to overcome difficulties, cannot be fostered without the development of a coherent communist outlook and moral consciousness. Of course, society cannot be indifferent to the various expressions of human feelings. These expressions of feeling become distorted when man seeks to vent his joys or sorrows in drink. Now and again some men seek to fill up with drinking their empty time in a period of leisure, which gives one a sense of emptiness. Educational work helps man to discover other ways of expressing his feelings of joy or sorrow, his sense of dissatisfaction or fatigue. But the right expression of emotions and feelings implies some education of such emotions and feelings that have an influence on human behavior. Education and self-education help man to refrain from these feelings to be vented as rudeness to other men, drunkenness, wild behavior, etc. Of course, example has much importance in the correct fostering of emotions, feelings, and their expression. We now have many people in society who in moments of joy or sorrow turn to music, with its great spiritual depth, or to the theater, or reread their favorite poems, seeking to find an expression for their mood. The working out of the right reactions, including emotional reactions, to various situations in life is a great task in education and self-education. Here, exceptional importance attaches to fiction, which contains a profound and truthful description of many situations in life and men's negative and positive attitudes in complicated situations. In Soviet conditions, fiction is of growing importance in transforming man's mentality, character, emotions, and behavior in various situations, for in a sense it is a reflection of mankind's collective experience of life. In fiction, the power of example is expressed in imagery, which acts on man's feelings and thoughts. Among the negative features of man's mentality and character are still those which Lenin designated as this slovenliness, this carelessness, untidiness, unpunctuality, nervous haste, the inclination to substitute discussion for action, talk for work, the inclination to undertake everything under the sun without finishing anything. 36 All these harmful features of man's mentality and character, these habits and attitudes are a legacy from the centuries dominated by exploitative society. For centuries mental labor was separated from manual labor, and this explains the gap between such notions as to think, to say and to do, when the main thing was to think or to say, while doing was considered to be of minor importance. That is the origin of the inclination, which Lenin noted, to substitute talk for action. Each of these negative qualities can become highly dangerous for society and the collective. A man burdened with such negative qualities can be a serious handicap to the collective, even in the absence of ill will or alien bourgeois views. Lenin pointed to the true way of eliminating these negative traits of character and mentality in Soviet conditions. He stressed the need for exercising practical control over the translation of words into deeds. 37 There must be no discrepancy between word and deed, and that is one of the remarkable traits of man's character and mental makeup in communist society. This calls for control, which can and must be exercised by the individual himself and the collective. In Soviet conditions, the collective has a growing role to play in shaping man's outlook, mentality, and behavior. The more attention the collective gives to the material and spiritual requirements of each of its members, the greater the spirit of collectivism and the less ground there is for any individual in the collective to display the lone wolf mentality. The activity of hundreds of thousands of front-ranking workers enhances the moral power of the collective, creating exceptionally favorable conditions for the morally strong and well-knit collective exercising an influence on its less reliable members. Where concern is shown to meet the spiritual requirements of individuals and where the necessary conditions are created for continued education, a sizable part of the individual's spiritual requirements at enterprises is met by the collective, and this helps individuals to live in the collective and with it. There are any number of examples illustrating this concern of the collective for satisfying the spiritual needs of its members. Where an individual can expect to receive help from the collective even when he is in a tight spot or has personal troubles, The collectivist outlook carries the day and the individual has no reason to feel that he is alone in the whole wide world. But if as a result of incorrect educational efforts the influence of the collective on the individual is reduced, the ground is created for relapses into the individual outlook and mentality. Let us bear in mind that there are no innate ideas or innate ideas of collectivism. The revival of the individual mentality in the absence of vibrant ties with the collective may result in an excessive inflation of a man's ego in contrast to the collective and society. This leads straight to neglect of a man's duty to society, to anarchic individualism, whose motto is "I'm all right, Jack." This produces antisocial acts and the attitudes of the turncoat. A man out of touch with the collective fails to feel the great power of the collective and society. The lone individual will experience moods of dejection, will seek illusory ways out of his loneliness and artificial solace. Some hope to find this in alcohol, others in the stupefying effect of prayer, the chanting of hymns and sermons about some supernatural force. In other words, less than adequate educational influence by the collective on the individual creates favorable soil for a revival of diverse relics of capitalism in the minds of some individuals. There is no social section in the country all of whose members are infected with the survivals of capitalism, but those who still carry these survivals in their mind belong to different sections, some being among the workers, others among the intellectuals and the collective farmers. The soil for a return of the survivals of capitalism is always created as a result of poorly organized educational work at enterprises or collectives. The way to eliminate all the survivals of capitalism in the minds of men is to eliminate the shortcomings in educational work in every collective and take a differentiated approach to each individual and group of men. The party organization is the core of every collective and is its guiding and directing force. In the period of communist construction, all mass organizations and all collectives of working people have a growing role to play. This applies above all to the role of party organizations, which unite the activity of all the collectives, and muster, direct and organize the great energy of the masses. Where the party organization takes a creative approach to the instructions of the Leninist Central Committee of the CPSU concerning educational work, its successes in this work are truly tremendous. The party has worked out in theory and practice the complex problem of developing the human personality. It now has a coherent doctrine for raising cultural standards in socialist society, for shaping a coherent world outlook, which does not tolerate any discrepancy between word and deed, and for the shaping of a highly exacting moral consciousness and the molding of man's mentality along consistent collectivist and humanist lines. The party determines the interaction between various aspects of culture in fostering the new man. It has addressed itself to Soviet writers, emphasizing the educational importance of literature. In this sphere, the mighty power of public opinion has also made itself felt, for it brings out everything that is progressive, and all those who have succeeded in boldly advancing and helping others to advance. The power of social influence is also expressed in scientific achievements by stimulating the solution of the fundamental problems and turning the development of knowledge into a state and nationwide endeavor. Concern for developing man's spiritual potential is expressed in a system 302 of state measures and party decisions, and has become part and parcel of Soviet social life. In this epoch, the exploiters pin their hopes on the tenacity of old conceptions, ideas, and prejudices, produced by the centuries of private property domination. These preconceptions may blind some men and prevent them from seeing the correct contours of reality, thereby fettering their will and their revolutionary activity. Leninism combats these schemes with the full power of its political and ideological weapons. The brilliant light of scientific communism cuts through the darkness of bourgeois and petty bourgeois preconceptions all over the globe, causing deep changes in the minds of the working people, awakening social thought everywhere, showing it the right way and equipping the masses with an understanding of the urgent historical tasks of this epoch. A powerful factor in the ideological education of all mankind is the real development of social property, where it has won out, and the examples testifying to the nature of the relations between men which have been developing on its basis. Soviet society is now building the material and technical basis of communism. This foundation for the future society is being laid by the labor effort of millions of men and women, who have been tackling the key historical task, as indicated by Lenin, the task of raising labor productivity to a level that is beyond the reach of capitalism. Only those theorists whose thinking is limited by the bourgeois outlook will claim that this is a purely economic task. Naturally, they fail to see that communism contrasts the bourgeois ideology of parasitism with the ideology of labor, and that the latter ideology is winning out. The ideas set forth in the CPSU program and the Leninist Party's messages of progress and construction of the future have spread all over the globe. Everyone has heard these words, both friends and enemies. The grandeur of the communist ideology is becoming ever more visible. There was a time when Lenin wrote in his work What is to be Done about the struggle between the socialist and the bourgeois ideologies and stressed that bourgeois ideology is far older in origin than socialist ideology, that it is more fully developed, and that it has at its disposal immeasurably more means of dissemination. 38 This is a period of senile decay and decrepitude for bourgeois ideology and the system that has engendered it, despite the fact that the bourgeoisie still wields powerful technical instruments for its dissemination. The party program says, bourgeois doctrines and schools have failed in the test of history. They have been and still are unable to furnish scientific answers to the questions posed by life. The bourgeoisie is no longer in a position to put forward ideas that will induce the masses to follow it. 39 Meanwhile, socialist ideology has already won out over vast expanses of the globe. Its influence on mankind is tremendous, and it has been formulated in all its aspects. It has been winning out because it is an expression of the vital interests of the working class and of the vast majority of mankind, which yearns for peace and progress. Today, success of the revolutionary cause depends on a clear-cut understanding by the working class and all the other working people of the tasks put forward by historical reality, on consideration and utmost use of the prospects which it opens up for massive activity, on the knowledge of ways which lead to the solution of these problems and on the correct organization of the masses to tackle these problems. The world communist movement has indicated these ways both peaceful and non-peaceful for the victory of the communist cause. The communist parties have been working to rally the masses round the banner of struggle. The Soviet Union, Building Communism, has its party program, which gives the masses a clear historical prospect for their activity, organizing and fostering them for this historical activity for the sake of building the best society on earth. For the first time in history, the principles of scientific communism are being accepted by the whole people, by every member of society. That is an earnest of our successes in further developing scientific communism. Now that the masses create history, establishing the principles of scientific communism in their day-to-day effort, and taking part through their struggle and labor effort in advancing communist social thought, theory blends directly with the working people's great historical activity and is closely bound up with the cause of the people building the new society. That is the greatest force in modern progress and modern social thought. Section 3. Obsolete ideas persist. The selfish misconception that induces you to transform into eternal laws of nature and of reason, the social forms springing from your present mode of production and form of property, historical relations that arise and disappear in the progress of production, this misconception you share with every ruling class that has preceded you. Chapter 1. Bourgeois social thought retreats. The opening lines of the Communist Manifesto describe the confusion caused on the political scene in Europe by the stalking specter of communism. Men began to talk about a new force that was about to take up the independent position assigned to it by history. There was alarm in the ranks of the feudal absolutist reaction and bourgeois liberalism, for they were faced with the common adversary. Just recently, the political arena had appeared to belong to no one but themselves. Even in the early 19th century there was growing realization among the capitalists and landowners that a new social force had arisen. This was clearly indicated by the struggle of the weavers of Lyon in France and the Chartist movement in Britain. This new force was called the Fourth Estate by some, and the proletariat by others. As the working class developed its own political organization and ideology, prerequisites appeared for a radical change in social life. What was the state of bourgeois social thought as it faced these historical changes? Theories of unabashed reaction. Theories of unabashed reaction appeared in the 19th century like a poisonous weed. They reviled the revolution, science, and free thought, and even questioned the importance of scientific and technical progress. They were reflected in the schemes of the reactionary philosophy of history. These saw the meaning of the 19th century as lying in the fact that the tranquil harmony of a naturally formed social hierarchy was upset and overthrown by the restless, critical, and leveling spirit of education and revolution. From the ruins was to rise a new world of harmony and order. Among those who wrote about harmony were Fourier and Saint-Simon, but the spiritual leaders of reaction gave the term a different meaning. Reaction required the protection of law and order, with religion playing a great role in the process. It was this formula that determined for a long time historical concepts and interpretations, cutting them off from the philosophy of pure and uninterrupted progress put forward by Lessing, Herder, and Condorcet. 1. Reaction, Professor Vipper says, faced above all the ideas of progress, and directed its first blows at it, anathematizing revolutionary struggle, extolling religion and the church, and claiming that order was the basis of society, and that the key social function was to maintain it by political and ideological means and to put down the troublemakers. The existing relations of domination and ownership, they claimed, constituted the social order, with anarchy, that is, revolution, its main enemy. The main content of the theories spun out by the reactionaries was a reappraisal of the events of the French Revolution to extract from its experience the lessons that would help to prevent a repetition of any revolutionary storms. The revolution was reviled in every way, as diplomats, writers, and churchmen set to give ideological substantiation to counter-revolution. In the history of social thought, that was an attempt to show the harm of social change. A theorist of the period, Louis de Bonald, claimed, for instance, that revolution meant disorder when the natural functions of the social body were disrupted and stopped. The perfect society was to be a monarchy, because men were unable to obey their equals. This kind of society had to resist all evolution and change, which could be only for the worse. 3 Various philosophical, historical, and legal arguments were aimed at maintaining the idea of social stability, immutability and immobility of social being. All innovation, even in science and technology, did more harm than good. Any modification of the established order which changed its traditional form, were dangerous. Baruel sought in his voluminous history of Jacobinism to expose the triple conspiracy which had led to revolution in France and confused the minds of men all over Europe. He claimed that this was, first, a conspiracy of men who claimed to be philosophers, second, a conspiracy of sophists against all the royal thrones, and third, a conspiracy against all civil society, and also against every type of property. 4 Such writings were intended to scare the already terrified bourgeois with the specter of revolution. R. Y. Vipper, Social Doctrines and Historical Theories of the 18th and 19th Centuries, 2nd edition, Moscow, 1908, p. 134. 2 Les Doctrines Politiques Modernes, New York, 1947, p. 224. 3 Ibid, p. 230. 4 El Abbé Baruel, Memoirs pour servir Aristoire du Jacobinisme, I Reparti, Londres, 1798, p. 17. 308. The political wisdom of reaction in that period was a very simple one. Social inequality was a natural human state, for some men were born to be slaves. The same law prevailed in relations between nations, for some nations were destined for colonial slavery. That was, in effect, the world order, which governments had to maintain, vigorously acting against any troublemakers. Such views were adopted in one form or another by the slave owners in the South of the United States, many Tory lords in Britain, the Legitimists in France, the serf holders in Russia and other reactionaries. Some reactionaries styled themselves as the Sons of the Crusaders and proclaimed their right to interfere in the internal affairs of other states in order to re-establish the feudal absolutist order by force of arms. This was first suggested during the preparation of the counter-revolutionary military coalition of 191 against the bourgeois revolution in France. This right was subsequently arrogated by the Holy Alliance, a military and political coalition of feudal absolutist states in the early 19th century. A congress of this ultra-reactionary alliance held at Troppau in November 1820 proclaimed intervention in other states to be legitimate also when their state system was changed as a result of an uprising and when such change presented a danger to members of the alliance. Naturally, the leaders of the Holy Alliance were to decide when these conditions were met. That was when the lame sophism of the threat was invented. At that time, Austrian soldiers ruthlessly trampled the cities of Italy on the pretext that some of its cities displayed a spirit of freedom, thus presenting a threat to the Austrian monarchy. The Holy Alliance enshrined the practice of grossly trampling national sovereignty as a principle. Whenever the reactionaries decided that there was a threat, they resorted to armed force. Actually, this kind of social and political philosophy was not new. It was a rehash of old reactionary views in new conditions. It marked an attempt to expunge the development of social and political thought over the centuries, to return to the ideas of the Roman slave owners and Saint Augustine, and to discard any progressive traditions in the development of bourgeois thought in the 18th century. The emergence of liberalism and its connection with bourgeois sociology. The bourgeoisie was gradually shedding the burdensome stock of theories and views of social organization which had spread in the second half of the 18th century. It was bourgeois liberalism, which became a most important political trend and a party of the bourgeoisie, that 309 undertook to reappraise the political legacy of the past in accordance with the new requirements. The theories of the 18th century had proclaimed popular sovereignty, recognizing the people's right to revolution. Among those who expressed the idea was Thomas Jefferson, a leading political light in America during its War of Independence. The triumphant bourgeoisie no longer needed such ideas. The liberal leaders, raising the banner of struggle for the rights of man, declared the Jacobin dictatorship and the undivided domination of feudal absolutist reaction to be equally illegitimate. This idea was best expressed by Benjamin Constant, a founder of bourgeois liberalism in France. Considering the roots of bourgeois liberalism, Engels wrote, "They must merge all feudalistic privilege and monopoly of money. The political dominion of the middle classes is, therefore, of an essentially liberal appearance. 5 down with every privilege except the natural privilege of capital," declared the spokesman of liberalism. The privileges of the estates had to be expunged from legislation, which had to provide complete freedom for the power of capital. It is on these lines that the old slogan of freedom was then resolutely reinterpreted. The bourgeoisie had no intention at all of interpreting freedom in such a way as to allow the emergence and strengthening in society of democratic organizations like the Jacobin Club or the Organization of Equals led by Babeuf, which had called for social equality during the French Revolution. That is not the kind of unit that was to make up the political organization of society after the victory of the bourgeoisie. This organization was to ensure the domination of capital, which is why the old slogan of freedom had to be reinterpreted. The theorists of the victorious class now began to talk chiefly or even exclusively about the freedom of the individual. But what is this freedom of the individual in bourgeois society? It is a legal and ideological expression of the rights of the property owner, who is in a position to use these rights depending on the size of his property. Even then, as bourgeois liberalism emerged and flourished, the slogan of individual freedom came to be contrasted with the requirement of complete sovereignty for the people. The bourgeoisie, terrified by the French Revolution, presented popular sovereignty as being despotism and violence over the individual. Popular sovereignty was furiously attacked for the sake of this illusory rights of the individual, which becomes an empty shell if the social and political organization of society is not based on popular rule but on rule by the rich or the noble. Bourgeois ideologists also markedly modified their attitude to the theory of progress. Once in power, the bourgeoisie began, by the mid-19th century, to review its attitude to the theory of boundless progress. Earlier it had made excessive use of the theory of progress to extol its own order, but this enthusiasm over the idea of progress did not last long. The ideas of progress and evolution, wrote Paul Lafargue, enjoyed exceptional success in the early years of the 19th century, when the bourgeoisie was still intoxicated with its political victory and the remarkable growth of its economic wealth. Philosophers, historians, moralists, politicians, writers, and poets presented their writings and speeches under the sauce of progressive development. But by the mid-19th century they had to moderate their boundless enthusiasm. The emergence of the proletariat in the political arena in Britain and France produced anxiety in the soul of the bourgeoisie about the lasting nature of its social domination, with the result that progress no longer appeared to be so admirable. 6. The theory of boundless progress gave way to notions about the boundless determination of the bourgeois order, which was supposed to ensure mankind's progressive development. Thus, while the landed reactionaries bridled at the very notion of social change and enshrined the immobility of social life as a principle, the liberal bourgeoisie opposed any radical changes in social life and any rocking of principles. In that light there was need to reformulate the theory of social development, which was to glorify no more than the partial improvements in the various institutions of the bourgeois system. The key task which bourgeois liberalism set itself consisted in maintaining an ideological and political influence on the working people, the working class in the first place, and tying it to bourgeois policies. That is why the solidarity of all the elements of society and recognition of the possibility of improving the system based on bourgeois domination was proclaimed as the starting point for the theories of social development enunciated by bourgeois liberalism for the purpose of winning over the working people. This was a theoretical premise for declaring as superfluous and even as harmful any independent political line for the working class and its struggle for its interests and aims. The whole theory of social development put forward by the liberals served to justify the domination of bourgeois relations. In concrete conditions, depending on the state of the class struggle in the various countries where the roots of liberalism were not as strong or where the situation was different, liberalism had its own features, but the general characteristics of bourgeois liberalism as a political and ideological trend were most pronounced as soon as it appeared. In that period the trend that was allied with bourgeois liberalism was the highly unstable bourgeois radicalism, which variously reflected the attitudes of the petty bourgeoisie. In the old days, bourgeois radicalism, as a rule, differed from liberalism by taking an anti-clerical or even atheistic stand and attacking the church, the policy of compromise with the landowning circles, and the corruption and graft in the upper sections of society and the state. Subsequently, the radicals' positive program came to differ less and less from that of the bourgeois liberals. Of considerable importance for the history of social thought was the fact that the most prominent ideologists of the bourgeoisie came out in defense of the capitalist system under the banner of liberalism, criticizing the extremes of openly reactionary theories and standing up for science and the scientific approach. That is when the term sociology appeared and Comte and Spencer propounded their sociological systems. First, they strove to create a climate of public opinion that would accord with the political line of liberalism. Second, they took account of the need to produce some kind of synthesis of the sciences, a general theory of knowledge to contrast the traditions of the enlighteners and the materialists of the past, who had taken the scientific view, and also the newly emergent materialist and dialectical theory of Marxism, which had then scored its first victories. The authors of sociological schemes tried to take account of the rapid development of the natural sciences and to show the importance of their growth for social thought, together with the connection between the science of nature and the science of society. The ideologists of the bourgeoisie mechanically applied terms and concepts from the science of nature, biology in the first place, to designate social phenomena and believed this to be a solution for the problem of synthesizing the sciences. By then, the social sciences had accumulated a considerable store of facts. Solid historical works had been written on ancient society, while the life of the peoples of the ancient East was being studied scientifically for the first time. Important works appeared on the history of the Middle Ages, and many prominent scientists were engaged in a close study of the history of the French Revolution. Ethnographers and archaeologists left their mark by publishing numerous data on life in primitive society. The old philosophy of history was no longer equal to the task of processing all this material in the light of the bourgeois outlook, for this did not fit into its schemes, while its categories did not meet the new requirements. The bourgeoisie was in need of pseudo-scientific schemes, and these soon appeared in the form of sociological systems claiming to explain the diversity and unity of the concrete material amassed by the various social sciences. Numerous works summing up the history of civilization were published to show how the elements of barbarism and medievalism gradually gave way to the bourgeois democratic order in an age of science and reason. The bourgeois order was declared to be the 312 summit of civilization, and the capitalist social and political system a real triumph for civilized mankind. The most generalist works on the theory of social development in the light of bourgeois liberalism were produced by the positivist sociologists of the 19th century Comte and Spencer. Comte's Sociology. The idea that politics had to become as positive a science as physics was first expressed by Saint-Simon, who also made an attempt to draw an analogy between life in nature and in society. This was no more than a presentiment of the need to produce a social science as a foundation for politics. These ideas were used by Comte, who first described social science as social physics and then as sociology. This term, consisting of Latin and Greek roots, was first met with skepticism, but Comte's system satisfied the requirements of the liberal bourgeoisie and the term was accepted as his views spread. Another idea Comte borrowed from Saint-Simon was that social science was to look to the future society, but Comte abandoned all of Saint-Simon's socialist ideas and preferred to speak of a future mankind, by which he meant the unification of all men in a single society under the guidance of positive philosophers. That society was not to be based on socialist principles. Positive philosophy was to introduce firm moral rules in relations between workers and employers, with representatives of the industrialists advanced to the helm of the state. These representatives would be led by bankers on the philosophical ground that they had to perform the most general, abstract functions. The political organization of society would take the form of a republic. All of this, according to Comte, would mean mankind's complete maturity and its domination over the forces of nature. That was a great step back as compared with Saint-Simon. But Comte's bourgeois admirers spoke at length about Comte's influence on Saint-Simon. Although Comte did call his sociology social physics, he held that society was a social or collective organism that was in a sense a continuation of animal development. He was unable to show the basis for the social connection between men and spoke of their interaction, never going beyond superficial analogies about the influence of the component parts of an organism on each other. Harmony was the normal state of all the parts of the social organism, with the family, its basic cell, verging on the biological and the social. From this came such social entities as the gens and the people. Naturally, Comte failed to see the dialectics of the biological and the social. Comte recognized progress in human society and even believed this to be a law of social development, but he did not explain the source of its 313. Self-movement. Natural conditions in which society lived and the growth of population, the division of labor and cooperation were either retarding or accelerating factors in progress. But it was the human spirit that gave social change its direction, and mankind's ideological and social development coincided. From the spirit came impulses for the development of industry, politics, and every other sphere of social life. This most clearly revealed Comte's idealism. The power of ideas constituted the basis of the social order, of harmony, and the movement of all the elements of society. The mechanism of social change was as follows: changes were first worked in opinions, then in mores and, finally, in social institutions. Whenever Comte sought to indicate any regularities underlying the activity of spirit, being apprehensive that his pseudo-scientific edifice of sociology would be upset by allowing a boundless arbitrariness of spirit, his arguments are especially impotent. In order to limit the arbitrariness of spirit, he falls back on the first law of motion, the law that action and reaction are equal, and the principle connecting motion and equilibrium. Comte's crude idealism was combined with an equally crude mechanicism, and the laws of mechanics were made to regulate the activity of spirit. It is hard to believe that all this was written after Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. Comte held that the world developed from the simple to the complex, the two laws governing social development being the organic differentiation of social functions and their coordination. Comte's sociology amounts to a superficial connection between phenomena, their outward description, without any penetration into the substance of the historical process, with idealism and mysticism going hand in hand with mechanicism and metaphysics in the assessment of social phenomena. Comte introduced a distinction between social statics and social dynamics, borrowing the concepts from physics instead of biology. Social statics was a consideration of constantly operating factors and established social phenomena like mores, ideas, and institutions. But social dynamics did not at all show the motive forces of social development, being no more than an attempt by means of abstraction to describe and assess the course of social development. Harmony was the overall direction of this development, being a state in which all the forces of society and all its members were component parts of a single social whole. He held that the epochs of social development were determined by the development of ideology, but he was no longer dealing with the rebellious reason of the French enlighteners of the 18th century, impelling men to advance, but a reason that had been pacified and fettered by metaphysics and agnosticism. From Saint Simon Comte borrowed the idea of three stages in the development of society. The first theological stage was dominated by the priesthood and the military, the second metaphysical stage, 314, was dominated by legislators and lawyers, and the third positive stage was dominated by industrialists and scientists. But Comte gave his own reading to the positive stage, by combining the development of thought with agnosticism and the expulsion of the critical and revolutionary spirit. The whole purpose of Comte's sociology was to defend order and block the path of the forces of anarchy, and this purpose is served by all the historical material he used, together with the idea of alternating destructive and harmonious epoch which he borrowed from Saint Simon. Positivism was to carry society to a state of final stability and harmony, with all the destructive forces of history overcome. In this way, Comte's positivism is crowned with the idea of a world development completed. One Soviet scientist says, the theory of progress, inherited from the 18th century Enlightenment, fitted into these contours. It continued to be fed from the same impressions of growing industrial and scientific development, but in the new formulation it lost, together with the vagueness of its expectations, the concept of an endless advance. 7. This is a good characteristic of the spirit of the 19th century positivism. Spencer's system and his evolutionism. In a novel from English life in the early 19th century, the French writer André Maurois wrote that Britain, in her fight against the enlightening philosophy required of its public schools a sagely hypocritical generation. 8. Positivism, 2, fostered a sagely hypocritical generation, for it was shot through with this spirit. Characteristically, Spencer made a point of not using the term progress, and strove to generalize the available data on the development of organic and inorganic nature and of human society to formulate a concept of evolution opposite to the dialectical understanding of development. Spencer sought to discover the general type of development for all phenomena in animate and inanimate nature and in human life. Concentration, the first mark of evolution as a universal law, was at the basis of the emergence of the Earth and the other planets from a primordial nebulosity, and the development of organisms or historical processes, like the formation of nations from initially isolated tribes. Differentiation, another key mark of evolution, meant transition from the more to the less homogeneous. There was a certain harmony between concentration and differentiation. In society, as in biology, growth led to a change in structure. Spencer supplemented these tenuous laws by means of which he sought to characterize development with a number of others, like the law of the conservation of force. The early stages of life in society were dominated by concentration, with the individual being subordinate to the whole. The personality was yet to develop and was, accordingly, subordinate to society. Then came the process of differentiation, giving rise to individualism, with individuals going their own ways. That is the characteristic mark of the epoch of industrialism. Spencer anticipated a third epoch, the harmonious combination of egoism and altruism, a term which, incidentally, was introduced by Comte. It will be easily seen that the ideas of bourgeois individualism, which stem from private property relations, constitute the basis for Spencer's sociological views. Spencer declares the individual to be the social unit which is equal to the biological call, allowing an exception only for primitive times, when the family or the small horde was the unit. The whole of society's subsequent history had to do with an individual. Spencer safeguarded bourgeois individualism and the system of private property relations against any attacks by claiming that sociological laws were immutable. Paul Lafargue summed up the idea which, in effect, completed Spencer's theory of social evolution. The bourgeois who proclaimed that their takeover of power was the sole moment of social progress in history, claimed that their dislodgement by the proletariat would be a return to barbarism, to slavery as Herbert Spencer put it. In the second half of the 19th century, the ideologists of the bourgeoisie made an effort to scare their audiences and readers with the prospect of society's degradation if it were to move beyond the bounds of capitalism. After the bourgeois takeover, the whole of history was to consist only in improving capitalism, but not in eliminating it, for that would mean undermining the very pillars of civilization or even of the very basis of human community living. These unscientific theories were dictated to bourgeois liberalism by its fear of the growing strength and consciousness of the working class. Long before his present-day followers, Spencer proclaimed communism to be the coming slavery, the bulwark of bureaucracy, and complained about the excessive costs to society of nationalizing the banks, the factories, and all the other means of production. Insisting on freedom for the individual, he came down resolutely against social ownership. Paul Lafargue, Le Déterminisme économique de Karl Marx, pages 15-16. Thus, Spencer put a limit to social progress, claiming that bourgeois social relations had to be everlasting, if the individual was not to be impressed into a new slavery. Spencer's book The Coming Slavery was thoroughly analyzed by Paul Lafargue, who reached the conclusion that Spencer has been misunderstood. He has been erroneously deemed to be an evolutionist because he is in the habit of classifying the facts he deals with in accordance with their outward appearance, never taking the trouble of analyzing their intrinsic properties or their external causes and studying the action of the environment on them and their reaction on the environment. Lafargue was right in saying that Spencer should not be unconditionally classed as an evolutionist, not just because he put a limit to social development. The fact is that Spencer's whole philosophy was based on agnosticism, and claimed that sciences, including sociology, merely dealt with phenomena whose substance was elusive. But is it possible to produce a theory of the evolution of social forms while declaring the substance of social change to be unfathomable? Indeed, Spencer dealt only with the distribution of facts by their outward appearance. In the light of agnosticism, one is able to construct no more than a formal theory of evolution. The basic law of Spencer's theory of evolution is transition from the homogeneous to the heterogeneous. In accordance with this law of evolution, Spencer classifies societies as simple and complex, as being of the first, second, third, etc., degree of complexity, these stages constituting the differentiation of the social whole. Consequently, the starting point in Spencer's social evolution is simple, homogeneous, and undifferentiated primitive societies. But that is no more than a purely formal aspect. It is, of course, impossible to get the substance of the historical process by means of such laws. This question naturally arises: why does social differentiation begin in primitive societies in the first place? Spencer's metaphysical philosophy provides no answer, and he resorts to the assistance of another society which swallows up the first, homogeneous, one and so stimulates the process of differentiation, which is, consequently, caused by an external impulse. This shows up the weakness of Spencer's whole theory. Spencer's mechanistic theory of equilibrium is a prominent element of his sociology. It was set out in his first major work, which appeared in the 1850s under the title Social Statics. Equilibrium. Second, its disruption depend on the relations between nature and society, between social groups within society and between various societies. The idea of equilibrium and its disruption does not, quite obviously, shed any light on qualitative social changes and ignores them. In effect, the theory of equilibrium provides no explanation for the evolution to which Spencer pays lip service. Why does equilibrium and its disruption promote mankind's advance, instead of making it mark time? That is a question Spencer never answered. There can be no scientific theory of social development until the nature of social ties and their substance have been discovered. Spencer saw society as a greater individual, an organism. Bertrand Russell wrote, "The prestige of biology caused men whose thinking was influenced by science to apply biological rather than mechanistic categories to the world. The conception of organism came to be thought the key to both scientific and philosophical explanations of natural laws." 11. Spencer also used this concept to explain the laws of social development, resorting to the prestige of biology, but the application of biological conceptions to social life, far from excluding mechanicism, in effect merely supplemented it. The result was a crude scheme, in which society was seen as an organism, with its component parts supplementing each other. The growing differentiation of the various functions of this organism and its organs was the only content of social evolution. The application of biological terms and conceptions merely put a scientific gloss on such a theory of society. At the same time, this kind of terminological transfer had a reactionary role to play. Spencer, for instance, applied to social life the concept of natural selection, according to which only the strongest survived, and said that this was beneficial for society. Subsequently, so-called social Darwinism became one of the most reactionary, man-hating trends. Reforms against revolution. Bourgeois liberal theories, having divested themselves of the vagueness of expectations and hopes for an age of reason and happiness, sought to prove that the high road of progress lay in a gradual improvement and change of the bourgeois system of power and property through reform and improvement. Spencer had visions of a happy time when a mobile equilibrium would be established, that is, when tranquility would reign with some movement that did not change the structure or upset the equilibrium. All of this was presented as the latest word in science, as a positive and progressive theory that did away with the romantic exaggerations of the old theory of progress. In 1906, Lenin said that progressives of this stripe sought to substitute the bourgeois theory of harmony in social progress for the theory of the class struggle as the only real driving force of history. They refused to recognize that progress in the social life of capitalism resulted from the development of highly acute contradictions. They held the motive force of progress in bourgeois society to be harmony and solidarity between classes. That was a key dogma of positivism and the whole of the bourgeois liberal theory. According to the theory of socialism, i.e., of Marxism, the real driving force of history is the revolutionary class struggle. Reforms are a subsidiary product of this struggle, subsidiary because they express unsuccessful attempts to weaken, to blunt this struggle, etc. According to the theory of bourgeois philosophers, the driving force of progress is the unity of all elements in society who realize the imperfections of certain of its institutions. The first theory is materialist, the second is idealist. The first is revolutionary, the second is reformist. The first serves as the basis for the tactics of the proletariat in modern capitalist countries. The second serves as the basis of the tactics of the bourgeoisie. 12. The idea of solidarity is especially characteristic of Comte and his followers. Comte saw the embryos of solidarity in the animal world and then went on to depict such solidarity as a key factor in social development. The bourgeois liberals held that the proletariat's struggle tended to undermine this unity, to introduce no more than division into society, while the class struggle did not promote the cause of progress. Positivism provided the theoretical substantiation for this thesis. The substance of progress was reduced to attempts to reform and improve the various institutions and aspects of capitalism. Continuing his analysis of this bourgeois theory, Lenin wrote, "A logical deduction from the second theory is the tactics of ordinary bourgeois progressives, always and everywhere support what is better, choose between reaction and the extreme right of the forces that are opposed to reaction. A logical deduction from the first theory is that the advanced class must pursue independent revolutionary tactics. We shall never reduce our tasks to that of supporting the slogans of the reformist bourgeoisie that are most in vogue. We pursue an independent policy and put forward only such reforms as are undoubtedly favorable to the interests of the revolutionary struggle, that undoubtedly enhance the independence, class consciousness, and fighting efficiency of the proletariat." 13. Consequently, the struggle against bourgeois liberal, positivist schemes of progress evolution was closely bound up with the proletariat's class struggle and its transformation into an independent force guided by revolutionary tactics. That is what provided a powerful impetus for the further development of Marxism-Leninism, the scientific theory of social development. Lenin stressed, reformist tactics are the least likely to secure real reforms. The most effective way to secure real reforms is to pursue the tactics of the revolutionary class struggle. 14. Without the right perspective for social development, it is impossible to assess the importance of reforms or to decide whether they serve the cause of social progress or amount to a movement in circles. Lenin thus gives the only right criterion to judge about the progressive nature of a reform: gradual changes in bourgeois society and their need for social development. One can have a criterion to judge the progressiveness of changes in every aspect of social life, including any particular changes, only by showing the real prospects and trends in social development. The theory of social development must consider the question of society's future and show how the present paves the way to that future. Bourgeois liberalism was incapable of taking such an approach to the problem, which is why its theory of social progress was an apology for marking time, instead of advancing. Its notions of what is better or worse for social progress do not rest on any scientific analysis of the prospects of social development, but result either from abstract reasoning about social good and evil and absolute social ideals, meaning the principles of the exploitative society enshrined as an absolute, or are shot through with downright subjectivism. As the theory of social development increasingly became a theory of the working class struggle for a better future, bourgeois theorists increasingly abandoned the theory of progress and the very idea of uniformity in the history of society. Subjectivism triumphs in sociology. In contrast to the Marxist view of the objective laws of society's progressive development, bourgeois theorists claimed that progress was a relative and arbitrary conception which depended on the researcher's standpoint. In the course of the ideological struggle, bourgeois theorists have adopted subjective idealism in sociology. In the closing years of his life, Comte stressed the subjective nature of knowledge and reached the conclusion that sociological systems were subjective and not objective. Since then, bourgeois theorists have gone beyond his views, criticizing the formal concept of social evolution which Spencer gave, and opposing the transfer of laws and uniformities from the natural sciences to the study of the social process. They claimed that the science of society was a science of spirit, which meant that anyone was free to invent such formulas of progress as he saw fit, and that the category of progress was defined in accordance with the thinker's social ideal. Social ideal, for its part, resulted from the activity of the brain, being the result of subjective assessment of reality. The subjective idealist view of history was developed in greatest detail at the turn of the century by the neo-Kantians Rickert, Windelband, and others who insisted that social science was a system of subjective evaluations of various social phenomena. They came out against the application of the conceptions of law and uniformity to social life, claiming this to be an unwarranted transfer of conceptions proper only to the natural sciences. With this kind of approach, the most die-hard reactionary and champion of obsolete social systems could present himself as a champion of progress. That is exactly what the apologists of the bourgeois system did. Social reformists under the influence of neo-Kantian views, unable to see the prospect of social development and, consequently, to obtain a scientific criterion for what is progressive, also put the label of progress on anything they liked, and this meant chiefly any bourgeois reform. The bourgeois theorists concentrated on attacking the fundamentals of the scientific view of social development, the doctrine of the mode of production, of socio-economic formations and their law-governed development. They were intent on refuting the following important conclusion drawn from an analysis of the historical process: everything that actively promoted the victory of the working class and the new socio-economic formation over the old and obsolete, and subsequently helped to establish and develop it, was progressive. In the course of the ideological struggle, bourgeois theorists subjected the positivist theory to criticism from the right. This was an attack by bellicose subjective idealism against the recognition of any objective laws governing social development. The attack was mounted by the neo-Kantians and taken up by other subjective idealists. On the crest of this wave we find Max Weber, the German historian and sociologist, who claimed that the laws of social life, including economic laws, were no more than the products of the human mind which helped to understand reality. The social structures which succeeded one another in the course of history were no more than ideal types produced by the mind to help the researcher sort things out in the historical process. On the one hand, Weber strove to avoid the impression that the historical process was chaotic, and on the other, to avoid the assumption that it was objective and law-governed. The historical process consisted of unique events and phenomena, and there Weber agreed with other neo-Kantians, including Rickert and Windelband. But the comparative method still safeguarded sociology from complete elimination. In these unique events and phenomena one could discern some general features of the historical process, one could generalize something, so as to produce various ideal types. In this way, Weber modified the neo-Kantian view of the historical process. However, there was this question to answer: where was the limit to this generalizing activity of the sociologist's mind? Was it possible to go on from the generalization which resulted in the production of ideal types or successive models of the historical process to assume their succession and change, thereby producing a theory of the social process, however idealistic? On the strength of his neo-Kantian views, Weber allowed himself to recognize only one line in the historical process, namely, the growth and development of the abstracting power of the human mind. But even this he did with his characteristic reservations: the emancipation of the world from illusion and the attendant rationalization could be either good or evil, such is our lot. The old churches are mercifully open, if there is need to perform a sacrifice of the intellect. 15. Progress in scientific knowledge consisted in a destruction of the old, comforting philosophical schemes. Those who are afraid to abandon these schemes have only one alternative: a return to the past, a sacrifice of the intellect. Thus, Weber put forward a theory according to which social life could be understood only by means of the ideal types constructed by the sociologist. Let us add that in our day the advocates of such theories of ideal types or images have propounded Platonic ideas, claiming that reality is no more than a reflection of ideal types. Others have confined themselves to preaching the Kantian view of conception, declaring that the conceptions of type or image arise prior to experience. Other sociologists claim that image conceptions are, after all, some kind of generalizations of empirical material and help to generalize it. On the whole, Weber's theory proved to be valuable for bourgeois ideologists. Marxism, which has attacked bourgeois ideology from the scientific point, has put forward the doctrine of socio-economic formations. Making use of Weber's ideas, bourgeois theorists say, we have our own doctrine of the types of society. However, because these types are no more than the fruit of the mind, because they are ideal, the theorists of the bourgeoisie have nothing to worry about. But that has confused many scientists in the West. Classical positivist schemes. In crisis. By the end of the 19th century the data accumulated by the social sciences had grown and was seen to be in crying contradiction with the dogmas of flat evolutionism and the organic theory of society. Historians had shown that the history of mankind abounded in revolutions, periods of fierce struggle between the new and the old, and the collapse of the obsolete. The scene in the early 20th century showed the smooth and conflict-free development of society predicted by the positivists to be an illusion. The reduction of all social phenomena to superficial analogies with biological processes was being resolutely refuted. The question arose about the specific character of social phenomena. The Neo-Kantians claimed that it was due to the domination of the SPI ritual element in social life, but this clashed with the data obtained by social science by that time, notably, information about economic development. It was clear to one and all that the old positivist schemes were irrelevant. It was the French sociologist Émile Durkheim, who made the most resolute statement in bourgeois science about the disintegration and deep crisis of classical positivist schemes. He considered the question of social fact and social phenomenon and declared in his method of sociology that these could not be reduced either to biology or psychology. He held that social fact was a blend of notion and action, thereby dealing a heavy blow at the schemes put forward by Spencer and Comte. It was not the individual but the group, the collective that was the basic unit of sociological research. Social ties and relations between men were, consequently, what the sociologists should consider in the first place. That was the right way to attack, but the critical importance of Durkheim's writings is much greater than his attempts to find a way out of the positivist dead end. However, he did try to find a way out in his work entitled On the Division of Labor in the History of Society. Let us recall that Comte had drawn attention to the division of labor under the impact of the ideas which had been characteristic of Saint-Simon and other utopians. Durkheim saw the division of labor as the basis of society's progressive development, which explained intellectual, moral, and legal evolution. The growth of population required a rising labor productivity, and this was achieved by ever stricter specialization in work, through a division of labor. That is Durkheim's starting point in his efforts to switch the attention of sociology to social action and the system of social relations. However, he ignored classes and class struggle, which is why the problem of social relations, including the importance of the division of labor for their development, were problems he could not solve. Durkheim attacked the empty abstractions of the old positivist goals, insisting that social phenomena had to be seen as real and material. But he reduced the effort to a study of the origin and development of individual phenomena in social life, abandoning the general idea of advance in the historical process. At the same time, Durkheim favored a study of sociological laws and strict determinism in analyzing social phenomena, insisting that these should be explained through an analysis of social life, instead of biology or psychology. Durkheim tried to use this method in his work entitled The Suicide. This was a challenge to the sociologists who reduced social phenomena to biological and psychological factors, as they easily did, for instance, in analyzing phenomena like suicide. Durkheim sought to prove that suicide was a social fact caused primarily by social factors. He had statistical data to prove that only a small number of suicides occurred at a time of great political crises and consolidation of social forces in the epoch of revolution and wars. From this he drew the conclusion that the causes of suicide were to be found in the individual's unsatisfactory participation in social life or inadequate integration of collectives to which the individual belonged. These conclusions were clearly aimed against the harmful biological and purely psychological theories, but they were still fairly abstract. In a work entitled Elementary Forms of Religious Life, written mainly on the basis of his study of religion among the Australian tribes, Durkheim sought to tackle the question of the origins of religion as a social phenomenon. That was an achievement. He connected the origination of religious beliefs with the emergence in the primitive commune of notions about the sacred and the profane. Here he has many valuable observations, but his conclusion was wrong and harmful. He held that religion was a bond between the individual and society, and so had a positive role to play in social development. Point 16. There again, the researcher was fettered by an idealistic view of social bonds. It became even harder to present the ideas of Comte and Spencer as incontestable achievements in social science following the publication of Durkheim's works, which were very widely read. But the systems of Comte and Spencer were defeated by forces that were more powerful than their critics in bourgeois sociology. The old liberal positivist systems of the bourgeoisie collapsed because of the fundamental changes in the world's social and political situation. A historian of English political doctrines has this to say about the atmosphere at the turn of the century: the morning sun of January 1, 1901, illumined a happy and hopeful world. Men hoped and believed that the new century, while bringing perhaps even greater material progress, would also bring a greater measure of order and stability, of peace and prosperity. Looking backward, it is easy to see that this sanguine state of mind was scarcely warranted by the facts. 17. The old certainty about the solidity of capitalism was a thing of the past. Elton Mayo, an American sociologist, wrote, "The Victorians were very sure of their progress, of its reality and beneficence for humanity." 18. What he meant, of course, was capitalist progress and certainty in the prospects before capitalism. The prominent English philosopher Arnold Toynbee says something similar. The writer's mind runs back 50 years, to an afternoon in London in the year 1897. He is sitting with his father at a window in Fleet Street, watching a procession of Canadian and Australian mounted troops who have come to celebrate Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. 19. The pomp ceremonies were eloquent evidence of the political and economic might of British imperialism, but Toynbee feels that only a philosopher might have reflected that where there is growth, there is likely also to be decay. 20. However, at the turn of the century, bourgeois sociologists still gave little thought to the decay of capitalism. British bourgeois publicists sang praises of business expansion and prophesied everlasting prosperity for the empire. Herbert Spencer, pretentiously called the Aristotle of Victorian Britain, ruled the minds of men, and his evolutionism and organic theory of society were accepted as the summit of social thought. Spencer patronizingly recommended to science that it should share its authority with fideism, declaring in his Social Statics that the world was on its way to harmony and equilibrium, including the harmony of classes, that everything in the world tended gradually to adapt itself to the existing conditions, which is why the working people's struggle would cease. The decade that followed showed that these optimistic expectations clashed with the harsh truth of historical reality. Spencer's idea of evolution as a process of adaptation progressively tending in the direction of an ultimate condition of complete adjustment is contrary to all the facts we have. 21. Spencer himself has now been declared by his critics to be no more than an amateur scientist and a pseudo-philosopher, for life has completely exploded his synthetic theory and demolished his political postulates. Chapter 2. History marches on. Despite bourgeois theories, bourgeois social thought, starting from the dogma of capitalism being everlasting, found the key facts of modern history to be an insuperable barrier. The great forces of the old world proved to be unable to stop the revolutionary advance of the working class. Their political, economic, and ideological impotence was most pronounced where they had appeared to be strongest, where they acted as the mainstay of European and Asian reaction in Tsarist Russia. In his work What is to be Done? Lenin wrote, "History has now confronted us with an immediate task which is the most revolutionary of all the immediate tasks confronting the proletariat of any country. The fulfillment of this task, the destruction of the most powerful bulwark, not only of European, but of Asiatic reaction, would make the Russian proletariat the vanguard of the international revolutionary proletariat." 1. The theorists and ideologists of the bourgeoisie believed the victory of the revolution in Russia to be a miracle. They wrote a great many books and, the slanders and conscious falsifications apart, they were absolutely sincere on one point: they did not understand how the miracle had taken place and how the great revolutionary force took shape at a turning point in history, when real prerequisites had been created for revolutionary change, enabling Lenin to say that there was a party that could take over. This party gave a lead to the broadest masses of people and guided them with great skill in carrying out a great revolution. Bourgeois theorists holding forth about the October Revolution missed the whole history of the political, economic, and ideological bankruptcy of the bourgeoisie in Russia. That was an expression of the class short-sightedness of bourgeois political thinking, which had prevented them from discerning the contours of the objective historical process. The ideologists of imperialism did not see, first, how it was so acutely evident in Russia that politically, economically, and ideologically the bourgeoisie was powerless to cope with the contradictions of the epoch of imperialism, of which the First World War was a most vivid expression with all its dire consequences for the people. They failed to see, second, that it was in Russia that capitalism had proved to be incapable of overcoming the country's backwardness, of raising the underdeveloped areas and carrying the country along the path of progress. They were unable to understand, third, how the new historical force was born in the form of the Leninist Party, all of whose activity relied on the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, to see the social energy latent in this alliance and the importance of Leninism and the Communist Party for awakening this mighty energy. The theorists of bourgeois parties also failed to understand how and why the bankruptcy of social opportunism was accelerated by the revolution in Russia. They failed to notice the major turns in the class struggle at which opportunism lost more and more of its ideological and political influence on the masses. Bourgeois theorists failed to see that the correct tactics used by the Bolsheviks before and after the socialist revolution impelled Menshevism to disintegrate, and put the opportunist leaders into isolation, while the best workers and the best elements of petty bourgeois democracy sided with Bolshevism. They failed to notice that the ideological banners of social opportunism were incinerated in the flames of the Civil War. Furthermore, it is extremely important to note that the social thought of the bourgeoisie was unable to understand that the process which was accelerated in Russia 100-fold by the course of the revolution, continued after the October Revolution throughout the world, even if at a slower pace. There is growing evidence that the bourgeoisie is unable to cope with the deep-going contradictions of the epoch of imperialism. Its policy tends to aggravate these contradictions. But what most clearly exposed the impotence of bourgeois social thought was the problem of the attitude to take to the ideas of communism and then to the communist reality. Barrier to bourgeois social thought. When the great ideas of scientific communism first appeared, heralding the inevitable advent of a new stage in the development of society, they were met with a fierce wail of the reactionary bourgeoisie, which above all strove to persuade the sections of society under the influence of its views that the destruction of the capitalist system would amount to a destruction of mankind's culture and civilization, and of the pillars of moral and economic, social, and intellectual life in society. It presented the fundamentally new stage in social development as a potential disaster for all mankind. Kohns' positivist sociological conception, which condemned critical destructive epochs and extolled organic, positive, and constructive epochs backed up this approach, while a theoretical basis was provided by the bourgeois theory of progress, which declared capitalism to be the last and culminating stage of mankind's development. In their Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels responded to these slanderous charges with impeccable logic and showed them to be quite empty. They made it quite clear that there was no substance in the bourgeois claim that the capitalist system was the be-all and end-all of social life. However, for decades to come this myth of anti-communism would continue to be wielded as a weapon by the reactionaries. During the Paris Commune and the Great October Socialist Revolution, the myth that communism posed a threat to the very foundations of the human community, which should allegedly be based on private property and the power of the bourgeoisie, was being spread about with a special insistence by all the bourgeois propaganda media. For their part, the social reformists joined in the general chorus of the React-Iona rise. The bourgeoisie stubbornly refused to see the great creative power of the socialist revolution and the creative energy of the proletariat, which advanced at the head of the working people. It took long years for the ideologists of the bourgeoisie to start considering the great creative force generated by the socialist revolution in the masses. But one cannot say that the theorists of imperialism have altogether abandoned the old story about the fall of civilization, and one will find it in the books and articles written by sociologists and philosophers following in the wake of Spengler, who prophesied in the 1920s Europe's decline. The loudest voices in this chorus were those of the Nazis, who claimed to be the champions of Western civilization, even if they were unable to play the part for long. The propaganda legacy of the Nazis is, of course, being variously used by the anti-communists to this day, but more frequently the old myth is being spread by bourgeois propaganda in a somewhat different version. Anti-communist mythology. The fact is that the myth about communism destroying the foundations of social life was being spread about in the 19th century in this form. The claim was that social property clashed with human nature itself, damping man's initiative and enterprise, while private property accorded with human nature. Towards the end of the century these views were propounded by Herbert Spencer, the leader of bourgeois sociology. Indeed, this untenable idea is virtually the only one used by all the bourgeois economists, philosophers, sociologists, and lawyers in their efforts to refute communism to this very day. Thus, the Catholic philosopher J.M. Boczynski said that since Plato's time Western culture tended to consider the individual in contrast to 328. The abstract concepts of the collective, mankind, etc. too. However, the very concept of the individual as opposed to the collective took shape precisely during the centuries of private property domination. Lenin showed that far from damping emulation and bold and creative initiative, socialism in effect allows masses of people to display these attitudes for the first time in history on a truly massive scale. Life has borne out Lenin's idea, but the propagandists of reaction still refuse to abandon the old myth, which is designed to discredit the future society. They have been spreading it through their periodicals, radio, television, books, and pamphlets, as the basis for their stories about the free world, the self-styled image of capitalism today. Since the mid-19th century, the reactionary bourgeoisie has relied not so much on ideological struggle against communism as on force and police reprisals against the communists and the working class parties. The slanderous inventions about communism clashing with human nature naturally helped the police, but there was need of a more direct ideological sanction. After all, if communist ideas were contrary to human nature, why did they not die out, but continued to spread across the world? The myth about exported revolution was brought to the fore during the Paris Commune, and fitted nicely with the sociological and philosophical conceptions of the reactionaries, who denied any uniformities in historical development, and set up subjectivism and voluntarism as the basis of the social process. They claimed that the revolution had no internal causes, that it did not result from internal development but was an evil imported from outside. Bourgeois theorists claimed that revolutions resulted from arbitrary action, so that force had to be used to end revolutionary movements. This produced a very convenient ideological pretext for putting down the vanguard of the working class, the best part of the nation. Those who accepted communist ideas were declared to be agents of a foreign power that was alien to the nation. When Marx and Engels issued their call for the workers of all countries to unite, the reactionary bourgeoisie stepped up its propaganda of the myth about the exported revolution, and about the making of the revolutionary ideas and the training of revolutionary leaders in some kind of international centers which then dispatched conspirators to every part of the globe. The myth about exported revolution was blasted by Marx and Engels, and during the Paris Commune Marx wrote, "The police-tinged bourgeois mind naturally figures to itself the International Working Men's Association as acting in the manner of a secret conspiracy, its central body ordering, from time to time, explosions in different." 2 J.M. Boczynski, Der freie Mensch in der Auseinandersetzung zwischen West und Ost. In A.U.S. Politik und Zeitgeschichte, 5 Juni 1963, S8. 329. Countries. 3. The exported revolution myth has served and continues to serve imperialist reaction as justification for its bloody reprisals, armed interventions, and police persecutions. The imperialists and their theorists have produced another version of the exported revolution myth. Having established itself in the Soviet Union, the revolution proceeds to spread across the world either through Soviet secret agents or by means of its armed force. The emergence of the people's democracies in Europe was presented as Soviet expansionism. The fact that Soviet troops were stationed in a number of East European countries towards the end of the Second World War and prevented armed intervention by the imperialists against these countries was presented by the ideologists of imperialism in a distorted light. Never before had the false and absurd theory of exported revolution been spread on such a scale and with such effort as in that period. Why was this done? First, it was designed to induce the masses to believe that revolutionary change was not a result of internal development in this or that country, but that they were unnatural and illegitimate because they were implanted by an alien armed hand. A characteristic feature of bourgeois political thinking is unwillingness to recognize the deep and natural changes in the world since the Second World War, and unwillingness to recognize the historical swing towards socialism in some countries. Second, it was designed to justify the export of counter-revolution and to substantiate the imperialists' right to intervene in the domestic affairs of other states. Reaction had arrogated this right in the early 19th century under the Holy Alliance, and it was now taken out of mothballs. Third, the false version about the people's democracies was designed to help the imperialists to mount slanderous campaigns against the communist parties in the Western countries and to revive the old story about the Hand of Moscow, which was allegedly manipulating the whole world communist movement. The reactionaries sought to change the attitude of the masses to the communist parties in the capitalist countries and to undermine their prestige. In the early post-war years, communists were members of the governments in France and Italy, and the imperialist reactionaries then put through a strategic plan to oust the communists from the political arena and to help the bourgeois parties control political life in the capitalist countries. That was the first major post-war attack by reaction against the progressive forces. It was preceded by a wild attack before the Second World War, when the imperialist reactionaries, having trampled all the traditions of bourgeois democracy, resorted to the fiercest forms of suppression to put down the working class movement, introducing fascism in their efforts to establish an open dictatorship by the most extreme aggressive groups of monopoly capital. That was an attempt by monopoly capital to find a new and more convenient form of political organization in society. However, the attempt to oust the working class from the political arena has proved to be a reactionary utopia and has failed. Thus, fascism was unable to rule for long, for its key features: aggressive foreign policy, armed invasion, colonization of once independent countries and a drive for world domination naturally caused growing contradictions and strong resistance throughout the world. The presence of the USSR, a great socialist power, was the main factor which doomed fascism to total military, political and ideological defeat. The rout of fascism, the shock force of monopoly capital, released vast democratic forces in the capitalist countries. Without some reliance on these forces, Britain, France, and the USA could not have withstood German and Japanese fascism, but even during the war the reactionary circles were terrified at the growth of the democratic movement and the growing strength of the left-wing elements, the communists in particular, in the resistance. Now and again, the military strategic tasks facing Britain and the USA were fulfilled in the light of their political goal, which was to prevent the democratic elements from gaining in strength. After the war, the most vigorous steps were taken to block the way of democratic development in the West European countries, especially Italy and France. But the reactionaries were unable to do this in a number of countries in Eastern and Central Europe, which took the socialist path, set up democratic people's states and dropped out of the imperialist system. The new stage of ideological struggle was marked by the fact that the apologists of capitalism found it altogether impossible to claim that the socialist revolution was a purely Russian phenomenon and that the Soviet Union's way was unfit for other countries. The false idea about the capitalist countries of the West being immune to communism was also refuted. The situation that has taken shape increases the possibilities for historical activity by the working class in the capitalist countries. Law-governed development, which the imperialists managed to block in the West after the Second World War, by roughly 1947, has not been abolished altogether. After all, it is the bulk of the nations that has an interest in doing away with the sway of the monopolies, and this makes it possible to unite all the democratic movements, opposing the financial oligarchy, in a mighty anti-monopolist tide. The working class, advancing at the head of this struggle, favors extensive nationalization on terms which are most advantageous for the people, and control by parliament, the trade unions and other democratic and representative organs over the nationalist industries and the economic activity of the 331 state as a whole, together with radical agrarian reforms under the slogan, "Land to those who till it." The general democratic struggle against the monopolies marks an important stage in the progressive development of society because it helps to rally the working people round the working class and bring on the socialist revolution. There is no doubt about the overall line of development, in its struggle for peace and against preparation for war, for better living and working conditions. The working class exercises its right to have a say in policy decisions, in selecting the forms of social life and determining the prospects for social development. Thus, instead of being destroyed, as the bourgeois ideologists think, the idea of socialist revolution and the question of its forms are being given ever more thought by millions of people throughout the world. In the new historical conditions one comes to realize the great achievement of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, who first posed these key questions of social development and provided the scientific answers. What then is the state of bourgeois social thought in these historical conditions? Chronicle of the spiritual impoverishment of anti-communism. Here is a document testifying to the atmosphere of the time, an extract from the Chronicle of the Spiritual Impoverishment of Anti-Communism. An editorial entitled Ideologies and Idea Systems in the Solid Bourgeois Times Literary Supplement of August 24, 1951, contained an attempt to sort out these problems. Here is its conclusion about the results of the Second World War. One of the main ideologies of our time, fascism, has been crushed, but another, communism, is the main beneficiary of its destruction. So at the present moment the world has the appearance of being divided between monolithic communist ideology, able to draw the functions of millions of people within one political drive, and the West, which has no unifying ideology, from its own point of view, although, from the communist one, it can be analyzed as a complex of diverse impulses all directed towards destroying communism. The West has been made to feel amorphous and incoherent, with a dozen faiths, and yet without faith in itself. It is not inconceivable, in a time when half the world is fascinated by communist ideology. It would be accompanied by a persecution of liberal opinion and an attempt to direct all thought into channels which were supposed to be anti-communist. There is also a danger that in fear of communism, fascist ideas might revive in precisely those countries where fascism has been most successful. For this is, in effect, an attempt to present the prospect of the vicious circle: fascism, rout of fascism, anti-communism, revival of fascist tendencies. This article was designed not to assert the prospect of another fiasco with the revival of fascism, but to suggest another way. What attempts have been made to escape from this vicious circle? After the Second World War, the formation of the world socialist system, the successes of Marxist-Leninist ideology and the Soviet Union's achievements became especially obvious. There was a growth of sympathies all over the globe for the Soviet Union in the period of its heroic struggle against fascism, while the communists advanced fearlessly at the head of the masses facing death and torture in the struggle against the fascist invaders. The prestige of communism and the communists was enhanced. For bourgeois ideology, the Second World War had very sad results. Fascism suffered not only a military but also an ideological and political defeat, and there could now be no question of an open revival of the old fascist ideology. There was need to cast about for a new ideological platform for the capitalist world in its fight against communism. Accordingly, the bourgeoisie set about fulfilling this task, now smuggling in the ideas of fascist reaction, now covering up its policies with religious slogans or extracting from the museums the banners of 19th-century bourgeois liberalism. But let us take a look at the historical milestones along this way. Just after the war, the vast propaganda machine and the psychological warfare mechanism, set up during the war, were turned against the Soviet Union and the countries which had dropped out of the capitalist system. Their scheme was very simple and cynical: all the habitual ideas advanced against fascism, all the well-known arguments of wartime were to be mechanically aimed against the Soviet Union, so as to create round it a thick curtain of lies and slander in an effort to convince men that the social system developing in the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries was not a harbinger of the future but a repetition of the past. The press and radio kept using terms like totalitarianism with respect to the Soviet Union, and free world with respect to the capitalist countries. At the same time, it was decided to make use of the main ideas of fascist propaganda in harassing the communists. From Dr. Goebbels's jargon they borrowed terms like Iron Curtain and the myth of a red imperialism allegedly intent on destroying Western civilization. Emphasis was made on the myth about a communist military threat. During the Second World War, men in the West had grown accustomed to respect the Soviet armed forces, and the Western press was itself forced to write about the defeats inflicted by the Soviet troops on the Nazis, who had fairly easily invaded and occupied a number of West European countries. Bourgeois propaganda now kept saying that the Soviet armies were poised for an attack on the West. With the emergence of the world socialist system, bourgeois propaganda began spreading the false idea that the historical contest between the two systems was bound to be decided through war. Day by day, the people in the capitalist countries were induced to accept the idea that war was inevitable, and that it was, therefore, natural for the West to militarize, to carry on an arms drive and prepare for war against the Soviet Union and the countries taking the socialist path. This required much propaganda effort, because the men and women who had just gone through the Second World War, were still under the influence of the idea that that war had been the last one. Also there was much war fatigue. In order to overcome these attitudes, a great effort was made to assert that war and its roots were indestructible, that the seeds of war were planted in human nature and man's fatal passion, without which human nature was inconceivable. Among those who joined in the chorus, were the Malthusians, who argued that war was necessary to save the world from overpopulation and to keep pure mankind's genetic material. There were other theories galore. Herbert Read, a British sociologist, argued that war had always had an invigorating effect on human nature and man's spiritual powers. That was a rehash of the old fascist stories, but there followed this philosophical postulate: there was need even in peacetime of some ersatz of war. That was already an attempt to provide a theoretical backup for the Cold War policy. John Foster Dulles came out with a book designed to prove that during the Second World War a mistake had been made that split the Western world. The policy of the Western powers had to be designed to avoid divisions and to set up a united bloc of capitalist powers against the Soviet Union. This U.S. diplomatist coined such a well-known Western policy term as rollback, and then containment of communism by armed force. It was also he who first used the policy from positions of strength term. This helped to create the background for Churchill's speeches urging a crusade against communism and the establishment of a military bloc of the imperialist powers. The signal was issued for a drive on the ideological front so as to create a change in Western opinion despite the war fatigue and the great yearning for peace. The propaganda against communism was further intensified with the start of the Marshallization of the Western countries and the knocking together of the Atlantic Bloc. Bourgeois theorists argued the need for military, aggressive alliances of the capitalist powers, praised the unity of Western culture, the Atlantic community, etc. But it soon transpired that for all this bellicose noise capitalism lacked the offensive theoretical weapon, and that its ideological content was negative. In August 1949, The Atlantic carried an article by the U.S. writer Archibald MacLeish, who first considered the matters: American foreign policy was a mirror image of Russian foreign policy, whatever the Russians did, we did in reverse. American domestic politics were conducted under a kind of upside-down Russian veto. No man could be elected to public office unless he was on record as detesting the Russians, and no proposal could be enacted, from a peace plan at one end to a military budget at the other, unless it could be demonstrated that the Russians wouldn't like it. American political controversy was controversy sung to the Russian tune. Left-wing movements attacked right-wing movements not on American issues but on Russian issues, and right-wing movements replied with the same arguments turned roundabout. American education was Russian education backward. Ignorance of communism was the principal educational objective recognized by politicians and the general press, and the first qualification demanded of a teacher was that he should not be a communist himself, should not have met persons who might have been communists, and should never have read books which could tell him what communism was. American intellectual life revolved around Russian intellectual life, writers stopped writing and convoked enormous meetings in expensive hotels to talk about Russia for days at a time, with the result that the problems of American culture became reflections of the problems of Russian culture. Even religious dogma was Russian dogma turned about. The first duty of a good Christian in the United States in those years was not to love his enemies but to hate the communists, after which he was told to pray for them if he could. 5. The idea of this piece was to argue in favor of a simple truth: it is impossible to base a world outlook on negation. The article was an alarm signal. For several years such signals came one after another, showing that anti-communism had driven bourgeois social thought into an impasse and signified an extreme state of its degradation. 10 years later, the same questions were raised by the bourgeois journalist Pierre-Henri Simon in an article in Le Monde on March 11, 1960. He wrote, thus, "In this world of ours where two civilizations are in confrontation with each other, either through the will of brute chance for armed conflict or for a lengthy peaceful competition, I seem to hear communism shouting to us, on my side I have the weight of my countless masses of men, disciplined by my law and my hope, on my side I have their will, which has been liberated from God and aimed to establish domination on earth, the sorcery of my laboratories which put dancing celestial stars which I have created into the skies. I have on my side hundreds of my universities, millions of my students, my Spartan and doctrinaire youth which scorns the affectation and the 5. The Atlantic, August 1949, p. 17. 335. Corruption of yours, and which makes joyous use of all its powers to unchain Prometheus and to kill his vulture. 6. There are 3 points to be brought out in these numerous statements. First, they recognize the organic bonds between communism and science, and its faith in science. This bond was denied only a short while ago, when bourgeois theorists assured us that science was entirely on the side of the bourgeoisie. That old myth has been blasted for good. Bourgeois theorists are no longer able as easily to refer to science as they did in the past, and this has narrowed their field of movement. Even the rabid champions of bourgeois ideology have come to realize that bourgeois thought has had to retreat from the field of battle. Second, they admit that communism is a synthesis of heretical tendencies in mankind's development, the result of bold expressions of the human spirit, that is, that it is a legitimate heir of all the progressive tendencies in social development. That, too, tends to narrow down the field in which bourgeois theorists can operate, and forces them to repudiate the classical legacy, with the result that their social thought is totally impoverished. Third, they stress the active and effective character of this alliance of science and communism, which is aimed to restructure the world. At the turn of the century, bourgeois social thought reached the conclusion that society could not be changed through revolution and that communism was a utopia. After 1917, the revolutionary change of society was designated as a Russian deviation from the rule, an episode on the way of capitalist development that was much to be regretted. The time has now come to accept the reality of these changes and to draw up the balance in the battle for the minds of men. The result has been discomforting for the bourgeoisie. The power of communist ideas has been recognized indirectly and with various reservations, and such admissions have from time to time appeared in the press. We find more and more statements in the capitalist world about a lack of ability to act with the use of ideas. The U.S. Senator Thomas Dodd proposed in a lengthy speech in the Senate the establishment of a special academy to train personnel capable of carrying on the ideological struggle against communism. He said, "We seem to be so obsessed with studying the enemy, we have no energy or talent left over for thinking through the conclusions to which these studies should point. It is almost as though we were hypnotized into a condition of partial mental paralysis." He attacked the amateurs using primitive methods of political warfare which are easily frustrated. "We have produced no free world Lenins to show us how to develop our own operational science and train our own leaders." 7. These statements, coming from professional anti-communists, show that capitalism has already lost a number of important ideological positions and has been forced to retreat from strategic front lines on the field of the battle of ideas. Consequently, the life has shown that present-day monopoly capital is unable to feed social thought with positive ideas, for its main task is defensive and prohibitive. It has induced its theorists to fear social change and any fundamental restructuring of social relations. It requires social thought to camouflage and embellish reality. Only partial, empirical research is allowed in the social sciences, without any deep-going generalizations and bold conclusions. Social science is to provide the ideological weapons for the fight against communism, that is, against progress and its mighty forces. The monopolies exert a devastating influence on social thought and lead to its elimination, for social thought which fails to consider the basic issues in social development inevitably tends to die out. To reduce it to refined attempts to protect what is on the way out means to lead social thought itself to destruction. Characteristic features of neoliberalism. Just at present, neoliberalism is being glorified in the West in the search for remedies against communist ideas, for it is claimed that liberalism has pushed reaction into the background to become the dominant trend capable of defeating communism. Indeed, this is a very indicative attempt on the part of imperialism to use the banner of bourgeois liberalism as a cover. As I have said, bourgeois social thought and the bourgeois theory of social development in the 19th century were closely connected with the ideology of liberalism, which gave these theories their direction, filled them with political content and produced these theories to substantiate its political line. That is why the history of bourgeois liberalism is closely connected with the development of bourgeois sociology and the theories of social progress. At the turn of the century, bourgeois liberalism underwent profound change. Its one-time opposition to feudal absolutist conservatism has long since become meaningless, thereby depriving the social theories connected with bourgeois liberalism of their relatively progressive features. The margin between conservatism and liberalism is becoming ever more tenuous. There have been ever more frequent crises and divisions in the liberal parties, with various leaders moving from one camp to another. Of course, bourgeois liberalism has not stopped trying to exert an influence on the working people and the working class. Indeed, the policy of small concessions and deception of the working people by bourgeois liberal catchwords is still current in various capitalist countries. From time to time this policy alternates with the policy of open reprisals and suppression of the working class. In the epoch of imperialism, we no longer find any major liberal parties in the political arena, the banners being left without standard bearers. But monopoly capital has refused to consign the political weapon of bourgeois liberalism to the archives. The parties of monopoly capital have tried to borrow some of its weapons, and use is also being made of the old speeches of bourgeois liberalism about free competition and democracy, which are given a new reading. But there is a most profound internal contradiction in the present attempts to revive bourgeois liberalism. On the one hand, monopoly capital has sought to ensure its influence on the petty and middle bourgeoisie, and on the other hand, it fears that these sections could unite on an anti-monopolist basis of opposition trends. One cannot say that there is no ground in the modern world for a revival of some ideas of bourgeois liberalism in the form of opposition to the reigning monopolies. But the monopolies, relying on their influence within the bourgeoisie, are trying to control the process and cut it short whenever it has posed any threat to them, seeking to use it ultimately to support the sway of the monopolies. Free enterprise, which is allegedly ensured by present-day capitalism, is brought to the foreground. The stereotype conception is roughly as follows: private property produces economic democracy and intensifies enterprise and personal initiative. This corresponds to political democracy, which promotes the development of economic activity, whereas social property and the planned economy allegedly stifle personal initiative and result in totalitarianism, atavism, and other political forms hampering the development of economic activity. In the process, some critical remarks are allowed against the modern bourgeois state concerning its interference in economic affairs, etc. But the whole conception is deliberate demagogy and a reactionary utopia. First, private initiative and enterprise are not the present, but the past of capitalism, and there is no return to it. It is confidence trick on the part of bourgeois propagandists to describe the present as the pre-monopoly period of capitalism. Second, Today socialism alone can create the conditions for a steady growth of initiative and creative thinking and action by all the working people and every individual. When capitalism was taking over from feudalism, it did something to foster in men enterprise, vigorous action, and bold initiative, and this explains the creative power of epochs like the Renaissance, the 18th century and partially the first half of the 19th century, but even then initiative was not displayed by broad sections of the people and did not become truly massive. Can there be any free enterprise under monopoly capitalism today? Lenin wrote, under such capitalism, competition means the incredibly. 338. Brutal suppression of the enterprise, energy, and bold initiative of the mass of the population, of its overwhelming majority, of 99 out of every 100 toilers. It also means that competition is replaced by financial fraud, nepotism, servility on the upper rungs of the social ladder. Today, under state monopoly capitalism, competition means suppression of enterprise even among the middle bourgeoisie, which is being kept away from the sharing of the pie by a handful of giant monopolies. The big monopolies have the petty bourgeoisie in a tight grip. That being so, can there be any initiative or enterprise among workers under capitalism? Thus, the tall stories about free enterprise relate to a past age. Perhaps the advocates of free enterprise intend to abolish the present situation and return to the past. But is there a force that could do this? Of the thousands of corporations in the USA, only about 50 are awarded major war contracts by the government. U.S. News & World Report has stressed that the small companies seek to become satellites of the giants who secure the fattest seat contracts. But that is a system of vassalage and not of free enterprise. How is it to be abolished without serious social change? Of course, it is possible to fight the sway of the monopolies, and the only way to do this is to enhance the influence of the working class, which develops towards control over social affairs and attainment of real power. In its democratic struggle, the working class unites all the anti-monopoly elements in a single tide. The reactionary utopias preaching a return to the past can merely serve to divert sections of the middle bourgeoisie and petty bourgeois elements from this anti-monopoly tide, without advancing them in any way to a realization of their interests. The new methods of using a part of the legacy of bourgeois liberalism to promote the interests of state monopoly capitalism were best illustrated by the developments in West Germany, where most was being said about the market economy, free competition, and curbs on the power of the monopolies. What is the essence of this neoliberalism? Having read the statements of the neoliberal Chancellor Erhard, every sober-minded person must ask himself this question: where is the force that is capable of putting down the monopolies, restoring the free market economy and securing other benefits for the middle and even the petty bourgeoisie? Erhard said that this requires a strong state, which must and can keep the country's economy going. But in this age of rapid technological developments requiring vast investments, who can control the economy in the capitalist world? Of course, Erhard did not for a moment believe that the petty producer or even the middle bourgeoisie could do this. Nor did he intend to rely on the working class. 3. In present-day capitalist conditions, the strong state is a state controlled by the monopolies. Having started out with liberal talk, Erhard ended with an apology for state monopoly capital. The growing concentration of capital and the present level of technological development impel the monopolies to interfere in every element of the state apparatus so as to ensure stricter regulation of various aspects of social life and the production process, ranging from scientific research to labor relations. This tends to aggravate the class struggle, and impels the proletariat to take ever more vigorous action against this monopoly line by advancing the strike struggle and seeking to curb the power of the monopolies in an effort to have a greater say in economic and social affairs. When this conflict between the monopolies and the working people becomes highly acute, the FRG government acts as an arbiter, suggesting a compromise in order to prevent any further deepening and extension of the conflict. The FRG's example shows that the government assumes the attitude of arbiter when the working class struggle is especially intensified and when the refusal of some monopolies to compromise poses the threat of grave consequences for the whole capitalist class. Does this mean, as the neoliberals claim, that the state becomes an arbiter standing over and above the class struggle between labor and capital? Of course, it does not. The state acts as a representative of the ruling class of the bourgeoisie against individual feudals in order to protect the interests of the whole capitalist class. When assessing neoliberalism, one should bear in mind that the threat of isolation of the elite of monopoly capitalism from the whole nation, including the middle and the petty bourgeoisie, is an ever-growing threat in the political life of the imperialist states, and many representatives of the monopolies are clearly aware and apprehensive of this threat. But how can one escape from this growing isolation? During his presidency, Franklin D. Roosevelt arranged some fairly bold compromises with the middle and even the petty bourgeoisie, but his policy inevitably resulted in the growing importance in political life of sections inclined to oppose the monopolies. That is why Roosevelt's more resolute way aimed against the growing isolation of the monopolies is still a source of apprehension for the leaders of monopoly capital. Here is another fact to take into account. Writing in the Saturday Review, Norman Cousins noted this paradox in the USA. It is that some of the men who most loudly proclaim the virtues of the free enterprise system may reveal the least faith in it when the chips are down. They inveigh against an increase in federal powers, but ignore the powerful factor of government involvement when it comes to military projects. 9. It is of course utopian to expect a retreat from state monopoly capitalism, back to the period of free competition. The neoliberalist catchwords are being used in order to persuade the middle and petty bourgeoisie to have faith in the creative powers of capitalism, that is, ultimately to rely on the beneficial effects of the power of the monopolies, which are allegedly intent on using their power in the interests of general prosperity. When these promises are not backed up by action, they tend sooner or later to lose their attractiveness among the middle and petty bourgeoisie. The real way of fighting the power of the monopolies is for all the democratic forces to unite in a single anti-monopoly tide. Political concerns F. And the spiritual impoverishment of the individual. Let us consider another aspect of what is happening to liberalism today. Liberalism flourished at a time when there were strong political parties which adopted it as their banner. Today the political arena in the USA, for instance, is dominated by two parties, whose platforms differ little from each other, if at all. They have a tight grip on political life in a country which has not only a big bourgeoisie, but also a middle and small bourgeoisie, and which also has a working class which is not uniform in composition, and also a sizable farming section. All these classes and social groups have their own interests. Meanwhile, only two political parties, the Democratic and the Republican parties, have vast capital, which means overriding power. In West Germany, France, and Italy, the efforts of big business are also concentrated on establishing a monopoly in the political arena. In this way, political life in the capitalist countries is deformed under the impact of the growing rule of the monopolies, and there are no liberal parties in the USA. The two powerful political concerns, having taken over the political scene, have in effect substituted for political struggle a duel between the Republicans and the Democrats, the difference between which is marginal. Clinton Rossiter, a specialist in U.S. political life, tried to characterize its special spirit and reached the conclusion that there was a lack in our behavior, as a nation and as individuals, of a deep commitment to politics as a way of living and of doing the public business. Some writers call this apathy, others indifference. 10. Such is the outcome of the bipartisan system. As a result of the noise raised during the presidential elections, says the French analyst Georges Lavaux, there is a slight shift in the voting patterns, which results in a win of 100 or so electoral ballots. 11 Rossiter adds that what either American party wants of its adherents is their vote. Add to this that the parties give nothing at all to the rank and file adherent, while the leader can expect to obtain a sinecure in the event of a victory at the polls, and that is the root of the apathy. Political life under monopoly capitalism is organized like a market dominated by mighty monopolies on which the consumers are offered a range of products turned out by one or more corporations, frequently only one, because the various brands are turned out by subsidiaries. Is this in any way similar to the political setup under bourgeois liberalism in the period of pre-monopoly capitalism? In other capitalist countries, the development of monopoly capital and its political power has yet to reach the US level, but the monopolies seek similarly to organize society's politics on the same lines. In Italy, monopoly capital has been trying hard to install the Christian Democrats as the ruling concern in political affairs. There was the same tendency in France, but it was expressed in somewhat different concrete conditions in view of the president's increased personal powers. These tendencies have not prevailed entirely in these countries only because of the high level of organization and consciousness displayed by the working class in rallying broad masses of people in opposing the rule of the monopolies. This situation is not reminiscent of political life under big bourgeois liberal parties either. In the past, bourgeois liberalism was a political trend with a political platform. Today some bourgeois observers believe there is much danger in the fact that the monopolies have in effect stifled political life in the USA. Rossiter admits, for instance, that the time has come to inject a new dose of ideology into US political life. The present political ideology of both parties is extremely poor. The conservatism of the one has been entirely visceral, the liberalism of the other has been a mockery of the idealism of Jefferson and Wilson. 12. The fact that Jefferson, the political leader of the 18th century, and Wilson, who was president during the First World War, are being brought together under the umbrella of liberalism is merely an indication that the concept of liberalism in the USA has become extremely vague. What we need from both is a little less group diplomacy and a few more ideas about the American future. 13. Group diplomacy is struggle for domination in the state apparatus between various groups of monopoly capital. The bourgeoisie has failed to produce any ideas about the American future, and here Rossiter puts his finger on the weakest aspect of bourgeois ideology today. There is good reason why in discussing the prospects opening up before the Soviet Union, the British conservative weekly, The Observer, wrote on the eve of the 22nd Congress of the CPSU on October 15, 1961. That so ambitious a program can fire the popular imagination and mobilize Soviet strength need not be doubted, and that the statesmen of the West are offering their peoples no vision of the future comparable in attraction is also true. 14. What the capitalists fear most is that socialism has made men look into the future and think about the prospects of social development. In bourgeois writings in Britain we find remarks about labor taking over from liberalism to develop the liberal traditions in opposition to conservatism, just as at one time the Whigs opposed the Tories, and later the Liberals the Conservatives. Consequently, liberalism has slightly shifted to the left. Robert Mackenzie, who wrote a lengthy work about British political parties, quoted a turn-of-the-century leader, Lowell, who said this about the Liberals and the Conservatives: both are shams, but with this difference, the conservative organization is a transparent, and the liberal an opaque, sham. Mackenzie added that if the word labor were substituted for liberal, there would be a sense in which Lowell's remark is equally appropriate today. 15. The conservatives and the right-wing labor leaders are agreed on the main thing, namely, the principles of the bourgeois system. It is true to say, in a sense, that the right-wing labor leaders now perform the old liberal function of leading the working class and the working class movement in the wake of bourgeois policies. But labor does not extol the old pre-monopoly capitalism with its competition, free market, etc., but serves to conduct the influence of state monopoly capital, and suggests to the petty bourgeoisie and the working people various illusions about a transformation of contemporary capitalism, which has allegedly lost its exploitative substance and has turned into a welfare state. Lenin wrote in 1920 that the liberals were either friends of the labor leaders or new masters. 16. The Labor Party leaders have shown again and again that they prefer their close relations with the capitalists to the unity of all the workers. 17. The tactics of the right-wing labor leaders, together with those of the conservatives, was to push the left, revolutionary elements of the working class and the communists out of the political arena. The role of both parties that in office and in opposition amounts to occupying the arena of political struggle and making use of the vast material advantages in electoral campaigns and propaganda media, to prevent any other force, especially the party that is the vanguard of the working class, from moving into that arena. But such a bipartisan system ultimately tends to keep some of the voters away from the polls and makes the masses lose confidence in political activity. In the recent period, an attempt has been made in Britain to restore the Liberal Party to the political arena in Britain, in view of the general tendency for a revival of liberalism. The Labour Party, which has a growing left wing and whose candidates are supported by the working class, is still a source of apprehension for the bourgeoisie. An important aspect here is the hope of recruiting the white-collar workers, that is, the sections of the employees and the technical specialists who become a part of the working class or represent the intermediate sections close to it. The political organization of bourgeois society in the general crisis of the imperialist system has become a key issue in the struggle for progressive development, and against the forces of reaction. It is possible to mount a broad democratic struggle against the monopolies, to recruit to the working class side various anti-monopoly elements of bourgeois society. The monopolies have to maneuver and use every means to bolster their influence on the middle and petty bourgeoisie. The monopolies are afraid to provide any real outlet to allow the interests of the middle bourgeoisie, to say nothing of the petty bourgeoisie, to emerge in the political arena, because these elements could become a political force in opposition to monopoly capital. That being so, the monopolies seek to control the attitudes among these social sections in their own interests, stubbornly preventing them from any independent political action, thereby converting liberal slogans into mere talk and deception. The old liberalism, which stood for private property, competition, free enterprise, and individualism, was the taproot for the systems of Comte and Spencer with their positivist schemes and theories. Contemporary neoliberalism is either a barren reactionary utopia about a return to the pre-monopoly stage, or a screen for state monopoly capitalism. In either case, neoliberalism leads bourgeois social thought to nothing but degradation. What happens to bourgeois liberal slogans? Of all the slogans played up by the bourgeoisie today, the most fraudulent one is that of freedom of the individual, which liberalism held up in the old days. In capitalist society today, the rights of the individual can be maintained only through vigorous and strong democratic organizations, against which monopoly capital, in effect, directs its attacks. In the U.S. labor movement, any sign of democracy is ousted and replaced by boss oligarchy. Monopoly capital in other countries also hopes to achieve this. No trace has been left of the cultural and educational societies, working peoples, and petty bourgeois clubs, which were so popular at the end of the 19th century. The common man finds himself in the vice-like grip of monopoly capital. The monopolies seek to isolate him, to foster a Philistine mentality of self-complacency, and to confine his mental horizon to the narrow framework of a consumer world. The individual can have no freedom of his own, because the monopolies have established a whole system of coercion over the isolated individual. The sociologist David Reisman has drawn this important conclusion. Skill democracy, in fact, based on respect for ability to do something, tends to survive only in athletics. 18. Skill democracy in the capitalist world has always been bounded by the framework of private property relations and the narrow limits of competition. Under monopoly capital it disappears altogether, and that is what Reisman means. Of course, so long as private property is there, bourgeois individualism continues to be a most important aspect of the bourgeois world outlook, and this fact is being used by the ideologists of neoliberalism. But under monopoly domination, individualism is distorted and tends to degenerate. The whole of social life and all the spheres in which human capabilities are used are dominated by the giant monopolies. Under their crushing weight, the ordinary man loses his bearings in society dominated by unknown social forces and cannot realize his true role or social value. He keeps switching from an inflated ego, solipsism, amoralism, etc., to servility, a sense of debasement, mysticism, and awe of supernatural forces. Extreme individualism tends to impoverish the personality, producing mental quirks and even ailments, which, bourgeois socio-psychologists admit, spring from a sense of hopeless loneliness. It is an elementary proposition of scientific psychology that human consciousness develops in relations with other men. Where social relations are impoverished, man's consciousness is likewise depleted. Men who live alone for a long time and have nothing to say to anyone lose their power of speech. That may be one of the roots of the modern abstract art and other phenomena in bourgeois Western culture, suggesting the impoverishment of the creative personality. Some bourgeois theorists hold freedom of art to be freedom from any principles. But creativity is impossible without a world outlook based on stable and guiding principles which direct a man's will. Without principles, any world outlook will disintegrate or degenerate and become nothing but arbitrary action. Thus, state monopoly capital modifies the old bourgeois individualist outlook in its own way. Of course, the basis of this individualism private property relations is still there, but it is no longer possible for the individual to display the same spirit of enterprise. The ideology of parasitism increasingly constrains the individual, killing all his active and creative elements. Abstract art is an expression of this dulling ideology. These features of parasitism are increasingly intensified as capitalism moves to its decline. The active, creative personality transforming the world is no longer held up as a model. In fiction, it is the inward-looking character who ignores the surrounding world that is victorious. Instead of engaging in action, he goes through a succession of mental states. The active principle will be found, perhaps, only in the detective thriller, where the exciting plot consists in the duel between the criminal and the sleuth. That may explain the popularity of adventure stories and sensational reports about unusual events among readers who are fed up with writings in which nothing happens. In the present state of the economy and politics in the imperialist countries, there can be no question of freedom in the sphere of spiritual culture, even in its bourgeois liberal sense. The book market, the cinema, etc., are under the control of the big monopolies. The destruction of democratic institutions in the political sphere has told on the cultural sphere as well. The notorious individual of the free world is in effect an impotent and defenseless person, who is hemmed in on all sides by market relations controlled by the monopolies, which use the situation not only to control prices but also the preferences of the audiences, whose members are habituated to a definite spiritual food ration. Bourgeois ideology contains less and less liberal ideas of the old days, and more old reactionary feudal dogmas. Indeed, words like religion and order now have the same meaning with which they were invested by the reactionaries in the feudal period. The old ideas of the Holy Alliance, which arrogated the right to interfere in the affairs of other states to establish order, are being brazenly revived. The racist ravings of Count de Gobineau, who preached a natural inequality of the races in the mid-19th century, are now being presented as the latest word in political wisdom and even science. Let us stress that state monopoly capital has not abandoned its attempts to change the political organization of society to suit itself as it moves away from bourgeois liberalism. It has no intention or possibility to abandon such attempts. Indeed, the political organization of bourgeois society known as bourgeois democracy took shape in the pre-monopoly epoch of capitalism. The new period of domination by capital has brought changes in the political organization of bourgeois society, giving rise to plans for transferring to one favorite party the functions of the old bourgeois parties, so as to oust all the political organizations of the working class from legal political activity. As the real prospects for the working class making use of democratic 346 institutions and representative bodies for its own class purposes grow, monopoly capital seeks to withdraw all the instruments of government from democratic pressure. Clerical parties have also been used for this purpose. In Italy, the Christian Democrats, a clerical political organization connected with the Vatican, has been brought to the fore in the hope that it could use the vast machine of the Church and play on the religious preconceptions of the masses to promote the political interests of the reactionary circles. Soon after the war, the Catholic MRP in France and in West Germany, Adenauer's Christian Democrats, also a clerical-minded party, were advanced for the same purposes. But this stake on the clericalization of political life in some West European countries has failed, because the working class has become too strong a political force for monopoly capital to be able to try that kind of trick unhampered. Besides, the establishment of mass clerical parties recruiting working people into their ranks has proved to be less than safe for the monopolies. The true attitude of the working people, their urge for unity with the political organizations of the working class, their urge for peace and their opposition to the monopolies, domestic and foreign policy began variously to break through to the surface in these parties. By now there are leftist trends among the Catholics, with some of them increasingly demonstrating their anti-capitalism and willing to make arrangements with the working class and the communists. The papacy has had to reckon with these trends as well, and an indication of this was the change of line carried through by the Pope John XXIII in the latter years of his life. Some Catholic priests who had made a point of working in industry admitted that they could not go along with capitalism and that instead of improving the bourgeois system it should be eliminated. One could say that the post-war attempt to bring clericalism to the fore in political affairs has failed, although it is still dangerous. Even today one should not forget that monopoly capital also breeds the ideology of fascism, an ideology of extreme chauvinism, racism, and wild anti-communism. On the periphery of the bourgeois world the monopolies continue to implant starkly fascist regimes. In the dependent and semi-dependent countries terroristic military dictatorships directly controlled by foreign monopoly capital are being installed. That is the case in some Latin American countries, where there is lawlessness, an inflated police machine, killings and political assassinations, harassment of progressives, provocations and subversive actions practiced as a political system. All of this is a very far cry from the theory and practice of bourgeois liberalism. Of course, it would be wrong to say that bourgeois social thought has been ossified altogether. It still displays shrewdness and the ability to take risks when it comes to tackling economic problems on which the profits of the monopolies depend. But the most acute contradictions built into the capitalist system, the snags constantly occurring in 347. Production, the disproportions in the development of various sectors and regions, the slow pace of development as a whole, all these are problems that capitalist social science has been unable to solve. The attempts to tackle social problems amount to suggestions for various improvements in the condition of some sections of the working people, which are presented as being designed to eliminate exploitation and to persuade the people in the capitalist countries that political power and forms of property are questions which have lost their erstwhile importance. That is the substance of the talk about transformation of present-day capitalism. For the development of bourgeois social thought, this postulate means a claim that the basic issue, the origin of social and national oppression and what will happen to exploitation in the course of historical development, has been superseded. That is a question social thinkers have tried to answer for centuries. Some said it was everlasting and inevitable so long as human society existed, while others contended that exploitation had to go with the institution of social property. Present-day social thinkers in the bourgeois world have to substantiate this sophism. Western society today has neither exploitation nor domination of social property. There is some analogy here with the development of bourgeois philosophical thought, which has now allegedly managed to rise over and above materialism and idealism and to overcome their extremes. In place of the fundamental question of philosophy, it has allegedly proposed other aspects, in virtue of which the relation between mind and matter has ostensibly lost its erstwhile importance. Bourgeois philosophical and social thought has declared these accursed questions to be non-existent, and to have been overcome by the development of capitalist society. Accordingly, science, including social science, needs allegedly to deal with other aspects, leaving aside the cardinal problems of world outlook, to study the particular and the concrete questions, confining itself to positivism and empiricism. However, in our day the specific problems in the individual sciences, the social sciences in particular, are ever more closely connected with the general questions of world outlook. Such is the logic of social life and of the development of scientific knowledge itself. Chapter 3. Conceptions of social stagnation. Sociology is the daughter of the greatest crisis in the life of the West. That was the view taken of bourgeois sociology by the late West German professor Alfred Weber. We must agree with him. 348. Loss of historical perspective. Bourgeois sociology is the daughter of the greatest crisis in the life of the West, and it must consider at least some of the most acute contradictions in modern capitalism. But in so doing it puts the wrong interpretation on these, because it springs from that crisis and fears to allow that these contradictions lead the capitalist mode of production to destruction and substitution by a new, socialist social system. Bourgeois social thought has ceased to understand the fact that the present is a stage in the historical process, and that is something without which social thought cannot develop. Thus, the theory of social development turns out to be breached at its most important link, so that the whole chain of the historical process falls apart and the coefficient of its law-governed progressive stages disappears. Take some social facts from present-day capitalist society showing the conflict between the productive forces and the relations of production, facts which some bourgeois sociologists analyze, without discovering their real significance. Their conclusions are characteristic of their view of the historical process as propounded by the present-day bourgeois philosophy of history. William Ogburn, a founder of present-day U.S. sociology, put forward a theory in 1922 according to which in present-day, that is, bourgeois, society there is a gap between scientific and technical development and spiritual development. This theory, called the cultural lag theory, has become very popular. Let us note one of its aspects: technology under modern capitalism. The development of the productive forces have outstripped the spiritual culture produced by that system. This has made many sociologists ponder. Of course, from here one may very well go on to hurling accusations against technology and science, whose effect is inhuman and whose power should be moderated. That is exactly what many bourgeois sociologists have done, attacking scientific and technical progress, the machine civilization which is allegedly at variance with human nature. This carries them straight into the bog of reactionary utopias about the disurbanization of social life, and the restraining of scientific and technical progress. Others have concentrated on the defects of modern man's intellectual and moral development and have tried to invent recipes to remedy these defects. Ogburn himself did something similar by urging the need, after Spencer, for man to adapt to his technical environment. One American sociologist raised the question of the disparity between modern science and technology, on the one hand, and our social institutions, on the other. One he held that the social institutions of one Harry Elmer Barnes, Historical Sociology, Its Origins and Development, New York, 1948, p. 168. 349. Capitalism were unable to cope with the problems put forward by modern industrial civilization. But he, too, does not say in so many words that the development of the social relations of capitalism has lagged behind the development of productive forces. The same half-house approach will be found in the writings of West German sociologists who have reached the conclusion that the social structure tends to lag behind technical development. Consequently, modern capitalism has not been developing at all smoothly, its spiritual life and social structure have lagged. But having put their finger on one contradiction of capitalist society, bourgeois theorists evade the question and are afraid to tell the truth about capitalism's eventual doom. The English philosopher A.D. Ritchie blames the gap between technology and spiritual culture on man's intellectual and moral development, declaring that the term conquest of nature is a most misleading one. He says, wild nature remains unconquered as always. The scene of the conquest is an artificial world of machines, and those who are really conquered are the men who, in one way or another, are subjected to the power of the machines. 2. He reaches the following pessimistic conclusion: the process of human evolution will mean no more than that men were once a small and simple herd and now they are a large and mechanized herd. 3. A roughly similar view was expressed by Bertrand Russell, who said that human nature and man's fatal lusts remained unchanged, while science and technology merely provided new means for satisfying the old lusts. That is why such glaring disproportions have appeared in mankind's development, but the blame for this falls on imperfect human nature. Thus, and this must be stressed as the role of capitalist relations of production in slowing down and distorting the development of the productive forces, science and technology becomes clearer, bourgeois theorists are forced to admit, in their own way, the existence of this most acute contradiction of capitalism. Indeed, many of them have started a search for remedies that could ease the ills of capitalism and maintain it at this stage. This purpose is served, for instance, by some of the basic ideas of modern industrial sociology, which starts from Ogburn's cultural lag postulate. A group of industrial sociologists has reached the conclusion that their main task is to help the worker's mentality to adapt to the conditions of technical environment. The old idea expressed by Spencer about man adapting to his environment has been revived. Numerous recipes for this kind of adaptation have been invented. Sociologists and psychologists went off into the plants and factories to give the employers the benefit of their advice. These sociologists are engaged in tackling the practical tasks of organizing too. Labor, and some of their specific observations are of some scientific interest. However, they have also spread among the workers the bourgeois ideology, which claims that class interest can be reconciled with the right approach. Thus, Ogburn's proposition, which could become a scientific bridge ultimately leading to the right way, has, in effect, had the opposite effect, leading bourgeois sociologists ever farther away from any scientific analysis of the contradictions of present-day capitalism. Social change instead of progress. There is good reason why it was Ogburn who was among the first in our day to attack the very notion of progress in social history. He claimed that it was unscientific and proposed a substitute social change that was to help expel from social science any notion about a succession of stages of development and of society's advance. But the conception of social change, far from excluding, in effect implies the progressive development of society. When Ogburn considers the question of innovation as a factor of social change, there can be no objection. But we object to the effort to expunge from social science conceptions like progress and progressive change, for there can be no scientific theory of social development without such conceptions. The arguments presented by the opponents of the social development theory do not hold water. The conception of social change, far from releasing the sociologists from the need to answer the question of what precisely undergoes change and what this change consists in effect makes it necessary to establish the fact that a change has occurred in a given phenomenon. There is also need to decide what this change is. Is it a sign of growth of the new element to which the future belongs, or is it a modification of the old, which is bound to recede into the past? But this means that the sociologist, whether he likes it or not, must tackle the question about development, formation, tendencies of change and direction of change. That is something scientific cognition cannot in any way avoid. The opponents of the theory of progress make a point of referring to science and scientific data which, they claim, make the scientists abandon the conception of progressive social development. They say that 19th century social science, which was short of facts, produced an oversimplified theory of straightforward progressive development, while present-day social science, immensely richer in content, has upset the old primitive theories of development and has discarded them. The content of science has certainly been enriched. Spencer and Comte, taking the agnostic approach, did not blush to lay down the 351 limits to human cognition. Science has long since gone beyond these limits. The successes in mathematics, nuclear physics, chemistry, astronomy, and biology have long since invalidated all talk about the limits to human knowledge laid down by the 19th century agnostics. The boundaries of human knowledge have also been broadly extended in the social sciences. New and hitherto unknown stages in the development of society have been discovered. The history of mankind since the Great October Socialist Revolution has entered a new epoch, opening up grand prospects for social development, while the Soviet Union is engaged in its successful construction of communism. What then are the data allegedly testifying against the theory of development? Modern science requires a doctrine of development in its fullest and most profound form, that is, materialist dialectics. A study of natural and social phenomena shows that dialectical materialism is right while Comte and Spencer, with their positivist schemes of flat evolutionism, are totally wrong. The development of science and the growth of our knowledge about the history of nature and society have upset the metaphysical schemes of development as a gradual accumulation of changes without any leaps or retreats. Many bourgeois theorists believe that the emergence of the new marks a break in the line of development which they see as a straight line, between the 2 points. Instead of giving up their incorrect and limited notions of development, which the positivists advocate, they prefer to discard the very idea of development as applied to nature and society. Émile Bréhier, a prominent French historian of philosophy, wrote, "The importance attaching to the problem of origin in history was connected in spirit with Darwin's doctrine of the origin of species. But this research into origins appears to have led history to totally unexpected results. One finds different social structures which have neither been the results of preceding ones nor the basis of subsequent ones, but which emerged with their own spirit and their own irreducible individuality. This has been neither transformation, nor metamorphosis of one into another, but was rather death and destruction. For this expresses the incorrect idea that the theory of development does not recognize the emergence in society of qualitatively new elements with their own spirit, and their own individuality." Having presented the theory of development in this grotesque form, Bréhier claims that social structures exist in history which had neither been the result of preceding ones, nor the basis of subsequent ones. This idea has become very popular with many bourgeois historians and sociologists, and Bréhier holds its appearance to be a most characteristic mark of the transformation undergone by present-day philosophical thought. Closely connected with this metaphysical conception are present-day transformations of philosophical thought, claiming that social structures unconnected with each other exist in history. This is a real sign of the degradation of bourgeois theoretical thought. To illustrate what he means, Bréhier cites, for instance, the discovery of the so-called Aegean culture on Crete which preceded the culture of ancient Greece. Let us take a closer look at these claims. These examples, in effect, indicate no more than that the new discoveries in historical science cannot be understood or explained in the light of the old flat evolutionism. These examples once again confirm the fact that only the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of socio-economic formations can explain the different ways in which the slave-holding society took shape and how its concrete forms developed. Actually, the development of slave-holding society which Bréhier has in mind, when dealing with the culture of Crete, has proved to be a very complicated process, and in no sense a straightforward one. The initial forms of the slave-holding society are more primitive, being connected with a continuation of the land commune. This form was widespread in the ancient East, and the civilization of Crete also had such an initial form of slave-holding society. At the early stages, slavery helped to make considerable advances in building, the arts, and the art of writing. The civilization of Crete was destroyed by the barbaric tribes who occupied the island. Many Western historians speak of a period of Greek Middle Ages, but the analogy is a purely superficial one. The history of the early slave-holding society abounds in events when the emerging pockets of slave-holding civilization were drowned out by the flood of barbaric invasion. At any rate, this kind of reference will not help to refute the theory of progress. The ancient slave-holding society which then emerged marked a new and higher stage in the development of the mode of production based on slave labor. One need merely recall that ancient society produced the alphabet, the writings of Euripides and Aeschylus, the philosophical works of Aristotle and Epicurus. Under Crete's primitive slave-holding system nothing of the sort was achieved, although the figurative arts and some other aspects of slave-holding culture did rise to a fairly high level. But the slave-holding despotisms of the ancient East did not reach the state of Greek antiquity. Consequently, the relative retreat was simultaneously a time of preparation for a fresh leap forward. The opponents of the theory of progress also refer to the Mohenjo-Daro culture in ancient India. They are delighted with its building techniques and hold forth about the level reached by that culture. But Mohenjo-Daro was also a culture of primitive slave-holding society, which also fell under the blows of conquering tribes, and this meant some retardation, but the progressive development of slave-holding was not thereby stopped in any way. There arose the culture of ancient India, from which remarkable political tractates, profound philosophical works and undying literary works have come down to us. 5 The breaks in the history of society do not at all signify the absence of advance. On the contrary, an analysis of these breaks helps us to gain a fuller and deeper understanding of the dialectics of the historical process. That is precisely what present-day bourgeois theorists, who are captive to the metaphysical way of thinking, refuse to understand. The fact is that Breier's examples upset the schemes of flat evolutionism and the conceptions of rectilinear development, but not the scientific theory of progressive social development. On the contrary, these examples show very well that progressive development goes forward within the framework of formations, and that formations are not fixed once and for all. Slave-holding societies which emerged in different historical conditions and at different times in the ancient East, in Greece and in Rome were different, being concrete stages in the development of the slave-holding formation and slave-holding relations, all resting on a common basis: the use of slave labor. These were different epochs in the life of slave-holding society. What was Lenin's approach to the conception of historical epoch? First, he urged the need to consider which class stands at the hub of one epoch or another, determining its main content, the main direction of its development, the main characteristics of the historical situation in that epoch, etc. 6 In the history of antiquity, which has attracted the attention of bourgeois sociologists, this would of course be the slave-holding class. But the slave-holding elite in Crete and the slave-holding democracy of antiquity characterize different stages of maturity of slave-holding relations. Second, Lenin used to stress that only a knowledge of the basic features of a given epoch can serve as the foundation for an understanding of the specific features of one country or another. 7 In this context, Lenin said that a distinction should be made between the main features of different epochs, and that one should not confine oneself to studying separate episodes in the history of individual countries. Lenin urged an analysis of the most outstanding and striking historical events only approximately, as milestones in important historical movements. 8 Thus, a scientific relation between the conceptions of 9. Historical event and historical epoch is established. An historical event like the fall of Crete under the onslaught of barbaric tribes should be regarded as a milestone in a major historical movement. This event showed the internal weakness of Cretan society, which was unable to withstand the barbaric drive against the seats of slave-holding civilization. Breier's examples taken from ancient history merely serve to illustrate the correctness of the Marxist-Leninist methodological principles in defining the various epochs. Bourgeois theorists who reject the conception of formation, a key category of scientific sociology, are unable to sort out the question of epochs, because outside the context of formations epochs have no meaning at all and cease to demarcate qualitatively distinct stages of important historical movements and to be milestones on the way of the development of formations. Without the dialectical development of formations there can be no understanding either of epochs or of historical events. Scientific analysis of social phenomena in their development requires a unity of the historical and the logical, and any rupture of this unity spells defeat for sociology and the science of history. The birth and death of separate events, epochs, cultures, and civilizations cannot be the subject of scientific analysis if it is assumed beforehand that these are totally isolated phenomena which have no connections either with preceding or subsequent history. Nor will it do to string out such phenomena in time. How did Lenin analyze the epochs in modern history? He identified them as stages in the development of the capitalist formation. One epoch from 1789 to 1871 was the epoch of the rise of the bourgeoisie and marked its total victory. Another epoch opened in 1871. From a rising and progressive class the bourgeoisie has turned into a declining, decadent, and reactionary class. It is quite another class that is now on the upgrade on a broad historical scale. 9 Thus, historical epochs in the main express the logic in the development of formations. They can also, of course, express the zigzags of history, since the development of formations is a dialectical and contradictory process in the course of which the progressive forces now and again suffer temporary defeats. But these zigzags cannot be understood outside the logic of historical development. The reactionary nature of the bourgeois theoretical approach becomes especially clear when one deals with the definition of the present epoch of sharp change in the history of mankind. Anyone taking the metaphysical approach cannot say what determines the main content of the present epoch and the main lines of its development. None of them can understand the emergence of the new, and keep regarding our epoch as being merely a continuation of the earlier period or some kind of isolated episode in the history of mankind. Those who continue stubbornly to insist that the present epoch is an epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution thereby assert that imperialism determines the main content of our time. But the fact is that a world socialist system has been established and has been developing. Its development does not at all take place because of the existence of imperialism, for it creates its own basis and develops on that basis. That being so, it is no longer possible to hold that the bourgeoisie is at the center of the epoch and determines its main direction. The class struggle is a sign of the growing might, organization and consciousness of the proletariat and all the other working people. In the presence of the world socialist system, the class struggle between labor and capital is influenced by the growing strength and solidity of the developing new society. Working people's strength is multiplied as time goes and their struggle against their oppressors takes on a new quality because the working class and all the other working people now have an organized state which relies on an economy independent of capitalism. This provides the working people with totally new instruments for putting pressure on the exploiters and gives socialism a preponderance over the forces of capitalism. A truly scientific view of the epoch cannot be static, it is dynamic, being connected with an analysis of historical movements, motive forces, and tendencies in social development. Lenin set out his doctrine of historical epochs in application to the history of capitalism. But it is also equally applicable to earlier antagonistic formations. Only with respect to the primitive communal formation, when classes did not yet exist, are historical epochs determined directly by production and completely coincide with the stages in the development of production, to which the development of primitive social relations also corresponds. Such, in short, are the conclusions drawn by Marxist sociology about historical epochs as stages in the development of formations. Here, bourgeois sociologists are totally confused, because historical epochs and the scale and nature of historical events can be determined only within the framework of formations, as the only basis for bringing out the specific features in the development of individual countries and the meaning of separate episodes in their history. Bourgeois sociologists have discarded the conception of formation, and that is why they find historical events and epochs falling apart in their hands like a house of cards. They keep shuffling these cards at will, labeling them with pseudo-scientific names and holding forth about their sudden birth and unexpected death. This approach naturally carries the scientists from flat evolutionism to abandonment of the very notion of development. Bourgeois theorists have discarded the key categories of historical science, thereby dooming it to blind groping in the chaos of events and epochs, and have drawn the conclusion that any idea of development is defective as such. French. 356. Sociologist Eric Dardel said that the illusions have burned down in the flames of reality. 10 Using the word illusions to designate all the sociological theories which, even if in idealistic form, recognized the development of the history of society, including the theories of progress advanced by the 18th century enlighteners, Hegel's philosophy of history, etc. But actually it was only the idealistic theories, the liberal positivist schemes of development that were burned in the flames of reality, while the weapons of dialectical materialism have been tempered in these purifying flames. That is the point at which bourgeois theorists began to put the most diverse and unexpected interpretation on THFE conception of social change, seeking to deprive it of any positive content. They used the conception to reach the conclusion that it was not right at all to use expressions like mankind's progressive development or evolution in world history, but only long-term change. Social life tended to change, bourgeois sociologists said, but it was impossible to say which way such change took. The conception of social change was used to fragment the coherent historical process into separate processes of change, while history began duly to break up into independent civilizations or societies genetically disconnected from each other, social life in this or that period being cut apart into separate spheres in which social changes also took part almost without any connection with each other. The only bond that was recognized in this chaos of processes was the human psyche, on which relations between men were based, but this bond did not explain anything in the objective process. Coherent world history, law-governed stages of change in social being, objective stages in its development, prevailing tendencies in various social changes at every one of these stages have all disappeared. In this way, the present-day bourgeois philosophy of history has broken with scientific historical knowledge, having destroyed the living bond of social phenomena both within each historical epoch and in the succession of epochs. Present-day bourgeois sociology, which wants nothing to do with any conceptions of the philosophy of history, actually finds itself closely connected with such conceptions. The most characteristic aspect of this philosophy of history is the absence of any conception of concrete stages in the historical development of society and of any conception of the social whole uniting the various aspects of social life. The 19th century positivists believed it to be necessary to emphasize, in their own way, the existence of a social whole, declaring it to be an evolving organism. Bourgeois sociology in the 20th century has discarded this unscientific notion of society as an organism, but together with it, it has rejected not only the notion of social development but also the notion of the social whole, retreating even farther away from any scientific notion of society. Bourgeois conceptions of civilization and culture. But in analyzing concrete historical data, present-day bourgeois sociology cannot help operating with the conceptions of the social whole and of concrete unity. That is why Western sociologists keep juggling terms like civilization, culture, etc. In present-day bourgeois sociology these terms have lost all concrete meaning and have become mere clichés. Behind them there is nothing except a vague notion of some unity of various aspects of social relations in this or that historical period and within some ethnic framework. The fact that these terms are being juggled merely shows that the alternation of various cultures, civilizations, or societies cannot be eliminated from the historical process. There is no evading the vast array of facts accumulated by historical science. But if one turns a blind eye on production, the key sphere of human activity, if the mode of production, a cardinal conception, is eliminated from historical science, if the quantitative and qualitative growth of the productive power of human labor and the change of social relations are ignored, the historical process does, indeed, become a chaotic alternation of civilizations, cultures, or societies. But how are these alternating periods, which qualitatively differ from each other, to be defined? What is civilization and culture? Culture is an aggregation of society's achievements in its material and spiritual development. The conception of civilization is usually referred chiefly to society's achievements in the sphere of political and juridical development. Present-day bourgeois sociologists either use these conceptions as equivalent or contrast them, by investing culture with a spiritual content and civilization with material content. Be that as it may, it is quite obvious that neither the conception of culture nor of civilization can be scientifically tenable, unless they are based on a study of concrete socio-economic formations. I have already cited, in characterizing Brier's stand, examples of the use of culture to designate the societies of Crete and Mohenjo-Daro. In this sense, the conceptions of culture and civilization coincide with the concrete stages and epochs in the development of the slave-holding formation. But outside this context they lose all meaning, becoming empty idealistic abstractions, which at best do not advance our knowledge of the historical process at all, and at worst retard science. 358. The prominent U.S. philosopher and sociologist F.S. Northrop, realizing that it is impossible to do without the conception of social whole, has constructed a peculiar conception of cultural political units, which he says are created by ideas, concepts, and assumptions. Culture is based on a complex of the basic concepts and assumptions agreed upon by its people for organizing the data of their experience and ordering their relation to nature and to one another. Point 11 Northrop holds that the concepts and assumptions determine the relation of one people or another to nature and to other peoples. He has lost sight of production, human labor which conquers nature, and social relations, which arise in the process of production. Nothing but ideas remain. But even ideas are treated idealistically, they organize the data of experience. Consequently, there is no question of whether ideas give a correct or incorrect reflection of objective reality, and whether, depending on this, they are capable or incapable of playing a progressive role in the history of society and of directing human activity along the right or wrong lines. No wonder Northrop ultimately reduces ideas, which organize the data of experience, to religious notions or to idealistic philosophical trends which determine this or that cultural political unit. According to Northrop, the British cultural political unit is determined mainly by the Protestant British empirical philosophical traditions. Of course, the peculiar British Protestantism is a characteristic phenomenon of religious life in Britain, while empiricism is characteristic of British philosophy. But why should these two phenomena in Britain's spiritual life, taken out of the general context, determine the whole cultural political unity? Northrop apparently seems to realize that such definitions are flimsy, and so adds various other features of social life in Britain, which are just as arbitrarily picked, designating these as the basic elements of culture: classical education, British law, and the royal family. This adds up to a hodgepodge of elements which defy logic. For all his arbitrary idealistic approach, Hegel did succeed in his philosophy of history to discern the movement of the material world behind the movement of ideas. Present-day idealism, which has abandoned the idea of development, has doomed the sociologists to total subjectivism and extreme arbitrariness in dealing with social phenomena. Some bourgeois sociologists allied with semantic philosophy have gone even farther and have declared culture to be an aggregation of various symbols which are accepted by everyone belonging to that particular culture. Culture appears, therefore, as some set of rules for the game of poker. Everyone accepting these rules is allied in a common culture. Of course, the advocates of such theories cannot say why men have agreed to observe these rules in the game of life, and not some other set. Here again, they have not gone beyond defining the spirit of the times on the basis of indicia which have been altogether arbitrarily selected. Thus, the Dutch sociologist Landheer, in a book analyzing the relationship between consciousness and society, suggests the following succession of cultures in the West: I400-1500. Medieval society. Ascetic period, 2. 1500 to 1850. New era. Early hedonistic period, 3. 1850 to 1914. Modern period. Hedonistic period. Period of individualistic capitalism. 1914 to 1939. Late modern period. Late hedonistic period. Period of strong class conflict. The present structure of Western society. Neo-Stoic period, seeking of new equilibrium. 12 Consequently, the epochs in the history of West European culture are marked by a succession of asceticism, hedonism, and stoicism. Naturally, the author could hardly have succeeded in his attempts to force-fit into such a scheme the whole of cultural development, including economic doctrines, and the urge to subordinate even the development of the class struggle to an arbitrary succession of leading ideas. Artificial sociological schemes run into contradiction with the vast amount of data accumulated by social science. Today the scientists find an unparalleled diversity of cultures, together with hitherto unknown cultural interactions. Thor Heyerdahl, sailing on his raft across the ocean and leading an expedition to Easter Island, brought back interesting material on an ancient culture apparently allied with America. Our knowledge of the culture of the Maya in America is becoming deeper and more distinct. New data on the medieval and ancient culture of the peoples of Africa have been brought to light. Remarkable monuments of art dating back to the Stone Age have been discovered in the Sahara. In the past 30 to 40 years, our knowledge of the history of world culture has been markedly enlarged, giving rise to new problems which require solution and to questions about the historical connections and interactions of people. But the subjective idealist method makes it impossible to tackle all these problems. The development of culture today presents an even grander picture. The majestic edifice of socialist culture is being erected. The national cultures of the peoples which have thrown off the yoke of colonialism are being created and developed. Many apologists of capitalism now also have no doubt that bourgeois culture is plunged in the most profound crisis. The scientist has to identify the tendencies in the cultural development of present-day mankind, but being fettered by the dogmas of idealism, he cannot tell us anything convincing. Indeed, what can one say about culture if one ignores its earthly roots, its social nature, and the intricate and contradictory process of mankind's cultural development which is determined by its social being? One can perhaps make a few observations and nothing more. The conception of civilization, which present-day bourgeois sociology has so willingly accepted, is shot through with idealism and is, for that reason, absolutely unscientific. When operating with it, bourgeois scientists usually take some concrete historical state entity, like Egypt or Greece in the ancient world, the Western Roman Empire or Byzantium in the medieval epoch, etc. Bourgeois sociologists ignore the socio-economic nature of the state entities they can civilization. In order to characterize these civilizations they take some arbitrary combinations of the features of the political and ideological superstructure. The emergence of this or that state is declared to be the start of a civilization, and the decline of that state to be the death of that civilization. Here it is quite impossible to draw a line between the conceptions of culture and civilization. The West German Dictionary of Sociology does not, in effect, make a distinction between the terms of civilization and culture. Point 13. The term is also used in a much broader context, thus, Western civilization means both medieval and capitalist Europe and sometimes even the age of antiquity. Very often this conception is contrasted with Eastern civilization. The content of both these conceptions is usually very vague, and every idealist philosopher is free to invest it with his own meaning. The colonialists had used the contrast in an effort to downgrade the peoples of the East. Today, this unscientific terminology is also used by other theorists who contrast the culture of the East and the culture of the West, by substituting bourgeois nationalism for the class approach. Liberal-minded theorists hold Western civilization to mean European bourgeois democratic, political, and cultural traditions, chiefly of the 18th and 19th centuries. An attempt was recently made to introduce the term Atlantic civilization into scientific usage on the plea that America had been settled by Europeans and that their culture was subsequently closely allied in economic, political, and ideological terms with Europe. Of course, such ties have existed, but the introduction of a term of this kind shows an urge to distinguish these ties which was later used, in particular, in order to trace in history the roots of the present-day military-political bloc and the organization known as NATO. Many facts show that bourgeois sociologists, having abandoned the idea of studying the material basis of social life, have been quite arbitrarily constructing their conceptions of civilization and culture, with political motives becoming the only basis for such constructions, and for the invention of empty abstractions which are of no scientific value at all. A group of West German bourgeois sociologists, whose recognized leader for many years was Alfred Weber, seem to have realized the arbitrary manipulations of the terms civilization and culture and did much to put the study of both spheres in modern bourgeois sociology in order. As a result of numerous amendments and explanations they produced a fairly involved sociological scheme according to which the individual civilizations fitted into a general stream, while a kind of structure supporting the diversity of social phenomena stood out within each civilization. The architects of this system hinted that they were acquainted with Marxism, but did not accept its proposition about the definitive influence of social being on social consciousness. Having borrowed some elements from Marxism, they then proceeded to set things on their head to suit their idealistic conceptions. Weber's followers find three layers of phenomena or a combination of three social processes in each civilization. The first process is a technico-civilizing one, which includes production. The second is a social one and creates a definite social structure of society, and the third is a cultural movement. One will easily find some Marxist ideas in this scheme, but amended by means of bourgeois sociology. However, as a result of this amendment, the meaning of the Marxist theory has been altogether distorted. The three spheres develop independently, but influence each other, determine each other, coincide in their development or do not coincide but do not have a common basis in social being. Idealism has been salvaged, but sociological thought has run into another dead end, even farther away from the scientific view of the historical process. First, the scientific criterion for identifying definite stages in the historical process disappears. Sociologists of this school present this picture of the world historical process: Egyptian Babylonian civilization as the first stage, Persian Judean and antique civilization the second stage, Byzantine Slavonic Oriental, Islamic and Western civilization the third stage. In the offing is a fourth stage, with some terrifying features borrowed from the Apocalypse. Such schemes are, naturally, empty of content and arbitrary in construction. One may well ask where, for instance, is the end of the first stage? Does Egypt present a new Persian Judean stage after the Persian conquest, or is it still at the Egyptian Babylonian stage? Why did Persian Judean civilization at all become a separate and independent stage, despite the fact that any historian who has a knowledge of the culture of the ancient 362 world is aware of the close interpenetration of the Judean culture with that of Egypt and Babylon, and knows how difficult it is to understand the culture of ancient Persia without a study of the culture of Babylon and Assyria. Where is the watershed between these cultures? Further, what is the Western third stage? Is that the period of Charlemagne, Philip II of Spain, and also the period of the Paris Commune? It is impossible to answer these questions. Concrete history does not fit at all into this artificial scheme. It is quite impossible to support this kind of division with historical facts. Second, why do these civilizations develop? What is the motive force and stimulus of the development? Why does the first stage give way to the second, and that in turn to the third? The three spheres existing in each civilization explain nothing. Once the contradictory unity of the productive forces and the relations of production has been rejected, the sociologist is left with no other alternative than to appeal to the will of God, to the collective will, and to substitute an idealistic figment for actual social relations. Thus, the West German sociologists' amendments did nothing to improve the defective idealistic methodology which distorts the historical process. All these are substitutes which bring out in even greater relief the absence of any real spiritual nutriment in the capitalist West. This kind of methodology makes it possible arbitrarily to divide the historical process into separate civilizations, structuring a stage of Persian Judean civilization or any similar artificial stages in the history of society, without noticing that ancient Egypt, Babylon, Persia, and a number of other states belong to the slave-holding formation with all its regularities and specific features. Despite all the attempts to divide the historical process into separate consistent stages arbitrarily designated, history continues to be a chaotic agglomeration of civilizations because there is no uniformity in the succession of these stages. Indeed, every attempt to break out of this vicious circle with the aid of modern idealistic methodology is doomed to fail. An interesting example in this context was provided by S. Cassin's pre-war work, Progress and Catastrophe, in which he tried to consider the separate periods of world history, the destiny of peoples and states, without seeking to discover the uniformity of the historical process. He regards every society only as a definite type of civilization, a peculiar way traveled by the given people. He regards world history as a laboratory of experimental civilizations. 14 Egypt's ancient culture was a peculiar experiment in which the aristocracy had the leading role to play. Another experiment was the culture and civilization of the Hittites of Asia Minor. Its architects ignored the sea and concentrated on the land, which is why their Civilization was destroyed by the invasion of seafaring peoples. By contrast, the civilization of ancient Crete was maritime, but the time for such an experiment had not yet come, and so that state was unable to withstand the invasion of its enemies, because it had shown scant concern for its defenses. That is Cassin's line of reasoning, because he regards world history as something like a collection of exhibits. The substance of these views was summed up by the prominent British historian Professor Gooch, who wrote, "Each civilization makes its own experiences, and is subject to the processes of growth and decay. Here again there is, but a series of efforts, of varying degrees of significance and success. If the past is to be our guide, we can expect nothing more than a continuation of the sequence of experiments." 15. Thus, world history becomes a disorderly accumulation of diverse and ultimately futile experiments. That is a philosophy of history produced by men who see no prospects for the future and who have lost Ariadne's thread which could help them to get out of the labyrinth. However, the experiment theory was not accepted because it ignored the fact that social phenomena tend to repeat themselves, and did not bring out the internal logic even of the individual experiment, merely remarking on its mistakes and ultimate failure. This kind of theory was of no use in fighting Marxism-Leninism, which had discovered the most profound laws governing the development and decline of the ancient world and feudalism, and the forthcoming debacle of capitalism. Revival of the cyclic theory. But perhaps there was a theory that said something about the destruction of society for internal reasons, under the shock of a most acute social struggle, but one that did not suggest the conclusion that capitalism was bound inevitably to give way to socialism. Such a theory was found. It was an expression of the old urge to produce a philosophy of history without a future, and to present the historical process as the emergence and downfall of individual societies or civilizations. It was the revived theory of cycles or of the eternal roundabout. There is development but it runs along a circle and exists only within the bounds of it. Society develops cyclically, passing through definite stages, but once it has reached its zenith it returns to its starting point. Many historians and sociologists claimed that the epochs of feudalism and capitalism had already been passed in the ancient world, and that after the downfall of the Roman Empire in the Middle Ages society did not enter a new phase, but merely started out on the same path all over again. Many bourgeois historians today, while not setting out this kind of conception as a whole, still start from its assumption in their writings, spreading the theory of the cyclic movement in its various elements, seeking to habituate their readers to it. That is the attitude taken by some present-day historians, who insist that an ancient aristocracy and a new bourgeoisie existed in ancient Egypt roughly in the 3rd millennium BC. Their method for comparing different historical epochs includes superficial analogies which do not penetrate to the substance of phenomena, and frequently even downright attempts to stretch various points. Such theories make wide use of the comparative method in order to declare that social development is a mere repetition of the passé, so as to convince the reader that throughout its history mankind has never gone beyond the boundaries of feudalism and capitalism. These are eternal categories of social development. A rejection of capitalism will merely carry society to barbarism, which in turn will lead to feudalism. The cyclic theory was elaborated in greatest detail by the British professor Arnold Toynbee 16, whose chief work in 10 volumes is entitled A Study of History. He starts from the idea that every civilization goes through growth and decline, seeking to present a scheme of the process of growth, which gives way to decline, a typical model which fits all societies. Marxism-Leninism has shown that the productive forces and the relations of production as a unity constitute the basis of social development. When the growing productive forces run into antagonistic contradiction with the old social relations, it is time for social revolution, giving rise to a new formation and a new and higher level of social development. Toynbee would like to find a substitute for this scientific, dialectical conception of social development. He claims to have found it in the cyclic theory, according to which society goes through 2 main stages in each cycle. At the first stage, it consists of the following 3 parts: creative minorities, an uncreative majority, and surrounding primitive societies. Toynbee says that for this or that society to be a success, the growing and developing civilization should attain perfectly idyllic relations between these three component parts, relations ruling out the working people's class struggle and the struggle of the oppressed peoples. In the ideal case, the creative minorities work for the welfare of the people and do not clash with uncreative mass. Their relations with the surrounding barbaric tribes are just as idyllic. 1. For details on Toynbee's conception, see Arabagley's conception of the historical cycle. In Historical Materialism and the Social Philosophy of the Bourgeoisie Today, Moscow, 1960, pages 153 to 97. Crisis in developing civilization, says Toynbee, is connected with the change in their ideal relations. First, the creative minorities leave the scene, giving way to a dominant minority, which pursues a policy of violence with respect to the mass. A split develops within the uncreative mass, and this leads to the formation of an internal proletariat. Second, because of the different policy pursued by the dominant minority with respect to the surrounding uncivilized peoples, the latter become an external proletariat. As a result of conquest, this external proletariat frequently becomes an internal proletariat. There follows a fatal rift of the social unity, and this means its decline and breakdown. Toynbee's cycle conveys some outward features of the collapse of antique society, and hints at the present level in the development of capitalism. But the actual content of the historical process has been emasculated, and the socio-economic basis of society's development is completely ignored. This is the metaphysical theory of development stripped of its covers. The starting point is peace and harmony, the struggle of opposites is evil, and leads society to decline instead of progress. Present-day capitalism is the second stage in Toynbee's historical cycle. Thus, he admits that in capitalist society a minority rules the majority. But his theory does not at all envisage any radical economic, social, or political reconstruction of bourgeois society. He believes capitalism to be natural, so that any attempts by the proletariat to change it is a threat to civilization. Toynbee has structured a period of idyllic relations between the oppressors and the oppressed, and insists that one can return to this idyll, which has never existed, by retaining the exploitative system. To achieve this aim he calls on religion and Christianity to help capitalism. Toynbee holds that if modern capitalism relies on Christianity, it will be able to heal the rift in society and once again restore tranquility and complete integration. He writes with amazing frankness that if Christianity was able to create a unity between the white slave owner and the black slave in America in the 18th and 19th centuries, it is to be hoped that Christianity will be able to heal modern capitalism from its divisions and the struggle of the exploited against the exploiters. He assumes that in this way Western civilization, as he calls the capitalist world, in contrast to the ancient civilizations, will be able to avoid destruction and eliminate the division of the social whole and the class struggle, despite the threatening symptoms of decline. The U.S. Time magazine played up Toynbee's merits in this sphere, and one of its issues carried Toynbee's portrait with the jubilant inscription, "Our civilization is not inexorably doomed." The authors claimed that a study of history was the most provocative work of historical theory. 366. V. Written in England since Karl Marx's Capital. 17. But Toynbee's theory was so full of holes and rode so roughshod over the historical facts that, despite his good intentions, it evoked a flood of objections from bourgeois historians and won hardly any advocates. The author's intentions are welcomed, but his theory is scarcely applied. One of Toynbee's few followers is Professor Wright, who says that each civilization starts with a heroic age, then follows a period of conflicts between various movements, arising in the heroic age. The period of sharpened conflict corresponds to Toynbee's disintegration of the social unity and is called the Time of Troubles, a term borrowed by British and American historians from Russian history in the early 17th century, and is applied to ancient Egypt and various other periods of modern history. The time of troubles starts when internal conflicts are set in motion, civil strife begins and economic upheavals arise. This period gives way to a period of re-established equilibrium, consolidation of the state and its expansion, a stage Toynbee did not provide for. However, the period in which equilibrium is restored also has its negative side because it is marked by a suppression of individual freedom and a narrowing down of local autonomy, which ultimately leads to a decline of society. Among the upper classes this is expressed in a seclusion in art, and among the internal and external proletariat in the establishment of a new religion. The new social ideal is the harbinger of a new cycle, giving rise to a new civilization and a new turn of the spiral of development. This conception reveals an attempt to compare early Christianity and communism. Nor is Wright alone in time to do this. A labor theorist, Harold Laski, wrote about this at greater length. But for all the violence they may try to do history, such theorists will never succeed in reducing scientific communism to the level of the visions and dreams of slaves, which in effect heralded the decline of the slave-holding mode of production and its substitution by the serf system. These attempts merely reveal their political intentions and show up their theoretical helplessness. Wright's scheme, like Toynbee's, is an oversimplification of the process of decline and breakdown of the antique slave-holding formation and also of some aspects of modern capitalism. Because both Greek antiquity and the European Middle Ages had their own heroic epos which describes their early periods, a vague stage of the heroic age is constructed. The Middle Ages link up with the period of capitalism in a common civilization, which began with a heroic age and is now in decline. The worldwide empires built up in the capitalist period suggest an analogy with the epoch of the Roman Empire. The overall conclusion drawn from this scheme is that beyond the present civilization there will once again follow barbarism. The Toynbee-Wright schemes are intolerable oversimplification of the historical process, and the problem of repetition becomes insoluble. Nor can they find refuge in references to the fact that there is no straight path in history and that the old schemes of rectilinear development have been upset by the facts. Marxists are well aware that there is no straight and narrow path in history and that the course of history is tortuous and contradictory. History is moving in zigzags and by roundabout ways. 18 But it is not right to draw any conclusion from this that there is no historical progress as such. Of course, various civilizations and societies did exist in history, definite processes ran their course, but each such process created some material and social prerequisites for the emergence of the following one, without which the latter would have been impossible. Once history is fragmented, once the historical process is broken up into separate and unconnected cycles, the very possibility of scientific cognition of history is undermined. History has never had any isolated cycles. Under the impact of the inexorable laws of development and as a result of the acute contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production, antagonistic socio-economic formations went into decline and broke up. The following formation was a higher stage than the earlier one. The conflict between the productive forces and the relations of production, which is inherent in antagonistic society, developed on a new basis. At every stage of its development, society does not start from the beginning, the productive forces of the earlier formation do not disappear, nor do its cultural achievements pass without trace. Definite historical epochs, periods in which some states flourished and gave way to others, were concrete expressions in the development of antagonistic formations. Without an analysis of the regularities inherent in a given formation, it is impossible to understand the concrete history of these states and countries. With our present level of knowledge, only a total ignoramus will claim that Cretan society, for instance, was destroyed without trace, without leaving anything for the antiquity of Greece that followed. After a definite interval of time, the incipient slave-holding despotism of the ancient Oriental type gave way to slave-holding democracy. That was tremendous progress in the development of human society. Any retreats in history do not cancel out its advance. However, some bourgeois sociologists declare that the main danger of the theories of social development lies in the fact that they are based on a 18 V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, p. 163. 368. Recognition of inevitable successive stages of development. It is this idea of the succession of stages of development that the bourgeois theorists like least of all, because it ultimately suggests the conclusion that capitalist society is itself no more than a stage in the social process, which has to give way to a higher stage, a new form of society called communism. Why do bourgeois ideologists so willingly accept the cyclic theory? The peoples must move into the past, instead of the future, says the cyclic theory. That is why there are insistent attempts to revive it. Subjectivism knows no bounds in all its attempts, which are all based on a common and effective foundation. The British writer Aldous Huxley has produced the following scheme: periods of classicism alternate with periods of romanticism, periods of devotion with periods of unbelief, periods of pacifism and internationalism with periods of nationalism and militarism. 19. This kind of theory may merely serve to explain the inevitable triumph of clericalism, the preparation of another war, and activity by reactionaries and militarists, because mankind is doomed, according to Huxley, everlastingly to switch from periods of pacifism to periods of militarism, from periods of unbelief to periods of devotion. The Neo-Malthusians have also produced their own version of the cyclic theory in the history of society. The population explosion, some of them say, proves that the rise and decline of civilization depend on the genetic quality of the members of society, which they divided into two categories, the problem solvers and the social burden. These are even more oversimplified categories than Toynbee's creative minorities and uncreative mass. At different stages in the development of each civilization, the leading part belongs to the problem solvers, while masses of men falling into the social burden category are eliminated in virtue of natural processes like starvation, high infant mortality, etc. The fiercer these curses strike at the working people the better, say the Neo-Malthusians. The dangerous stage of crisis for society begins when living conditions improve, and when the death rate among those who belong to the social burden category is reduced and their share of the population increases. In consequence of this, there is a sharp worsening of society's genetic quality, which leads to genetic erosion, so that civilization goes into decline and eventually breaks up. With the re-establishment of the operation of the laws of natural selection, with the sharp worsening of living conditions and aggravation of the struggle for survival, society gets rid of the burden and a new cycle opens in its Approaches to World Peace, 4th Symposium, New York and London, 1944. p. 476. 24 to 594 369. Development. Here the cyclic theory is seasoned with biological terms and is approximated to the social Darwinist conception, which has long been supplying ideological weapons for the most reactionary and aggressive circles of imperialism. The cyclic theory has opened up the way for diverse speculations, for it presents the repetition in history as a mere return to the past, giving rise to various ersatz theories of development based on eulogy for the movement in reverse. While the advocates of the cyclic theory seek to scare the people with the prospect of society's movement in reverse and try to induce them not to temper with present-day capitalism, if society is not to be plunged once again into the darkened ways of the Middle Ages, other bourgeois theorists, who are aware of the crisis of the capitalist system, seek a way out precisely in a return to past stages of social development and present the movement in reverse as a boon. Thus, Wilhelm Röpke, who is very popular in West Germany, claims that all the ills of capitalism began with the 1789 French Revolution, and that is precisely the date in history from which society should be moving backward. He contrasts the French Revolution and revolutionary France on the one hand, and the English Revolution and the Anglo-Saxon countries, which had allegedly sprung from an earlier and more organic democracy and liberalism. 20 He believes the way out to lie in society's repudiation of the pernicious spirit of the French Revolution, and a return to the sweet vision of an earlier and more organic way of life and thought. He preaches an absurd and reactionary utopia of deproletarization of industry through a conversion of the proletarian into a petty bourgeois. That is, of course, a reactionary utopia, but it shows the kind of notions present-day bourgeois theorists have of the historical process. Some of Ropke's writings have been adopted by the West German advocates of neoliberalism, who declare that they have a miraculous means of returning capitalism to its pre-monopoly stage. However, it is the reactionary utopian writings of Catholics that are of especial importance for imperialist demagogy. The French Catholic sociologist Bardet has issued a call for a return to the feudal order 21 to a polyphonic organization, which he has invented and which implies a theocratic feudal society and state, the only environment in which man can escape absorption by the machines and can recapture the rhythm of the cosmos and of God the countryside. This is designed to back up the need for a revival of the feudal order, a dismantling of modern industry and big cities. While urging a return to the golden age of the Middle Ages, he preaches a clericalization of social relations, without excluding the possibility of establishing fascist or semi-fascist systems in bourgeois countries. For all the differences between the views propounded by bourgeois theorists and for all their different versions of social development, what they have in common is a repudiation of the idea of progress. Some repudiate it by extolling the cyclic theory. Others claim that the historical process can move in reverse. Still others prefer to accept the typically new positivist conception of social change, while refusing to determine the lines along which it runs. But all of this is repudiation of the very conception of society's advance. There is only one reason for the emergence of all these theories: the disappearance of faith in progress in the modern Western world is connected with the loss of faith in the future of the capitalist system. L. Bernard has said, for instance, that in contrast to the philosophy of the 18th century, social thought in the 20th century is based on the conviction that evolution is not necessarily and inevitably progressive and that progress itself is not an inherent law of nature. Point 22. The fact that progress as a problem has been disappearing from the writings of 20th century sociologists is explained as follows: several factors have contributed to this decline of interest in the subject, or at least to the abandonment of the attempt to treat it scientifically. Not a few sociologists believe that we lack a method of measuring progress and of discriminating between progress and retrogression. Others hold that progress is entirely relative to the goals we set up and hold that no absolute goals can be established. Others still are discouraged by the great complexity of the subject and prefer to work on different aspects of social change, at least until we can gain a surer social perspective. Even the term progress is offensive to some who believe that science must limit itself to description and avoid all value judgments. Still other sociologists are profoundly discouraged by recent social events and believe that society is in a process of general decline. Therefore they avoid discussing the question of progress altogether. 23. But what are the recent social events that have discouraged bourgeois sociologists? Which society is in a process of general decline? Is it not clear, after all, that the emancipation of the masses from exploitation, the abolition of private property in the means of production and the establishment of social property, mankind's release from bloody wars of aggression, and abolition of the morality of greed and gain, that all of this helps man to advance? Is that not a social perspective? But that is precisely what bourgeois theorists refuse to discuss. That is why the term progress does not appear in some editions of the West German Dictionary of Sociology. That is why it has disappeared from the Encyclopaedia Britannica. But if a scientist has lost his bearings in the historical process, he is bound to lose his way in the labyrinth of historical facts and is at best confined to recording casual and single facts. That is, in effect, what the historian is impelled to do by the present-day bourgeois sociology and philosophy of history. Chance instead of objective regularity. The denial of the necessary connections between social phenomena, of objective logic in history and of the unity of the historical process that is the patterned wisdom of bourgeois sociology. Still, many historians continue to hold these ideas. Thus, Fischer declares that there is no regularity in history, but only a succession in time of one emergency following upon another as wave follows upon wave. Point 24. That is why, says Fischer, the historian's task is to recognize in the development of human destinies the play of the contingent and the unforeseen. This view is untenable not only in theoretical terms, but is also politically harmful. The theory of contingencies, which allegedly dominate history, is a logical premise for voluntarism, which in politics refuses to reckon with any regularity. The ideologists of imperialism regard mankind's advance, the triumph of socialism and the successes of the national liberation movement as a regrettable contingency which needs to be corrected. Claiming that history is an agglomeration of accidental events is a way to justify any arbitrary policy. That is where the theoretical roots for all the talk about containing and rolling back communism are to be found. These philosophical conceptions contain the theoretical roots of the assertion that force can help to check or even to reverse the tide of history in the right direction. Thus, the philosophy of history closely interweaves with the political philosophy of present-day imperialism. Marxism does not, of course, deny that accidents take place in nature and in social life, and that they can exert a considerable influence on the course of events. But accidents do not determine the course of history, and to refer to them as an argument is to seek refuge for ignorance, as Spinoza used to say. Recognition of the role of chance in the development of nature and society does not contradict the proposition that development in nature and society is governed by law. It is the task of science to gain a knowledge of these regularities. The theory of social development, which presents the historical process as a chaos of accidental happenings, leads to a repudiation of the scientific view of social phenomena. No amount of mathematical methods * theories of probability or laws of large numbers will save social thought from complete degradation once it has abandoned the notions of regularity in social development. Some sociologists in the West are coming to realize that the bourgeois theory of social development is in an impasse. In this context, interest attaches to a book published in 1958 by the bourgeois sociologist R.B. Bailey, containing a critical examination of European and American sociology in the 20th century. Bailey does not accept the conceptions which deny historical progress and urges an effort to save sociology from the undermining attacks of the cyclical theorists and the irrationalists. 25 Bailey notes that while the epoch in which sociology had emerged had been one of optimism, present-day sociology was shot through with pessimism. In the early 20th century, the mood of disillusionment was widespread mainly in European circles. Today, however, one hears more than rumblings of disillusionment from the United States. 26 Sociological theories not only reflect the pessimistic attitude in society but, for their part, help to spread them. Bailey resolutely opposes any such role for sociology and was quite right in saying that the idea of progress and faith in progress in the 18th century sprang from the conviction that human reason was almighty and that human behavior was rational. Present-day sociology has abandoned these very notions. The numerous sociological theories of masses and theories of the crowd regard human activity as being irrational. Lack of faith in progress, prophecies of the downfall of civilization, and the notion of man as a being that is irrational and that is moved by myths, blind faith, and illusions, all of these inject a hopeless pessimism into present-day sociology. I think that the author was also right in indicating another source of inspiration for the out-and-out opponents of the theory of progress. Indeed, in our day there can be no theory of progress that denies the great social energy of the masses, which make history. Bourgeois social theory has always ignored the masses of the working people, whatever its conceptions. Today, this mistrust and downright contempt for the masses has reached a peak, and this has been largely promoted by various philosophical and psychological trends in irrationalism. Some socio-psychologists, making wide use of Freudianism, have developed the most distorted notions of the role of the subconscious, instincts, etc., in the activity of the masses. Profound mistrust of the masses, lack of confidence in their historical creativity and fear of the masses. There we have one of the roots of the denial of progress in society by present-day bourgeois theorists. Sociologists taking a pessimistic view of the prospects of mankind's development, the author said, refuse to understand the importance of sociology in the transformation of society. Let us add that these sociologists have been so blinded by their theories that they no longer see the realities of life. The experience of the Soviet Union and other socialist countries shows that Marxism-Leninism, the true science of social development, has become a vast force in transforming society. The implementation of the CPSU program, the long-term socio-economic development plans and the party's activity in managing the whole complex of socialist life, and remodeling social relations and remolding man himself are a triumph of social science. Bailey said that Western sociology should become true knowledge and should start from a rational view of man and his activity. There was need, he said, to find a synthesis of the old 18th century theories and present-day doctrines. This new synthesis would accept, but with qualification and limitation, the belief of the 18th century philosophers that truth presented to rational beings will result in social progress. 27 That is a good wish. But to this should be added that the main tendency of social progress today is expressed by scientific communism. In our day, the idea of social progress, the theory of scientific communism and the theory of social development are fused with each other. Many bourgeois theorists now realize that their stubborn attempts to deny the very notion of progress in this age of triumph of the greatest progressive tendencies in social life could ultimately isolate them from their audiences. In these conditions, more and more bourgeois ideologists have been racking their brains in an effort to take the sting out of the theory of progress, to switch from total denial to an acceptance of progress that would make it quite meaningless. Before the emergence of Marxism, the theory of progress had no scientific substantiation, with bourgeois philosophical thought erring between assertions that progress was the development of reason and education, to assertions that progress was some kind of formal evolution leading to the differentiation of individual forms of the social organism. The Marxist theory of progress is now widely accepted and it is ever more difficult to deny it by means of cyclic theories, etc. But fat bourgeois theorists are most concerned with is the scientific, economic substantiation of the Marxist theory of progress. That is why present-day bourgeois political economy has produced its own theory of progress in the form of a theory of growth, which has failed to see the basis of progressive social development. Bourgeois theorists declare that mankind's progress boils down to economic growth, to a growth of wealth, but they have failed to answer the question of how and why this growth occurs. Bourgeois theorists, as usual, refuse to see the working man, the actual producer. Their theory of growth juggles different terms like investments, savings, etc., but they have not tried to gain an insight in the process of production. It appears that capital itself attains such growth without the working people's participation. Consequently, mankind has to thank capital, from which all benefits derive, for progress as well. Professor Walt Rostow, a leading exponent of this theory, is inclined to deal with everything under the sun, Newton's mechanics, the establishment of national states, etc., as factors helping growth, but he says very little indeed about a category like labor productivity, ignores the various forms in which the working people are exploited and which ensure economic growth in antagonistic class formations, and fails to analyze the modes by means of which the growth of material resources in these formations is achieved. In short, the exponents of this theory want to conceal the fact that throughout the centuries economic growth sprang from man's exploitation of man and that a turning point has now been reached at which economic growth, far from requiring any form of exploitation, in effect tends to slow down and hamper social development and for that reason has to be abolished. That is the substance of the modern theory of progress. The advocates of the growth theory declare that it does not matter who owns the resources and accumulates them, society or its private property classes, because the country as a whole still becomes richer. Such is Rostow's theory. But the growth of wealth in the hands of the monopolies and a growing social wealth are not the same thing at all. The former is an obstacle to progress in modern society, while the latter opens up the path for unlimited prosperity. Rostow says that the growth of wealth in the imperialist countries means rising levels of mass consumption. But in the capitalist countries the people are short of material goods while imperialism wastes them on preparation for war. Agricultural production is artificially limited while millions of people in the world suffer from malnutrition. A sizable part of the production facilities remains idle, while millions of unemployed look. Economic growth theory, Ersatz theory of progress. 375. Around for jobs. In this age of unprecedented scientific and technical successes and vast development of the productive forces, hundreds of millions of men on the globe live in horrible poverty. Bourgeois economists operate with averages to show that the age of mass consumption is here. But the fact is that men cannot be content with averages which cover up inequality. They want equality, they want a social system under which averages do not lie, but express social justice. Rostow believes that all social antagonisms are to be found beyond the framework of the capitalist world, in areas which have yet to enter the mass consumption age. But it is altogether impossible to separate the rich capitalist city, the centers of capitalist civilization, from the fringe areas, from the sprawling village, which is poor and indigent. This can be done only as an armchair exercise. So long as the scientist imagines bourgeois society to be an aggregation of individuals, as an arena in which harmonious forces operate and are capable of paralysing any expression of destructive forces, so long as he refuses to recognize the existence of classes and turns a blind eye on exploitation, he can never hope to advance towards scientific theory of social development. This approach is inherent in the political thinking of the bourgeoisie and is the ideological substratum of present-day trends in Western sociology. The old positivism sought to produce a bourgeois sociology in place of the philosophy of history by borrowing some conceptions and methods from natural science, but it was ruined from the outset by view of society that was distorted for political purposes. Present-day attempts to escape from the bog of positivism by means of diverse theories recognizing the importance of the economic factor, holding forth on economic growth as a law of social development are also bound to fail because they have not abandoned the unscientific view of society. The positivists of the 19th century saw society as a single organism, but towards the end of the century bourgeois sociology already abandoned the notion. Instead it put forward the idea which boiled down to roughly the following: society is not something simple, but is, on the contrary, something very complex. But Kant always required that society should be regarded as a whole, that in it, as in the study of individual organisms, one should move from the whole to the parts, instead of vice versa, so that the part should not in any case be studied in isolation. 28. The positivist notion of society as a whole was metaphysical, abstract, and idealistic through and through. In an effort to escape from this abstraction and urging a study of real things, Durkheim struck out at the old schemes, but it was life itself that struck hardest at this whole. The view taken by Spencer and Kant of society as a harmonious whole was upset by life. The capitalist world, entering the epoch of imperialism, was shaken by the most acute social contradictions. Rostow has now made an attempt to return to the conception of society as a social whole. He has even provided his own classification of society in which, for instance, he labels as traditional society the whole of the initial stage, ranging over the primitive system, the whole of ancient history, the whole epoch of feudalism and a part of the capitalist period. This example shows that Rostow has returned to the abstract and metaphysical conceptions of society. He is prepared to recognize the economic basis of society but is incapable of getting through to the essence and significance of its social structure. Rostow's society grows and gets richer, but he does not know what society is, for it is a conception still veiled in mist. Indeed, what sort of society is it that has no relations of production and classes? The basis of the historical process disappears, while the process itself becomes an agglomeration of diverse and arbitrarily constructed types of society. Bourgeois sociology, no solution for social relations problem. The prominent U.S. sociologist, Talcott Parsons, gives roughly this kind of picture of social development since ancient times. First came the tribal system and tribal groups. Then, in virtue of a mysterious process of differentiation, there emerged an elite, an aristocracy, with combined political and religious functions. There arose a bureaucracy, military and civilian, etc. 29. This description contains everything, including religious autonomy, but the only thing it lacks is the origination of classes, the great division of society into oppressors and oppressed. But having forgotten the process of class formation, the sociologist, far from moving towards an understanding of the substance of social development, in fact draws ever farther away from it, increasingly mystifying the actual historical process. Lenin said that the basis of all the diverse social relations consisted of the mutual relations of people arising out of the part they play in social labor. 30 There is no society without these relations, and the degree of development of social labor and the character of relations between men in the process of labor determine the stages in the social history. There can be no scientific sociology without an analysis of these relations. Social thought which loses sight of this rock-bottom basis of social relations inevitably runs into a dead end. Such is the characteristic feature of the history of bourgeois social thought. Having dropped the old positivist theories of the 19th century, present-day bourgeois sociology has come up against an insoluble question. If society is not a vast organism which evolves according to laws close to organic laws, what is it then? Many bourgeois sociologists took a different way from that of Rostow's. The French sociologist G. Boudhouel believes, for instance, that it is not right to consider society as a whole, because the term is extremely vague. When people use the term society, they actually have in view only mankind. That was also Comte's view of society. 31 Other sociologists have gone even farther, they have also lost sight of the conception of mankind, which leaves them only individuals, the rest being declared an abstraction. The U.S. sociologist E. Burgess divides modern sociologists into the same two schools into which medieval scholastics were divided: realists and nominalists. He says realists are those sociologists who assume the reality of society. 32 But the reality of society is presented mainly as collective representations, collective behavior, etc., which govern social relations. They regard society as some kind of psychic whole. In other words, the modern realists have substituted for the world spirit of the old idealistic philosophy a more modern conception, that of collective spirit. But they have also eliminated the old rationalism. Collective psychology is the sphere of the irrational, the subconscious. Human reason has a very small part to play in social life. Natural social relations which hold men together in society are left undiscovered and are mystified. In this respect, the modern realists differ little, if at all, from the modern nominalists, who do not recognize society as an object of study, and declare that only individuals, taken outside society, outside social relations, exist. Many other sociologists similarly classify present-day bourgeois theories of society, making a distinction between social realism, which assumes an objective reality of society, irreducible to any combination of individuals, and social atomism, which claims that the individual is the only objective, empirically ascertainable entity. 33 The substance of the former trend is an idealistic separation of the conception of society from actual people and actual social relations, while the latter seeks to substitute for social man an idealistic abstraction of man in general. The well-known bourgeois philosopher and sociologist Karl Popper, who sides with social atomism, believes that society, social group, social institutions are no more than abstract concepts. 34 Indeed, he declares only concrete human individuals exist, and these interact with each other and the environment in different ways. For Popper, even the war and the army are abstract concepts. 35 This kind of nihilistic bourgeois individualism undoubtedly signifies the elimination of sociology as a science. Most bourgeois sociologists today have not, however, taken this radical path of self-destruction. Many of them realize that if they took for the object of their research naked man on naked earth, they would be eliminating the very conception of social and ceasing to make any study of social phenomena which arise from the interaction of men and which exist on the basis of this interaction. But recognition of such interaction does not yet make sociology a science. In social life there are countless such interactions, and life would present a chaotic picture unless the real basis of all these interactions and bonds between men is discovered. Bourgeois sociologists merely stress the role of the psyche in these bonds, but the chaos of various interactions remains. Parsons has written of the great importance of the existence in society of the basic cultural traditions which are not innate, but which are handed down from generation to generation through education. These traditions give society stability and duration in time and create a stable system of interaction. But what is a cultural tradition? What is its basis? How can its own stability, growth, and change be explained? The answer is, by the interactions of men. But these, for their part, are explained by cultural traditions. Such is the vicious circle of idealism. Most bourgeois sociologists criticize the 19th century positivists for their theory of the unilinear social process, and expound at length about the multiplicity of tracks, while presenting social relations as a great number of individual psychic connections between men, while the social whole is seen as a conglomerate of diverse petty social groups and a sum total of the smallest psychic phenomena. All their attempts to bring these psychic connections into a system have failed because within the closed circle of psychic phenomena they can be classified only in accordance with some formal aspect. Bourgeois sociology labors in the grip of a contradiction, which idealism cannot resolve, the contradiction between the universal, the particular, and the individual. Some researchers have produced empty abstractions, ignoring the particular and the individual in social life. Others have artificially isolated the individual and the particular, because they cannot find in phenomena any general features, or regularities inherent in social development. The most radical advocates of this standpoint agree to recognize the existence only of individuals. Many more sociologists have taken the way of metaphysically separating the particular from the general, constructing diverse individual societies, concrete social groups, etc. All of these are an inevitable result of the abandonment of the concrete conception of society and failure to accept the doctrine of socio-economic formations. Bourgeois sociologists create arbitrary schemes based on arbitrarily selected features of human society. Their new constructions are as abstract and artificial as the old ones. At the end of the 19th century, the German sociologist F. Tönnies proposed that a distinction should be drawn between two types of social connections, community, based on organic, biological ties, and society, based on artificial ties. This kind of classification of social connections is unacceptable, because in human society there are no biological ties that are not simultaneously social ties, for human society took shape when relations of kinship became social relations. The artificial relations are in effect the ties established by men in their social labor, in production. The stage in the development of these relations and of social labor in production makes it possible to distinguish the stages through which society has passed in the course of its history. Bourgeois sociological thought has tried to define society and social relations from other angles as well. The U.S. sociologist R. McIlver proposed in the 1920s that social connections and so different societies should be classified according to men's purposes or interests. His attempt would have appeared in a different light if he had recognized the existence of class interests, but he opted for formal classification, without making an effort to discover the real substance of the phenomena he was describing. He brought out economic, scientific, educational interests, and also the interests of power and prestige, the interests of tribe, family, etc. Something of this kind was suggested by other sociologists. Of course, such interests do exist in the human community, but if these are taken as a basis of society, this question will arise: what determines the unity of society as a social whole? It appears as a conglomerate of diverse ties which exist side by side in space and time. No wonder some theorists have claimed that the only reality is the individual, while society is an abstraction. U.S. sociologists who accepted Lester Ward's views adopted the psychological principle of classification of social relations and societies, and discarded economic interests. Thus, Giddings insisted that society was not an organism but an organization, which was in a sense a 380 continuation of nature only at the earlier stages of development. Subsequently, the psychic, volitional element began to prevail in the life of society, with conscious decisions becoming the principal law. The US sociologist eventually reached the conclusion that social decisions were subordinate to ideals, and this produced another idealist vicious circle. But there are, in effect, no societies based on instinct. Such an assumption can be made only if we ignore that which in fact distinguishes human society from the animal herd, that is, labor. There are no societies which have been erected on the basis of reason and reflection, and that was the view held only by the advocates of the social contract theory. The only thing all such classifications definitely suggest is that bourgeois sociologists completely ignore the incontrovertible fact that relations between men in the process of labor, in production, constitute the basis of all their social relations. Without this basis neither the human family nor any ideas of prestige or power could have arisen. The attempts to substitute for the basic social relations secondary, tertiary, or other derived relations, or to invent some kind of artificial relations instead of the actual ones, give bourgeois scientists no chance to see the light. The starting point of sociological research, the social group, is also a concept that is vague in scientific terms because the basis of all social relations has not been discovered. Society appears as a conglomerate of such social groups, and their aggregation adds up to its social structure. The groups are produced by social processes which ultimately boil down to psychological impulses. This way of reasoning actually explains nothing, because the whole point is to determine exactly which social processes produce groups, where the impulses which bring men together in these groups originate. Some say that the social process is based on social instinct, while others substitute for the conception of instinct new ones like mighty reflexes, motives, and impulses. Bourgeois sociologists have written very much about the motivation of human acts, but they have ignored the question of society's social structure, classes, and the class struggle, class interest, and the objective requirements of social development, and so have remained within the sphere of highly tenuous psychological abstractions. They have not gone beyond general reasoning about human nature and human mentality, because they prefer not to delve into mysteries of social being. Bourgeois sociologists have lost all real notions of society because they have ignored the real basis of social relations and the basic social groups, classes, which make up class society. US sociologists are prepared to study any kind of groups, to invent the sociology of the inveterate clubman, or to study groups of 381 university professors. For this purpose they have produced more and more schemes for classifying such groups, like groups based on similarity, groups based on proximity, and also on interaction. Some bourgeois sociologists are inclined to divide groups into primary, secondary, and associations. Some take account of the territory, others the quantitative elements, still others duration of the relations between members, but almost all these classifications refer to the psychic affinity of members, etc. These arbitrarily structured groups must clearly, according to the intention of their architects, live in peace with each other, banding together into ever greater groups or associations of groups. Of course, now and again conflicts may break out between individual groups, but these are of a purely psychological character and can and must be eliminated. For some bourgeois sociologists, society is a mere conglomerate of groups which enter into various types of interaction with each other. While conflict is accepted as one type of interaction, there is special emphasis on the interconvertibility of the various types of interaction, with the transition from conflict to cooperation in relations being easiest between, say, groups like employers and trade unionists. All these classifications have plunged bourgeois sociology into a state of complete chaos, and have allowed some sociologists to perform the most fantastic operations. These classifications do not hold water even in formal terms because no attempt is made to maintain the ground for division. Formal logic says that it is not right to divide mankind, say, into fair-haired, dark-haired, fat and lean men, because in this case the ground for division is upset, and there will be no strict classification, because various men will find themselves in several groups, at one and the same time. Some bourgeois sociologists who had also noticed this defect said that such groups were the result of empty abstraction because the same men were members of different groups. But then, say the modern nominalists, there is need to emphasize that social groups are something derivative, with the individual being the only reality. The conception of society has disappeared altogether. Of course, various social relations and numerous social groups do exist in capitalist society. These relations and groups can and must, of course, be studied from various angles, including that of social psychology, but they cannot be scientifically analyzed if one ignores the class division of society or if these groups are taken outside the context of class contradictions. Only a correct understanding of the basis of society's social structure makes it possible to bring out the derivative and additional social relations between men and the specific features of separate sections and groups of a given society. Indeed, what could we 382 say about the group of college professors, for instance, unless we have a knowledge of the present-day class structure of the United States, the status of the intelligentsia in bourgeois society, and the forms of class struggle, including ideological struggle? One would have to confine oneself to superficial observations which do not go to the social substance and contradictions inherent in the group. Classification by groups, as proposed by bourgeois sociologists, is eloquent evidence that it is impossible to understand society and its structure without showing the relations of production, the basis of all social relations. There can obviously be no scientific view of society if one ignores categories of social science like productive forces, relations of production and mode of production. It is the Marxist-Leninist view of society that does away with the abstract and schematic approach in social science and helps to study society in concrete historical terms as existing in the form of different socio-economic formations. But that is exactly what bourgeois sociologists have attacked. What Marx and Engels called the dialectical method as against the metaphysical is nothing else than the scientific method in sociology, which consists in regarding society as a living organism in a state of constant development. 36 It is hardly possible to give a more precise definition of the basic defect of present-day bourgeois sociology. There are no arbitrary combinations in the historical process, and these are just as untenable in scientific sociological research. Meanwhile, bourgeois sociologists have been operating with this method of artificially separating some elements of social life from the rest, ignoring the basic and definitive social relations and emphasizing secondary and tertiary phenomena. The basic flaw in all present-day bourgeois studies of social psychology is, first, the idealistic separation of psychology and reality, and the idealistic view that the psyche is capable of creating social relations, and second, the exaggeration of the important role of irrational elements in the consciousness of the masses. This tendency is closely connected with the bourgeoisie's political thinking, with its ever-present neglect of the people and their conscious historical activity. This tendency is also compounded by the sway of irrationalism in present-day bourgeois ideology. A study of the psychic ties between men without an analysis of their material basis even by the most bona fide researchers has produced very little. On the other hand, this opens up boundless opportunities for the most incredible speculations. Here is one example. Contrasts and conflicts, suppressions and upheavals, bourgeois sociologists claim, equally exist in the life of the individual and in the life of society. That is the method used to structure many of the conceptions of present-day collective psychology. The well-known U.S. sociologist R. Strauss-Heup has formulated the credo of many bourgeois politicians as follows: territorial, economic, and even ideological issues which heretofore were considered by statesmen and historians as causes of conflict, are now viewed as manifestations of neurosis, maladjustment, and culture traits. In this sense, these issues as such do not exist. 37 He goes on to explain that these questions, which bourgeois ideologists and politicians had not been able to answer, can be easily eliminated by means of a simple operation, the psychologist's bold leap from the psychology of the individual to that of the group, or, to the state. 38 However, no such leap has taken place. It was no more than a transfer of the psychology of the individual to society as a whole. Spreading such theories means returning to the prescientific stage in the development of ideology, to the stage of anthropomorphism. The idealism in present-day psychological theories is even more pronounced than it was in the organic theories of the 19th century. The positivists of our day dress up their idealism in psychological terminology. Analyzing the results of development in 19th-century bourgeois sociology, Lenin wrote that these bourgeois theories were fruitless and a priori discourses about society. Instead of studying and explaining social phenomena, they merely insinuated bourgeois ideas for a conception of society. 39 We find the same state of affairs in the latest constructions of collective mentality. Gramsci once remarked that without historical materialism, sociology amounts to no more than an empirical compilation of practical observations. 40 This is borne out by the popularity of empirical sociology among present-day Western scientists. But when some of them want to rise from a compilation of empirical observations in their narrow sphere to theoretical conclusions, they fail, and Gramsci is quite right when he says that a method of social mathematics and of external classification introduces nothing but an abstract sociology. 41 Therein lies a peculiar paradox. While claiming to be empiricists and favoring absolutely concrete research, many bourgeois sociologists produce the emptiest abstractions. Take the conception of social prestige, which is very popular in bourgeois sociology today. They keep saying that a man's status within his group depends on his prestige. But this ostensibly profound idea is in effect no more than a tautology. Status depends on prestige, and prestige. 37 R. Strauss-Heup, The Zone of Indifference, New York, 1952, p. 37. 3 Registered Ibid, p. 38. IQ. V. I. Lenin, collected. On status. It is impossible to break out of this vicious circle if one ignores the class structure of society and the actual forms of the class struggle. What is the prestige of a revolutionary, a leader of the working class, or of a capitalist? These are diametrically opposite phenomena. How can one reason about social prestige and obscure the fact that the capitalist has no prestige without his money, without his capital? There are many examples to show that the theoretical conceptions of bourgeois sociology are not concrete, but are abstract and vague, although many of those who operate with such conceptions claim to be empiricists and devotees of facts. Indeed, this switch to empirical generalization is regarded as a most important step in the development of sociology. The U.S. sociologist Carl Taylor wrote, "To my mind, the two great developments that have taken place in sociology in the last 40 years are that social theory has become less philosophical and historical, and that empirical research has become dominant." 42 Present-day positivists claim that philosophical and historical conceptions prevent sociology from becoming a science, because they allegedly dictate to the scientist various preconceptions and reduce his effort to a search for examples to illustrate the postulates of this or that philosophical theory. But social science cannot exist without philosophical theory, and the point is whether philosophical theory is materialist, and has stood the test of facts, or idealistic, which carries the researcher along the wrong path. The same applies to the historical approach to social phenomena. Present-day bourgeois sociologists declare with pride that they are engaged in concrete and contemporary research. But what can one understand of the present if one has lost the thread of historical development? Lenin used to stress that the main defect in the reasoning of bourgeois sociologists was the lack of concreteness and historical perspective. 43 The historical approach in considering social phenomena without an analysis of concrete facts boiled down to a repetition of general propositions, while scientific analysis without concrete facts is impossible without the historical approach. Bourgeois sociologists say that they oppose social statics and that they favor a study of social dynamics and all kinds of mobility. They declare that they use the empirical method to study social change in present-day capitalist society but wish to know nothing about the transformation of pre-monopoly capitalism into imperialism and of the changes in imperialism itself. They also claim that they are engaged in an empirical study of social sections and social groups in present-day society in the West, but they ignore the basis of society's social structure, its division into classes and the existence of the class struggle. The agglomeration of abstract terms has done nothing to clarify the substance of social relations or to reveal their basis. In these relations everything becomes ephemeral and every material substratum disappears. The sociologists may produce the most complex definitions and construct a great many abstract conceptions which have no concrete content, without advancing social science in any way. The fact that bourgeois sociologists have lost the thread of historical development will be seen, in particular, from the fact that historical sociology, as one U.S. scientist admits, has disappeared as a scientific discipline. It is now dead and the trends are all against any prospect of its revival. 44 sociologists are altogether out of touch with history. Their so-called empirical, or concrete, research has ousted the historical approach from sociology, and without it there can be no in-depth concrete research. The claims by present-day bourgeois sociologists to have escaped from the influence of philosophical systems for a study of the facts alone are ridiculous, and this becomes quite clear when one considers socio-psychology, the main trend in present-day bourgeois sociology. Behaviorists among the positivist sociologists, for instance, have subjected their facts to quantitative analysis, making use of statistical methods to study the behavior of men. They declare that they are engaged in a precise analysis of social relations. But these cannot be reduced to psychological relations. Consciousness is no more than a true or false reflection of these relations. We find, therefore, that their starting point is idealism, despite the fact that they have repudiated philosophy in general, and idealism in particular. Their method cannot yield any precise analysis of social relations. One American writer says, the field has moved from broad historical, theoretical, and philosophical interests to technical research on specialized restricted topics subjected to detailed controlled quantitative surveys or polls. 45 But the point is how sociologists specify the restricted topics, and whether their studies are based on the arbitrary, subjective method or on the objective regularities of social development. Meanwhile, present-day positivists have frequently made use of the mathematical method in order to substitute for the causal analysis a description of arbitrarily established ties between various social phenomena. Naturally, functional ties can and must be established, but one must not ignore the actual basis of these relations and the fundamental regularities underlying social development. Ben Halpern, an American sociologist, says, a functional as opposed to a causal relationship between variables, for example, the relation between economic and religious factors, can be construed in either direction. 46 Thus, it matters little whether the economy determines religion or vice versa. Such is the conclusion suggested by the idealist methodology, with its built-in preconceptions. The rigor of present-day research with the use of mathematical methods can be determined from some of the examples given in One American Collection. 47 There is special emphasis on mathematical models designed to describe various social phenomena. Articles by N. Rashevsky and J. Coleman analyze a wealth distribution model. Let us consider their starting points. Society is regarded as a conglomerate of interacting men, each of which has two characteristics, ability and wealth. This arrangement of characteristics gives the authors away, for it suggests that wealth is created by high ability. Indeed, Coleman's conclusion was that according to the model, the distribution of wealth will be highly skewed toward individuals of high ability. Thus, the power of the Rockefellers now rests on the mathematical models of U.S. sociologists. Wealth is skewed toward individuals of high ability, while bourgeois sociologists are inclined to cater for the interests of these individuals. Why have not these sociologists estimated how many men of high ability capitalism has trodden down, twisted and even converted to men of low ability among the mass of working people? That is precisely the point to be clarified when considering the relationship between wealth and ability in bourgeois society. Marxists do not, of course, deny the need to use mathematics and statistics in studying social phenomena, but these must rule out any arbitrary approach and have to be objective. Only then will it be possible to discover the various social regularities. However, present-day advocates of the quantitative method in sociology use mathematical models according to all the rules of subjective sociology. The very approach to research implies the existence of a definite set of views of social life and a definite theory of social phenomena. The whole point is to what extent such a theory allows a correct identification of various social processes if one is to ask the right questions for a study of these very processes. One must have an idea of the structure of society as a whole if one is to be able to clarify how the aggregation of men selected for polling fits into that structure. Bourgeois sociologists make use of the mighty apparatus of modern mathematics in application to material that has been casually or arbitrarily selected. They take the same approach in polling people on their soap preferences, the willingness or unwillingness of soldiers to wear uniform, Vihen on leave, and the impact of religion on interests in classical music. But the results obtained in analyzing minor groups of men, frequently artificially selected, or in analyzing secondary social phenomena, are generalist and inflated to general theoretical conclusions. Marxism-Leninism attaches much importance to a study of concrete phenomena and current social facts, but it has emphasized that the facts must be taken in a concrete historical situation, in interconnection, and in the context of a long-term tendency. Only then will analysis be profound and scientific. We find remarkable examples of the concrete sociological research in Lenin's writings on social development. In his brilliant work The Development of Capitalism in Russia, Lenin drew conclusions on the tendencies of the social process as he studied concrete material and analyzed statistical data. When analyzing concrete data and opposing, for instance, the method extensively used in local statistics to group peasant farms by their allotments, he wrote, "In classifying the peasants according to allotment, we lump together the poor peasant who leases out land and the rich peasant who rents or buys land, the poor peasant who abandons the land and the rich peasant who gathers land, the poor peasant who runs his most wretched farm with an insignificant number of animals and the rich peasant who owns many animals, fertilizes his soil, introduces improvements, etc., etc." In other words, we lump together the rural proletarian and the members of the rural bourgeoisie. The averages thus obtained obscure the differentiation, and are therefore purely fictitious. 48 Marxists have made wide use of the grouping method in economic science, but their analysis of concrete data is valuable for practical activity because it shows the long-term tendencies in social development. The sociological use of quantitative indicators and statistical data must not ignore qualitative distinctions. In the same work, Lenin analyzed social groups among the peasantry and said that the small rural bourgeois is connected by a number of transitional stages with the small holding peasant, and with the rural proletarian who has been allotted a patch of land. This circumstance is one of the reasons for the viability of the theories which do not distinguish the existence of a rural bourgeoisie and a rural proletariat among the peasantry. 49 It is the method of formal comparison, the method of ignoring the qualitative distinctions and the tendencies and prospects of social development that is being used by many bourgeois sociologists to produce an altogether artificial middle class which includes definite sections of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. But those who seek to structure a middle class today lack the grounds for it that the Narodniks had in their period. Lenin developed the scientific analysis of concrete data to a state of high precision and thoroughness. Let us recall how Lenin analyzed the changing role of family labor among handicraftsmen, and his remarkable sociological analysis of various groups of wage labor in Russia at the turn of the century. He showed the prospects for the development of the working class in the country, and this gave the party the right orientation in its struggle. Whichever concrete fact or process in the social science of capitalist society that Lenin analyzed, we find that he has always opposed any analysis of isolated facts, and insisted on a study of the prospects and tendencies of social development. That was also Lenin's approach in studying concrete phenomena in the life of the new, Soviet society. Take his remarkable work A Great Beginning, which is based on an analysis of the concrete facts after the October Revolution. With remarkable depth, he formulated the sociological law that the fundamental advantage of a new social system ultimately lay in the fact that its social organization and new forms of labor organization enabled it to raise labor productivity to a new level. Lenin gave a profound and precise characteristic of the serf-holding and capitalist organization of labor. He started out from an analysis of phenomena, tendencies, and prospects for the development of the new society to produce brilliant generalizations on the key problem of historical materialism. A Great Beginning contains an analysis of perfectly concrete facts taken from Soviet reality. Lenin makes a thorough analysis of press reports from May 17 to June 8, 1919, about the communist subotniks. He does this in the early pages of A Great Beginning, where he says, "I have given the fullest and most detailed information about the communist subotniks because in this we undoubtedly observe one of the most important aspects of communist construction, to which our press pays insufficient attention, and which all of us have as yet failed properly to appreciate." 50 Lenin analyzed his data in the light of the tasks of moving from capitalism to socialism, developing the doctrine of the proletarian dictatorship, setting out his well-known definition of classes, indicating the specific features of Russia's social and economic development, and considering many other key questions bearing on the subject. This is the way Lenin analyzed specific facts, determined their importance in the course of historical development, and evaluated them in the light of previous development of society and the prospects for its future development. Lenin showed that his facts were not isolated, but that they were a concrete expression of highly important social regularities. Social facts in Russia in 1919, which the superficial bourgeois observer could have ignored as unimportant, when taken one by one and outside the context of the historical process and social development, were in 50 Ibid, Volume 29, pages 418 to 19. 389. Effect of tremendous importance, and this Lenin proved. He wrote that the first communist subotnik, organized by the workers of the Moscow-Kazan Railway in Moscow on May 10, 1919, was of greater historical significance than any of the victories of Hindenburg, or of Foch and the British, in the 1914-1918 imperialist war. 51 But Lenin also stressed that the whole point was a scientific definition and analysis of the substance of this phenomenon. We must carefully study the feeble new shoots, we must devote the greatest attention to them, do everything to promote their growth and nurse them. Some of them will inevitably perish. We cannot vouch that precisely the communist subotniks will play a particularly important role. But that is not the point. The point is to foster each and every shoot of the new, and life will select the most viable. 52 This is a very important precept for social science, whose task is to bring out the tendencies and prospects of development. For every adherent of the scientific method in sociology, Lenin's writings are a model of in-depth research into concrete social phenomena, and the use of the latest mathematical method makes no difference. The goal is to illumine the way for advancing mankind. Historical materialism shows how the unity of the universal, the particular, and the individual is attained in social science. It is impossible to study any general uniformities of social development without analyzing their concrete expression, the specifics of the historical process and even individual facts. It is a reactionary approach to contrast theory and concrete analysis in the study of social phenomena. An in-depth analysis of social phenomena, including all the concrete specifics of political and economic events, enabled Lenin's party to lead the mass of working people in storming capitalism. All the stages in building the new society are simultaneously highly important stages in the formulation of Marxist-Leninist theory, and milestones in studying the uniformities underlying the formation and development of the socialist system. The CPSU program and other party documents contain an analysis of the most important social processes today. On the basis of a profound sociological analysis, propositions on building communist society in the USSR which are of exceptional practical and theoretical importance have been put forward. The Great Soviet plans have been formulated on the basis of a scientific analysis of economic and social phenomena in this country. A characteristic feature of Marxist-Leninist theory and the activity of the Leninist Party, which shows its great power, is its organic bond with life, with the experience and practice of vast masses of men, and that is what determines the development of present-day social thought, which discards all the obsolete and reactionary views and steadily moves forward. Conclusion. Social progress and ideological struggle. Transition from one formation to another and ideological struggle. In the period in which feudalism emerged, the ideological struggle in the world arena was carried on mainly in religious form. The spread of Christianity reflected the collapse of the slave-holding world and the emergence of feudalism. The process consisted in the new societies assimilating the religious legacy of the outgoing slave-holding system, in modifying Christianity to adapt it to the new conditions of social and political life. Islam became the ideology of the emergent feudal system in the East. Changes in religious ideology characterized the formation of feudalism in India and China. At the same time, political theory was also incorporated in religious conceptions. The battles in the sphere of religious ideology were especially acute at the start of the capitalist era, when the bourgeois versions of Christianity came out against its feudal form. In the sphere of political ideology, the struggle was carried on against the feudal absolutist doctrines which ignored the rights of national states and their sovereignty. Capitalism raised the banner of national sovereignty, while the leading thinkers of America loudly declared, for instance, that the people had the right to revolution. Feudal absolutist reaction continued stubbornly to assert its illusory right to interfere in the domestic affairs of other states in order to establish order everywhere. In this way, the ideas of legitimism appeared in the world arena and became the central issue in the struggle. However, the key sphere of struggle was the field of battle in which scientific knowledge upheld its inalienable right to give a lead to mankind's progressive development, while philosophical materialism was adopted as the banner of society's leading forces. The struggle ranged over every sphere of spiritual life and was persistently carried on in art and literature. Of course, this struggle was of tremendous importance for historical development, but bourgeois sociologists, beginning with Max Weber, tried to turn the whole process on its head, arguing that even economics was determined by ideological struggle and 391. That the development of capitalism proceeded under the impact of religious ideology. That is, of course, an idealistic distortion of the historical process. Any attempt to set up ideological or political struggle as an absolute is a departure from Marxism-Leninism. The scientific theory of social development, in effect, asserts that the formation of ideology, corresponding to the new mode of production, has a considerable part to play in its triumph and consolidation. There is no doubt that feudalism in Europe developed a powerful spiritual weapon for its domination and the highest sanction for the feudal system in elaborating the ideology of Catholicism. The spread of Christianity to ancient Rus also meant a break with the tribal way of life and helped the country to move on to feudalism. Islam, which sanctioned the emergent feudal order and the establishment of the exploitative state among the Arabs, emerged in fierce struggle against the survivals of the tribal system and its allied religious cults. The emergence and spread of bourgeois forms of Christianity, like Calvinism, helped to strengthen and develop the bourgeois order and to establish the rules which emerged on the basis of bourgeois society. The fact that the progressive sections of the bourgeoisie turned to science and adopted philosophical materialism, developing new political doctrines, naturally all had a tremendous part to play in the struggle against feudal absolutist reaction. In that period, ideological struggle went hand in hand with political struggle, and the latter could not develop successfully without the corresponding ideological substantiation. But both political and ideological struggle in that period were an expression of the stages of formation of a new mode of production. Today, ideological struggle is waged over the true and uncompromising scientific world outlook, for the triumph of the ideology of labor over the ideology of parasitism. It has a great role to play in converting the world's socialist system into the decisive force of historical development. Today, the basic issue in the struggle between capitalism and socialism is the strengthening of the might of socialism and its fulfillment of the great historical tasks facing the new system. Some bourgeois theorists try to emphasize the ideological conflict between socialism and capitalism in an effort to find justification for present-day militarism. Here they stress the communists' conviction that communism is bound to win out on a global scale because of the progressive development of society. It is this fact, according to the bourgeois theorists, that goes to make the present-day ideological conflict so acute, resulting in cold and even hot wars. This idea is being broadly used by bourgeois propaganda in its fight against the communists and, one must admit, it has penetrated the minds of some Western intellectuals. 392. The new move by the bourgeois ideologists is to concentrate attention on the ideological differences between the opposite systems, and to draw the conclusion that in the presence of such contradictions it is quite impossible for the two systems to coexist peacefully. This is an effort to prove that because the two systems have different ideologies there is no basis for peaceful coexistence and, conversely, every reason for the militarization of the economy and the arms drive. Some bourgeois ideologists have not abandoned their attempts to induce the peoples to accept the idea that the contest between capitalism and socialism cannot be resolved by peaceful means. They say that peaceful relations between capitalist and socialist states can be established only if the contest between them ceases altogether and the ideological struggle is wound up. For example, the right-wing labor leader Christopher Mayhew has put out a special pamphlet on this subject with the title Coexistence Plus: A Positive Approach to World Peace. To the established conception of peaceful coexistence, Mayhew wants to add ideological coexistence and an end to the ideological struggle between so-called capitalism and so-called communism. Mayhew prefers not to call a spade a spade. He hates to call capitalism capitalism, and to admit that there is exploitation in the free world. Nor does he want to call communism communism and to admit that this system abolishes exploitation. Instead of trying to find out what the contradiction between the two systems is and whether it must result in armed conflicts between them, many bourgeois theorists merely skate on the surface. The whole of bourgeois propaganda picked up the fashionable notion of equating the Cold War and ideological conflict. Hence the recipe for ending the Cold War: preparation for war will end with the abolition of ideological struggle and unification of men's views. It is quite clear that this is a confusion of correct propositions with deliberately false ones. Will anyone argue that the Cold War means preparation for war? Will anyone object that the Cold War was started by men's attitudes, with militaristic propaganda, which was carried on by many imperialist statesmen, whole parties, and organizations? That, too, is true. But to regard the Cold War as a kind of ideological struggle, to equate these two phenomena, to say nothing of demanding an end to ideological struggle as a condition for relaxing international tensions, is to engage in theoretically untenable and politically harmful exercises. To put an end to the Cold War is in the vital interests of N11 people. But ideological struggle is a form of class struggle, and it will go on and remain a factor of social development so long as antagonistic classes with their opposite ideologies remain. The program of the CPSU emphasizes, a grim struggle is going on between two ideologies, communist and bourgeois, in the world today. This struggle is a reflection, in the spiritual life of man. 393. Kind, of the historic process of transition from capitalism to socialism. The idea that wars are engendered by ideological conflicts is idealistic through and through, because this ultimately makes ideas and attitudes the basis of social being. The idea has been accepted by generations of men in the West who have been bred in the idealist tradition. Idealistic views of society and its history are inculcated at school, where the teenager is told that the Crusades were mainly religiously motivated. One of the first pages in the modern science of history opens with the exposure of this invention: the establishment of real, mundane causes for the Crusades was a great achievement of the scientific world outlook. The plunderous campaigns mounted by the feudal lords of Europe in their drive to conquer the fabulously rich countries of the East were merely veiled in religious form and slogans for the recovery of the Holy Sepulchre. The leading historians exposed the very down-to-earth aims of these military colonizing expeditions, which resulted in the Crusaders plundering the most Christian state of Byzantium with monstrous cynicism in 1204. No one but those who are blinded by bourgeois ignorance will refer to the Crusades as being evidence of the thesis that wars are caused by ideas. It is equally wrong to refer to the religious wars of the 16th century. What is really important is that these were, in effect, Civil wars in France expressing the crisis of absolutism. The fact that in that period two powerful parties, Huguenots and Catholics, emerged under the religious flag does nothing to refute the truth that these parties pursued political interests. The massacre of Saint Bartholomew, when the Huguenots were slaughtered, was also a political act. The religious form merely emphasized that the political ideology of the contending social forces was not fully developed because of the existing historical conditions. Religious ideology carried the methods used in the struggle to fanaticism and cruelty, but to say that religious ideas caused civil wars would be to return historical science to its infancy. This question was, indeed, confused by bourgeois social thought, but historical science still found a way to its solution. The anti-clericals among bourgeois enlighteners, who took the idealist attitude in the study of society, claimed that religious fanaticism impelled men to fight sanguinary wars. Meanwhile, the reactionaries and the clericals insisted that it was the neglect of the true faith by men who had been confused by false teachings that made the sanguinary outcome of the religious strife inevitable. Actually, men were impelled to armed conflicts by mundane interests, with religion presenting no more than a convenient form for these bloody conflicts. Historical science made its way through the fog of preconceptions, getting at the real earthly causes of the 16th century wars, which were fought under religious banners, but which were an expression of the conflicting interests of the feudal aristocracy and the emergent bourgeoisie. But bourgeois scholastic theory cherished the idealistic interpretation of history, while university science raised such interpretations of history to the level of philosophical generalizations about ideas causing wars. The propaganda of false views concerning the causes of wars fell on idealism fertilized soil in the West, where idealism continued its political work. It is not surprising that even those who are actively fighting for peace in the capitalist world will refer to the Crusades or religious wars as evidence that ideological conflicts may cause war. Such views are widespread among bourgeois pacifists. The emergence in the world arena of a new force in the epoch of imperialism led to bloody clashes unleashed by imperialist states, but the emergence of the world socialist system does not at all lead to wars, because socialism has no reason either for using armed force to take anything away from capitalism, or for exporting revolutions. Economic and social development in socialist society does not produce any Gordian knots in its relations with capitalism that have to be cut through by the sword. Growing and consolidating socialism has invited capitalism to peaceful coexistence in the economic sphere. Bourgeois theorists will not always easily accept the idea. Those are the theoretical prerequisites for the origination and spread of the idea that the ideological battle between communism and capitalism must lead to war. The real causes of its emergence are different and will be found in the political attitude which was taken by the ruling classes in present-day bourgeois society on peaceful competition with the socialist system. The ruling circles of the imperialist powers are known to dread peaceful competition with socialism in the sphere of production. While bourgeois theorists are inclined to boast that the Soviet Union will never reach the level of U.S. production, more and more economists and politicians in the USA have been sounding the alarm. Some theorists and propagandists of imperialism are apprehensive of the outcome not only of the economic competition but also of the current ideological struggle. Of course, Western journals keep carrying immoderate self-praise of bourgeois ideology, but that is frequently no more than a badly veiled expression of alarm. The advocates of imperialism have been thinking hard about what capitalism can put up in contrast to communism in the raging battles for the hearts and minds of men. The loud propaganda about the ideals of the free world merely goes to expose the ideological poverty of imperialism. It is ever more obvious that these ideas have been borrowed from the pre-monopoly stage of capitalism. The ideological armor dating to the late 18th and early 19th centuries, which has been borrowed from the museums, is worn out. There are no new ideals. All of this is an indication that private property has worked itself out in social development. There is an inevitable urge for scientific communist ideas, which show mankind the way to establish social property, clearly identifying the goal of the emancipation struggle, reflecting the vital interests and aspirations of all the working people, and inspiring them with historical optimism and faith in their strength and vast potentialities. In these conditions, some people in the West have decided to start a propaganda drive against ideological struggle, and to call for an end to it. A closer look at this effort will show that behind the demand to abandon ideological struggle in general is an attempt to play down the ideological influence of communism. The advocates of this conception insist that ideological disarmament is the only condition for lasting peace. In this way, first, they seek to divide the forces acting for peace, and second, to protect those who are preparing a war under any possible pretext, including ideological differences. Life has already ridiculed some of the most reactionary spokesmen of Catholicism, who urge ideological disarmament. Thus, a leader of the French Catholic Church, Curie, in his book The Church and the Community of Peoples, put forward the following idea: in order to bridge the gap between the two blocs, there is need to have a common principle, namely, a positive ideal of human and moral civilization. Everyone knows that the communists do not believe capitalist civilization to be an ideal, and have been resolutely criticizing bourgeois morality. Consequently, the Catholic writer argued, it is hopeless to try to bridge the gap between the two systems. Point 2 But the author has engaged in a gross subterfuge. The fact is that the communists and the Catholics have different notions of the present and the future of human civilization, but there is no reason why the communists cannot agree with Catholic working people on one very positive matter, which is the need to safeguard peace as the apple of one's eye, the need to prevent the aggressors from starting war, and the need to have mankind live in peace without wars. Honest men all over the globe are, consequently, united in the idea of the need to preserve and strengthen peace, and this is an idea most cherished by the working people. This has been understood by leaders of the Catholic Church like Pope John XXIII, who stood for peace and peaceful coexistence. Nothing can prevent practicing Catholics from hearing the communist call to preserve peace and have relations between the peoples rest on the simple rules of morality and justice, as the CPSU program puts it. The communists have been carrying on an implacable ideological struggle against the advocates of war and against the ideology of hatred and hostility among nations. The assertion of the bourgeois theorists that ideological struggle constituted the content of the Cold War and that it was a struggle that had to develop into a shooting war was profoundly defective. A Cold War was not just an ideological struggle or an ideological conflict, but the ideological preparation for war. The sharpness and depth of the ideological struggle do not at all signify that it must become the ideological preparation for war. Ideological struggle becomes preparation for war when the struggle contains within itself the idea that ideological instruments are inadequate, that they are ineffective in achieving success, that is when the inevitability of armed conflict is asserted and the slogan of guns instead of ideas preached. What has been said above shows that identification of the characteristic features of the new stage of world history which opened with the emergence and strengthening of the world socialist system enriches our whole concept of the historical process and of the change of socio-economic formations. The conclusion that the new system initially has no decisive influence on the course of world history and acquires such a possibility only later on is profoundly scientific. The definition of the present epoch as one of transition from capitalism to socialism, with socialism becoming a decisive factor of world development, is a great achievement of creative Marxism, for without it the world communist movement would have been unable correctly to orient itself in the present historical situation or to formulate its correct political line based on the principles of Leninism. Lenin stressed that the proletarian dictatorship must win out in at least a number of advanced countries if it is to exert a decisive influence on world affairs. Why did Lenin insist on the advanced countries? He held that the socialist system which has won out in several underdeveloped countries could not exert such an influence because the socialist countries, without adequate economic strength, could not be completely rid of capitalist influence. Consequently, it takes more than a mere increase in the number of countries carrying out the socialist revolution to convert the proletarian dictatorship into an international force. Lenin also stressed the qualitative side, namely, the need for these countries to be advanced, if they are to exert a decisive influence on world affairs. Socialism initially won out in the Soviet Union, which lagged in technical and economic terms behind the advanced capitalist countries. For socialism to become a decisive force, it has to win in a number of countries, with the countries taking the socialist way becoming advanced in technical and economic terms. This task has been fulfilled by the Communist Party and the Soviet people, by building up a mighty socialist power. 397. The transformation of socialism into the decisive force of world history is fundamentally different from the triumph of feudalism or capitalism, both exploitative formations, over their predecessors. Socialism does not realize its superiority in conquests, for it has no need of wars of aggrandizement. On the contrary, it carries on a struggle to prevent capitalism from translating the contest into the language of guns and bombs. Socialism begins to exert its decisive influence on the course of world history by standing up for peace, checking the arbitrary acts and use of force by the imperialists in the world arena. The successes of socialism along this way clearly show its transformation into the decisive force. Concerning some aspects of the present ideological struggle. I. The content and forms of ideological struggle carried on by imperialism against socialism have now undergone some important changes. To start with, various problems in this struggle are being increasingly tackled by generals from NATO headquarters, diplomatic officials, professional intelligence officers, and representatives of various sections of the state monopoly capital machine. Anti-communism has become a special industry, directed by major centers and employing all manner of mercenary writers. Anti-communism has become the business of all the mass media, radio, television, and the press, which are subservient to state monopoly capital. In short, the struggle against the ideology of socialism has become one of the key functions of state monopoly capital and its policies. The concept of ideological struggle in the old sense is ever less applicable to this kind of activity, and there is good reason why the apologists of the bourgeoisie prefer to use the term psychological warfare instead of ideological struggle. The architects of this warfare are not inhibited in their choice of weapons, including the great lie, slanders, and a falsification of the facts. Everything serves their purpose, with reports capable of poisoning men's minds being of a special value. The psychological warfare arsenal includes diverse operations, including bridge building, for the purpose of smuggling ideological contraband into the socialist countries. Since the Second World War, the old bourgeois theory, which held that socialism could be put down by means of armed force, economic blockade, and diplomatic pressure, has been blasted. Socialism has 398. Displayed a vast internal strength and the ability to develop as a world system. The imperialists, without abandoning their old theory, have been forced to amend and supplement it. Their search has been mainly in one direction: they have been casting around for a way to secure the desired erosion of Marxist-Leninist ideology, the ideological basis of socialist society, to unhinge its political organization and to engage freely in anti-socialist activity within this or that country. The attacks by the reactionary forces on Czechoslovakia's socialist gains have illustrated this imperialist tactic in action. The CPSU Central Committee, having analyzed the world's situation in depth, issued a timely and clear-cut indication of the much greater importance of the ideological front in the present struggle between socialism and capitalism, showing the close connection between political and ideological forms of struggle at the present stage. The fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties have also given growing attention to this front. 2. The theorists and propagandists of capitalism taking an active part in the present-day ideological struggle hate the very notion of ideology. They have written about the end of ideology, and have held forth vigorously on the de-ideologization of mankind's spiritual life. What are the true purposes of these fishers of immature men? What is the purpose of their hustling? The point is that the ideologists of capitalism have come up against a mighty opponent whose strength they have realized. The ideology of socialism is a coherent system of ideas, views, and convictions, which has been well elaborated and scientifically substantiated, and which has been and is being put to the test through the experience of millions of people, developing on this basis a wealth of experience. Bourgeois theorists have repeatedly admitted that they are incapable of putting forward a system of views that could attract the masses. That is why they want to eliminate the very idea of ideology, which means socialist ideology in the first place. The sugared lies which are designed to save capitalism and which permeate the whole of present-day bourgeois ideology have failed to stand up to the test of life. The severe winds of the epoch sweep away the web woven by bourgeois ideologists, and it is seen to hang in shreds. What remains today, for instance, of the myth about capitalism being a welfare state? After all, this used to be one of the pillars on which the ideology of capitalism rested. The riots staged by poor blacks driven to desperation have dispelled the myth about the USA being a country of equal opportunities for all. Less and less people now believe the lying claims that bourgeois society is based on humanism and democracy. 399. What remains of the much vaunted bourgeois democracy, after the deliberate killing in the USA in broad daylight first of the president, then of his brother, a senator and a prominent black preacher, to say nothing of the many other lesser-known victims? This is an indication of a deep crisis in bourgeois ideology, ultimately reflecting the deep general crisis of capitalism. The advocates of capital, coming out against ideology in general, and against the Marxist outlook, in particular, employ all manner of gross sophisms, like the claim that if a world outlook is coherent, harmonious, and principled, it is for that reason dogmatic and doctrinaire, while the unprincipled and fragmented consciousness is declared to be freedom and independence. Some revisionists, echoing the bourgeois ideologists, have attacked loyalty to principles under the pretext of combating dogmatism and urge the elimination of the revolutionary convictions, the principles of socialist ideology, and their substitution by a package of fashionable bourgeois political, philosophic, and economic theories. Contemporary revisionism means ideological surrender to capitalism and abandonment of the socialist ideology as a coherent system of ideas, views, and convictions, which enable the working people to transform the world. In Czechoslovakia, for instance, the revisionists openly urged a dismantling of Marxism-Leninism, seeking to prove that Leninism was not international but a purely Eastern doctrine that was unfit for the advanced countries of the West. The revisionists would like to erode the class content of socialist ideas, including denial of the struggle between capitalism and socialism as the most important aspect of mankind's whole life today. But the strength of socialist ideology lies precisely in its coherence and its organic bond with life and practice. Another method is also widely used in capitalism's present struggle against socialist ideology. Bourgeois ideologists insist on a plurality of ideologies. Actually, they offer a choice of diverse versions of bourgeois ideology. In the USA, for instance, this means that one can support the Democrats or the Republicans, or patent fascists. There is a similar choice in philosophy, political economy, aesthetics, ethics, etc. But what is flatly denied is one's right to adopt the scientific socialist ideology and struggle against bourgeois ideology. Making use of this method to erode Marxist-Leninist ideology, the advocates of capitalism insist that there should be different socialist ideologies in the world. Socialism commands a high prestige and has been attracting more and more social strata. That is why an attempt is being made to invent another socialist ideology, another view of 400. Socialism acceptable to the bourgeoisie and to spread this view in contrast to Marxism-Leninism. Efforts are being made to formulate a system of amendments to socialist ideology so as to make it different. This system of amendments has come to be known as liberalization, that is, diverse easements with respect to anti-socialist activity in the socialist countries. This system is also known as democratic socialism, despite the fact that when anti-socialist elements take over the political arena there is no sign of socialist democracy. That was well shown by the course of events in Czechoslovakia. There can be no other socialism following the origination and development of scientific socialism, or any other socialist ideology that is not based on Marxism-Leninism, because it is impossible nowadays to abolish the great criterion of the truth, the practice and experience of millions of men. In the early years of the century, Lenin wrote that the only choice is either bourgeois or socialist ideology. There is no middle course. From this he drew the necessary conclusion, hence, to belittle the socialist ideology in any way, to turn aside from it in the slightest degree, means to strengthen bourgeois ideology. 3. Scientific socialism is called scientific because it is based entirely on scientific analysis and does not recognize any equality between truth and error. Of course, search for the truth implies creative discussion and debate, but the search must be based on scientific principles, indisputably established by Marxism-Leninism and tested in struggle and victory. The bourgeois propaganda of pluralist socialist ideologies is aimed to undermine the international character of Marxism-Leninism and socialist ideology. Bourgeois theorists and revisionists have tried in vain to refute the basic uniformities underlying the formation and development of socialist society which Marxist-Leninist science has discovered. Very many books, pamphlets, and articles have appeared in the West claiming that the socialism built in the USSR is good only for this country. But Tsarist Russia was an epitome of the contemporary imperialist world, for it had industrialist areas with their working class, which was on a par with the working class of the other centers of the capitalist world in organization, consciousness, and revolutionary tradition. The experience in transforming Russia's industry on socialist lines has enriched the treasure house of Marxism-Leninism, being of much value also for the proletariat of the industrialist capitalist countries today. Russia also had agrarian areas, and experience in developing them on socialist lines has set an example for other countries where agrarian relations prevail. Bourgeois theorists experience a sense of fear when they realize that the peoples of the East are taking a close look at the prospering Soviet socialist republics in Central Asia. The experience of socialist construction in the USSR has also shown that the new society cannot be built without the leading role of the working class and its Communist Party, or without a cultural revolution, which means a transformation of the spiritual atmosphere in society. Thus, Soviet experience contains general regularities without which socialist construction is impossible. But it also has its specific aspects, reflecting the specific conditions of development in the USSR, and this cannot, of course, be mechanically adopted by other countries taking the socialist path. Loyalty to the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism and scientific socialism, their creative application in the differing conditions of various countries, and implacable struggle against bourgeois ideology and revisionism, those are the necessary prerequisites for the success of the socialist cause. 4. Another bourgeois propaganda line is to try to make breaches in socialist ideology, so as to infiltrate bourgeois views into various areas of human activity, culture, science, literature, art in socialist society, free from the interests of the working people. This line is also aimed to undermine the economic theory of Marxism-Leninism, its assessment of present-day imperialism as the last stage of capitalism, and of the institution of social property and planning as the basis of socialism. Bourgeois ideologists make no secret of the fact that in this way they would like to play down the leading role of the party in socialist society. The main aim of the breaching exercise is to divide the great army of labor, whose strength lies in unity. Bourgeois ideologists dream of separating the intelligentsia and the working class, or, at any rate, of estranging some of its groups from the common struggle of the working class and all the other working people. The poison of bourgeois nationalism, they hope, will divide the working people on the nationality principle. Bourgeois propagandists have been trying mainly to breach the political consciousness of the working people, so as to make them lose their bearings and to confuse those who may succumb to their influence. They have attacked the principles of socialist democracy, the principles of democratic centralism in the first place, because they know its real power, by means of slander, lies and falsifications. Let us bear in mind that socialist democracy is the highest form of democracy because it awakens broad initiative and activity among the working people, and 402. Fully releases their creative energies for the purpose of advancing social development, and throws up insuperable barriers in the way of any anti-socialist and anti-popular activity seeking to reverse the development of society or to plunge it into stagnation. The principle of democratic centralism, consistently practiced by the Marxist-Leninist Party, the state, and mass organizations, helps to awaken massive initiative and to concentrate to the utmost the efforts of all on the solution of common problems, ensuring the necessary conditions for the most efficient action by millions of working people. Unfortunately, some people are inclined to make concessions on the main principles and so to agree to undermine the political organization of socialist society, eliminate the leading role of the Marxist-Leninist Party, give the anti-socialist elements a free hand of consequently, freedom to prepare for a return of capitalism. The CPSU has been tirelessly combating every attempt to dismember the coherent socialist ideology and to divide it among the national and regional detachments. The CPSU has done its utmost to strengthen the unity of the world communist movement on the basis of the principles of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. Socialist ideology has a sound basis in the economic, social, and political system in the socialist countries. It expresses the vital interests of the working class and all the other sections of the working people which it rallies. This ideology expresses the progressive tendencies in world history, and there is no power anywhere in the world that could block its successful development. Socialist ideology is not on the defensive but on the offensive. While socialist ideology has been developing and perfecting itself, penetrating ever deeper into the minds of millions of men in the course of the struggle against bourgeois ideas, bourgeois ideology is in a totally different condition. Its arms bearers have to use mainly subversive methods in their fight against socialist ideology, and that is evidence of the weakness of bourgeois ideas. Under present-day capitalism, the bourgeoisie is forced increasingly to abandon the old legacy, which no longer meets its class interests, for this legacy stems mainly from the period when the bourgeoisie was still a rising class. Today, many of the key ideas of the past are no longer palatable to the bourgeoisie. By contrast, the working class and the Marxist-Leninist parties are the legitimate heirs of all that is progressive in the past. At the same time, there is an ever-growing process of emancipation from the influence of bourgeois ideology among new social sections. There is ever greater evidence of ideological crisis among the bourgeois intelligentsia, many of whose members have expressed dissatisfaction over the narrow framework in which they are invited to apply their capabilities and knowledge by state monopoly capitalism with its hidebound hierarchy. There is growing protest against the callousness and spiritual poverty of bourgeois society and against the consumer mentality. There is a mounting struggle by the communists to spread socialist ideology in the ranks of the proletariat and other sections of the working people siding with it. In the countries being swept by the national liberation movement, the prestige of bourgeois ideology has been plummeting because it is closely connected with the policy of colonialism and neocolonialism, while the prestige of socialist ideology has been growing. Those are the facts. Socialist ideas are bound to win in the fierce struggle of ideas which is now in progress. Socialist ideology alone meets the vital requirements of social development, giving full and all-round expression to the interests and aspirations of millions upon millions of working people all over the globe, and reflecting mankind's inexorable advance towards socialism and communism. Socialist ideology has the truth of life behind it, and the truth is invincible. The impact of example on the world. Historical process. Bourgeois and petty bourgeois theorists keep saying that the emergence of a new formation based on class antagonisms has always gone hand in hand with wars, expansion, and the seizure of foreign lands. But socialism has a different policy to pursue in the world arena, and this the bourgeois politicians, who take a hostile attitude to Marxism-Leninism, cannot understand. Lenin's main idea about the role of force and the importance of military strength for the victory of socialism was expressed in these few concise words: coercion is effective against those who want to restore their rule. But at this stage the significance of force ends, and after that only influence and example are effective. For Lenin brought out two key tasks of revolution: to defend the working people's power by means of armed force, and to set an example in building the new society. Economic activity reveals the fundamental superiority of the socialist system, and this ultimately ensures the triumph of the new society over the old. The triumph of communism on a global scale is historically inevitable as a result of world development. The economic successes of socialism are a reflection of the historical regularity expressing the social structure of the new society, its advantages, development, and strength of political organization, and of the state and the party basing their policy on science and relying on the masses in everything. Economic successes also express the growing culture and development of science and technology, and the rising moral, political, and cultural level of the working people. That is exactly what Lenin indicated when he said that the task of the new society was to raise labor productivity to the highest level. Lenin's idea about the importance of creative successes in the new society was formulated with great clarity. To defeat capitalism in general, it is necessary, in the first place, to defeat the exploiters and to uphold the power of the exploited, namely, to accomplish the task of overthrowing the exploiters by revolutionary forces, in the second place, to accomplish the constructive task, that of establishing new economic relations, of setting an example of how this should be done. These two aspects of the task of accomplishing a socialist revolution are indissolubly connected, and distinguish our revolution from all previous ones, which never went beyond the destructive aspect. Regarded from the international point of view, from the standpoint of victory over capitalism in general, this is a paramount task of the entire socialist revolution. 5. Although these creative tasks are initially fulfilled in one country, they are of tremendous international importance, and are assessed by Lenin from the standpoint of victory over capitalism in general. Here Lenin stressed that these features make the Soviet Revolution different from all the earlier ones in which the destructive aspect prevailed. Indeed, destruction was characteristic of bourgeois democratic revolutions, because their task was no more than to destroy the superstructure which hampered the development of the productive forces in bourgeois society. The new bourgeois relations matured within the feudal system. Bourgeois revolutions have the task of destroying everything hampering the new system that has taken shape. Indeed, there is a creative element in such revolutions only in the sphere of the political organization of society, and bourgeois and petty bourgeois theories of revolution have always confined themselves to the political aspects of the revolution. By contrast, creative tasks prevail in the socialist revolution, which produces a new economic and social system that had never existed in the past. Any unbiased reader will see that the conception of the bourgeois theorists is a far cry from Leninism because they do not understand at all that the duty of the communists in the socialist countries is to build a new society and to show how this is done. Bourgeois theorists refuse to see the influence exerted by the socialist example on the emergent nations. They refuse to understand that the world revolutionary process can no longer develop independently of the example set daily by the communists of the socialist countries in building the new society. The example set in building the new society has a big part to play in mustering the subjective factor and directing the energy of the masses in the countries taking the path of revolution along the right lines. That is why Lenin said that socialism has the force of example and that there is need to show the significance of communism in practice. By example. 6 Today, the spontaneous aspect of the revolutionary movement is disappearing. The clearer the awareness of the masses of the immediate and ultimate aims in their struggle, the more effective their action in the historical arena. The Great October Socialist Revolution set an example in overthrowing the power of the exploiters, and that is the greatest influence it has exerted on the consciousness of the masses, on their will to struggle, on the development of the subjective factor in the world revolutionary process. But to say no more would be to minimize its importance. In order to muster the subjective factor, it is highly important to show the purpose for which the revolution has been carried out, what it has yielded for the working man, and what the real successes and fruits in building the new society are. It is this highly important aspect that the CPSU has tirelessly emphasized and elaborated. Without this, it is impossible today to try to muster the consciousness of the masses and their revolutionary energy. Those who fail to understand the depth of Lenin's idea about the power exerted by example cannot hope to understand the key aspect in the development of the present-day revolutionary process. The world revolution today is no longer a spontaneous explosion like the peasant wars of the 16th century. To forget this is to slow down the world revolutionary process. Lenin kept stressing the international importance of the Soviet construction of socialism and frequently spoke about two aspects of this example, namely, the domestic and the international, after proving that, by revolutionary organization, we can repel any violence directed against the exploited. We must prove the same thing in another field by setting an example that will convince the vast mass of the peasants and petty bourgeois elements, and other countries as well, not in word but in deed, that a communist system and way of life can be created by a proletariat which has won a war. This is a task of worldwide significance. To achieve the second half of the victory in the international sense, we must accomplish the second half of the task, that which bears upon economic construction. 7. Thus, Lenin once again clearly set the question about the two aspects of development in the new society, resisting the use of force by the exploiters, and setting an example in construction. The second half of the victory on an international scale consists of successes in Soviet economic construction and the impact of the Soviet example on the working people of all countries. That is Lenin's most important point. Again and again Lenin returned to consider the traditions of socialist thought, connecting with its history his conclusion that the socialist system must be a force capable of setting an example. In the place of methods of the revolutionary overthrow of the exploiters and of repelling the tyrants, we must apply the methods of constructive organization. We must prove to the whole world that we are a force capable, not only of resisting any attempt to crush us by force of arms but of setting an example to others. All the writings of the greatest socialists have always provided guidance or these two aspects of the task of the socialist revolution which, as two aspects of the same task, refer both to the outside world, to those states that have remained in capitalist hands, and to the non-proletarians of one's own country. 8. The strength of the CPSU lies in the fact that it has successfully tackled both tasks indicated by Lenin. With the growing successes of the new social system, its growing strength and development, the second task came to the fore to become the major one. Such is the logic underlying the development of the new system. In May 1921, in opposition to Trotsky, views completely denying the importance of economic construction in the Soviet Republic and the very possibility of carrying on such construction, Lenin formulated the following key proposition to sum up what had been done and achieved. We are now exercising our main influence on the international revolution through our economic policy. The working people of all countries without exception and without exaggeration are looking to the Soviet Russian Republic. This much has been achieved. The capitalists cannot hush up or conceal anything. That is why they so eagerly catch at our every economic mistake and weakness. The struggle in this field has now become global. Once we solve this problem, we shall have certainly and finally won on an international scale. 9. History has shown, and will show again and again, the actual worldwide significance of the example of building a new society in a country like the Soviet Union. In economic, geographical, and ethnic terms the USSR is like a whole world, and that is why its example is many-faceted. It is, first, an example in transforming large-scale capitalist industry on socialist lines. Parts of the country like the coal and metallurgical areas of the south, like the highly developed and industrial East Center, and various others, differed little, if at all, in economic and social structure from similar areas in capitalist Western Europe. By 1917, the country's working class had already set an example in consciousness and organization. The socialist transformation of the developed industry of old Russia will always serve as an example for the industrialist capitalist countries. Second, the Soviet people indicated the way of restructuring agrarian areas fettered with a web of semi-feudal dependence and doomed by capitalism to backwardness. The USSR showed how such areas should be industrialist and taken onto the path of socialist development. This showed for the first time in history the great creative importance of the alliance between the working class and the peasantry, and the role of this alliance in progressive social development. Third, the Soviet Union showed how to build up and foster a working class, to raise socialist culture and develop technology in areas suffering from colonial dependence. Today, these are flourishing areas of Central Asia. This kind of experience is of great value for a majority of the peoples of the globe. The USSR also showed how to carry along the path of progress those peoples which capitalism had kept in Stone Age conditions. These are the peoples of the far north, and they now have writers whose books have been translated into many European languages. Let us bear in mind that outside the socialist world the condition of peoples who lagged behind in their development has remained unchanged. In short, virtually the whole diversity of the modern world has been reflected in one way or another in the experience of the USSR, so that the party founded by Lenin, which has always remained true to his doctrine, has had to tackle tremendous historical tasks. That is why the experience of the CPSU is of vast international importance for the whole of this epoch. The program of the CPSU says, as a result of the devoted labor of the Soviet people and the theoretical and practical activities of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, there exists in the world a socialist society that is a reality and a science of socialist construction that has been tested in practice. The high road to socialism has been paved. Point 10. This high road has been laid for peoples living in different conditions. The Soviet example also applies to the highly developed industrialist countries, to agrarian countries and to areas where colonialism either continues to rule or has just been expelled. Therein lies the great worldwide historical value of the Soviet Union's example. Its experience has been creatively assimilated by countries like highly industrialist Czechoslovakia, and agrarian countries in Eastern Europe and Asia. 10. The Road to Communism, p. 463. 408. Today, the peoples of Africa and Latin America look to its experience, for they face the question of how to start the construction of socialism in a backward country. They are faced with the alternative of turning to world capitalism for aid, and putting off socialist ideas for the future. This is, indeed, a highly important issue in present-day social development. The answer has been provided by the CPSU. Today, the USSR's experience has been multiplied creatively by the world's socialist system, consisting of the experience of many countries, many peoples of the globe, and of the whole world's socialist system. Today, communism is being built on the boundless expanses of the USSR as the second phase of the new society. The main task is to build the material and technical basis of communism, and its successes in this sphere exert a great influence on every section of the world revolutionary process. Today this is a sphere in which the struggle has assumed global proportions, as Lenin put it. Some theorists say that the USSR's start on communist construction is some kind of subjective and supplemental aspect of present-day social development. They fail to understand that this is a necessary stage in the whole world revolutionary process. The development of the economic, social, and political strength of the world's first socialist country has an influence on the development of the world emancipation process. Those who ignore the interaction of all the elements of this process and the importance of the progressive development of socialist society distort the whole picture of the world revolutionary process. For the socialist countries, the example of communist construction shows the prospects for further advance along the socialist path. This methodological precept of Lenin's becomes even more important in the period in which socialist construction is being completed. Today, the prospects for socialist construction are being implemented as a part of historical reality. Objective prerequisites are being created for the further consolidation of the socialist countries. This is being promoted by the growing economic potential of the country building communism. Soviet successes help to strengthen the world socialist system, to enhance its prestige and its role in world development. The development and improvement of the international socialist division of labor is a key historical task in this period. Capitalism overcame feudalism completely by creating its own international division of labor. Today, in its fight against socialism, capitalism still tries to derive utmost benefits from the international division of labor, by setting up blocks and alliances of monopolies like the common market. But its master and menial system has been condemned by history. The socialist countries have to show, and have been showing, that the emergent socialist international division of labor has fundamental advantages. 409. World socialism is faced by world capitalism, an adversary which keeps maneuvering on an international scale, and resorting to all manner of tricks and dodges so as to delay its demise. The International Socialist Division of Labor stimulates the development of productive forces of socialism and brings on the victory of socialism in its economic competition with capitalism. To see only the political side of present-day alliances of monopoly capital, like the common market, and to ignore their economic and social aspect is to forget the elements of Marxism and of materialism, and this means ideological, political, and economic disarmament in face of capitalism. To suggest that in present-day conditions the socialist countries can develop their economy alone and separately, ignoring the requirements of the socialist division of labor is to ignore the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism about socio-economic formations, their succession and triumph in struggle against the old. The building in the USSR of a society in which the social wealth is owned by the whole people exerts an influence not only on the countries in the socialist system, but on all the countries of the capitalist world, both rich and poor. This makes it no longer possible to claim that wealth is the privilege of the advanced capitalist countries. It is hard to exaggerate the importance of this great turning point in world history. For a long time, the highly developed capitalist countries boasted of their wealth, and bourgeois propagandists kept telling the technically underdeveloped countries that capitalism provided the only way to wealth. They kept telling the working people in the advanced capitalist countries that capitalism provided the only way out of poverty. Today, the capitalists are losing their monopoly of wealth. In the socialist world, wealth is being created which in its proportions will surpass that of the richest capitalist countries, because this wealth is in the hands of the whole people. In socialist society there is no room for spongers who seek to live at the expense of others. This has had a great influence on the minds of masses of men, the architects of history. This has also had a strong impact on the working class struggle in the capitalist countries. But for the existence of the Socialist Soviet Union, and other socialist countries, the proletariat would have been unable to secure even a fraction of the concessions it has wrested from the capitalists, concessions which open up great vistas for continued working class struggle. But there is more to it than that. With the growing achievements in communist construction in the USSR, the masses will see ever more clearly for themselves what communism has actually in store for them, and will be able to choose, to learn, and to draw their own conclusions about the future of capitalism. The building of communism exerts an influence on the working class and other sections of the working people mainly through the revolution. 410. A retransformation of the process of labor itself. Even the relatively high wages in the capitalist countries cannot conceal the fact that there the workers are not satisfied with their work, which has become monotonous and exhausting, being deprived of any creative elements, initiative, or innovation. In an effort to find a way to combat this evil, most Western sociologists have blamed technology and science, whose very development, they say, has consigned the working man to this hard lot. This, they claim, is the inescapable price of progress. Socialism deals a crushing blow at this bourgeois dogma. The gravest crime of capitalism is a terrible spiritual devastation of productive labor, the key sphere of human activity. The liberal U.S. weekly, The Nation, carried a lengthy article in August 1957 by a man who had worked in industry for a number of years. It was entitled The Myth of the Happy Worker, and said, "It is not simply status hunger that makes a man hate work that is mindless, endless, stupefying, sweaty, filthy, noisy, exhausting, insecure in its prospects and practically without hope of advancement. The plain truth is that factory work is degrading. Almost without exception, the men with whom I worked on the assembly line last year felt like trapped animals. Depending on their age and personal circumstances, they were either resigned to their fate, furiously angry at themselves for what they were doing, or desperately hunting other work that would pay as well and in addition offer some variety, some prospect of change and betterment. They were sick of being pushed around by harried foremen, sick of working like blinkered donkeys, sick of being dependent for their livelihood on a maniacal production merchandising setup, Sick of working in a place where there was no spot to relax during the 12-minute rest period. The worker's attitude toward his work is generally compounded of hatred, shame, and resignation. 11. Communism invests labor with a great creative content, turns it into a great moral and intellectual value, and gives much ideological meaning to man's whole labor activity. Labor becomes a moral value because man's attitude to his work for the common good is a key criterion of the maturity of his moral consciousness. Labor becomes an intellectual value because it requires more and more application of brains and knowledge. Labor is a source of great moral satisfaction because the worker is fully aware of the great social tasks with which his day-to-day activity is connected, wherever he may work. In any sector of communist construction, labor enjoys the respect of society and each of its members. This marks a great change in the long history of labor. It is impossible to conceal by distorting or falsifying Leninism the emancipatory importance for all mankind of the processes going on in the USSR in the period of communist construction. Only those who are hostile to Marxism-Leninism will deny the importance of this. Marxism-Leninism is the only scientific theory which has made a comprehensive study of labor and its role in the history of human society. It has shown the way along which mankind can advance to the emancipation of labor from the fetters of exploitation. The whole world outlook of scientific communism is infused with the idea of emancipating social labor and developing its vast creative potential. One of the key principles of scientific communism is to clear the path of human labor from all the obstacles that the exploitative system has erected and to create the most perfect forms of its organization so as to erect a perfect social structure. Capitalism has directed man's productive labor, equipped with modern science, largely to the detriment of man himself. That is a great crime. Communism turns to the benefit of man the greatest scientific and technical achievements going into the equipment of the productive labor. Therein lies the greatest historical importance of the USSR's example. A whole generation of bourgeois revolutionaries joined in the struggle, bearing in mind the idea that was well formulated in the opening lines of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's The Social Contract: man is born free, yet everywhere he is in chains. The leaders of the French Revolution of 1789 knew these words by heart and swore to put right this historical injustice. After about 2 centuries of capitalism, the French economist Frantsov drew this uncomfortable conclusion: 2/3 of the people suffer from hunger, disease, ignorance, and poverty. That is the lot of the bulk of mankind in an age when technological and scientific resources make it possible to live in real abundance. Modern social thought gives a direct reply to this question: what are the chains fettering man? Why is he unable to use the available potentialities for economic and technical development? All men of good will and honest thought must ponder this question and seek an answer. It is a question which scientists in every field in the West ask themselves ever more frequently, because on the answer depend the prospects for the development of science and technology and mankind's future. Scientific communism has proved that society's erstwhile economic, social, and political organization has outlived itself and has become a fetter on mankind's progressive development. Can men of labor establish a different form of social organization that would be better? The USSR's example says yes. The communist parties, says the CPSU program, have demonstrated the vitality of Marxism-Leninism and their ability not only to propagate the great ideals of scientific communism, but also to put them 412 into practice. Point 12. Consequently, the spread of communist ideas now assumes a new character, for it is closely connected with the communist construction in the USSR and other countries of the world's socialist system and becomes propaganda by fact, by example. The Communist Party is the highest form of the political organization of the working class, which leads the other working people, and in the USSR it has awakened the greatest social energy of the masses for the performance of truly fabulous advances in the sphere of material production and intellectual development, and which with the full and final victory of socialism has become the party of the whole people. The attempts to denigrate the Soviet Union's experience and to reduce the power of its historical example is the main content of present-day anti-communism. That is why for some time at now the propagandists of anti-communism have sought to invest socialism with capitalist features, to discover class antagonisms in society, etc. It was the right-wing Social Democrats who first put forward the idea in their fight against the communists that socialism tends to engender new bourgeois elements. This invention has been taken up and bourgeois theorists came to label socialism as state capitalism. This theory was invented to fight socialism. But the socialist period differs from the transition period in that it ceases to engender and cannot in fact engender capitalism because the petty commodity sector and private property in the means of production have been abolished and social property reigns supreme. Of course, we still have idlers, spongers, hooligans, and people tainted with bourgeois ideas, but to regard these as a class or as a definite social section would be to suggest that the existence of classes depends on the thinking of men. All reasoning on these lines about the vestiges of the exploiting classes existing under socialism and preparing to restore capitalism, all the inventions about the emergence of new bourgeois elements allegedly engendered by the socialist system, have no grounds. This theory does not express any social processes going forward in Soviet society and, in effect, contradicts these. The struggle against falsification of the facts and achievements in communist construction now has a great part to play because the power of example now exerts a tremendous influence. This struggle, which began with the emergence of Bolshevism, a struggle against the vulgar view of socialism and vulgarization of its great ideas in the new historical conditions, a struggle which has brought great successes to the Soviet people, is being carried on by the CPSU in the international arena in the interests of advancing the world revolutionary process and the triumph of communism. The communists have carried on this struggle not only 1. The Road to Communism, p. 488. 413. With words, but and this is especially important with deeds, with the example of building communism. That is why it is safe to say that the whole Soviet people and every Soviet citizen are now taking part through their day-to-day labor effort in the great ideological battle of our day for communism. Even some spokesmen of anti-communism have to admit that the Soviet example exerts a powerful influence. One of them, Aleknov, in a chapter of his book entitled Force of Example, says, there is a tendency in some quarters to view the Soviet danger too exclusively in terms of some specific actions, military, economic penetration, etc. by the USSR and her allies. Yet an important part of our difficulties arise from the psychological effects of Soviet achievements on the climate of opinion in underdeveloped countries. 13. The objective conditions in the modern world are ripe for the example of communist construction to yield fruitful results. The historical situation today, even according to bourgeois theorists, calls for a wholesale revolution, if technical progress is to be realized. Bourgeois society cannot cope with such a revolution which is inexorable. Socialist society puts the most important achievements in science and technology at the service of social development, thereby setting an example of the utmost use of the scientific and technical revolution for the common good. Aleknov adds, it is in this context that the political appeal and the force of Russia's example must be seen. This is why gradualist or conservative proposals tend to be regarded as affording no solution to the country's problems. 14. In other words, technical progress, especially the task of involving the developing countries in it, now requires revolutionary methods, revolutionary thinking, and resolute struggle against conservatism of every stripe. That is the demand of the times. Such are the urgent requirements of society and these have to be faced. But how can one, in that case, refuse to see the experience gained by the socialist system and the Soviet Union in the broad application of modern technology? To ignore it would be to ignore the competition with capitalism and the introduction into the Soviet national economy of the most advanced methods, technologies, and scientific achievements, all of which amount to building the material and technical basis of communism. For a long time, bourgeois sociologists said that capital alone took the risk of innovation and that it alone had the spirit of enterprise. Actually, labor in socialist society increasingly includes innovation and creative thinking by the organizer and worker aimed to improve the process of production and its organization. This spirit of initiative, creativity, rationalization, and innovation has served the whole of Soviet society and has become one of the key factors behind the rapid and steady development of production. This is an indication that Soviet society has entered an epoch in which, as Marx put it, the development of the social individual operates as the basic principle of production and wealth. 15 It is the period of full-scale communist construction, marking the most resolute moment in the competition between socialism and capitalism. Alec Nove gives a fairly authentic picture of the thinking in the national liberation movement of the countries of Asia and Africa. Russia, they argue, was one of us, and has become a great industrial power. All this does not necessarily lead the reformers to become communists, but it does lead to impatience with old ways, a willingness to listen to extremists. The experience of Western countries seems simply irrelevant, their social and economic situation was and is totally different, and their experience cannot be applied. 16 What does this suggest? First, it shows that the objective situation and the course of historical development tend to enhance for public opinion the role of left-wing, progressive elements, relying on Soviet experience. Second, the experience of Western countries increasingly appears to be irrelevant, because it has failed to show the developing countries the way to social progress. Such is the tendency of the historical process today. The more perspicacious Western observers have realized that with the Soviet engineers and machinery going to the countries of Asia and Africa comes Soviet experience in transforming social and economic life. The U.S. journal, Business Week in its issue of April 18, 1959, assessed the importance of the Soviet Union's construction of the Bhilai Works in India and said that it was a real Soviet achievement in the field of economic competition, stressing that the competition has run not only on technical but also on humanistic lines. It added that the activity of Soviet specialists, their way of life and their relations with their Indian colleagues have impressed the Indian steel workers and even some of the genuine anti-communists in the Indian government and business community. Business Week is a journal which does not ordinarily deal with philosophical or sociological matters, but in that report it went to the very root of the current struggle between the two ideologies. The power of Soviet economic example is closely bound up with socialist social relations, with socialist ideology and Soviet moral values and ideas. The economic competition inevitably implies political and ideological struggle, and the editors of the bourgeois journal sensed this with their class instinct. Over the past decades, social thought in the countries of the East had painfully probed for an answer to this question: what is the way out of the terrible and hopeless need and poverty? The apologists of capitalism kept saying that the bourgeois way of development was the only way, that it was inevitable, and that history had no other ways. Some bourgeois intellectuals in the Asian countries suggested that their poverty was better and nobler than the greedy drive for profit. Indeed, some have started to praise backwardness, holy indigence and noble poverty. That was a peculiar path for social thought to take, because it led nowhere. Today, social thought in the countries of the East has been leaving this lonely path to take the high road leading to scientific communism, and there is no return to the ideas of holy poverty, however hard the advocates of present-day petty bourgeois socialism may try. History is moving in quite a different direction. Whatever the various advisors from the right and the left may say to the people of the East about Soviet experience in building socialism and communism being irrelevant to their countries, the truth of life cannot be concealed. When Soviet people had to grit their teeth to overcome the tremendous difficulties of laying the foundation of socialism stone by stone in an encirclement by strong enemies, some Western theorists gloated over the difficulties of Soviet growth and tried to scare the backward working people with similar prospects. A great many speeches were delivered and reams of paper written on the subject. But what can they say now that the Soviet people, in a short historical period, have fundamentally changed the face of their country and the conditions of their own being? The engineering and metal-working industry of the Soviet Union now turns out in one day what it took a pre-revolutionary Russia a year to produce. Before the revolution, 80% of the population in the country was illiterate, by the beginning of the 60s 40% of the workers and 23% of the collective farmers had a secondary and higher education. The Soviet Union trained 3 times more engineers than the USA. These facts exert a revolutionizing influence and are material arguments in favor of communist ideas. The once backward eastern fringes of Tsarist Russia have become advanced socialist republics with a modern industry and a collective farm system. By the beginning of the 60s, the output of large-scale industry products in Kazakhstan and the Central Asian republics had increased by over 60-fold. Kazakhstan's industrial output per head of the population was equal to that of Italy. It generated as much electricity as Japan and more than Italy. In Uzbekistan there were 416. Twice as many people with a higher education per 10,000 of the population than there were in France, 7 times more than there were in Turkey and 28 times more than in Iran. Lenin said that large-scale industry was an important condition for raising the vast and backward countryside which still surrounds the capitalist seats of civilization. He wrote, "We speak of a flourishing large-scale industry, which is able to supply all the goods the peasants are in urgent need of, and this possibility exists. If we consider the problem on a world scale, we see that a flourishing large-scale industry capable of supplying the world with all kinds of goods exists, only its owners do not know how to use it for anything but the manufacture of guns, shells, and other armaments, employed with such success from 1914 to 1918. Then industry was geared to war and supplied mankind with its products so abundantly that no fewer than 10 million people were killed and no fewer than 20 million maimed. 17. Mankind has produced another industrial power, which is socialist and which has been growing steadily. The time is bound to come when this flourishing large-scale industry will be capable of supplying the peasant countries with all they need to advance along the socialist way. Meanwhile, the growing strength of the socialist system has been hampering the imperialists in making use of their industry for military purposes. The socialist world has been pushing capitalism towards disarmament, requiring that it should turn its resources to industrializing the underdeveloped areas of the globe. Such are the historical prospects being opened up by the further strengthening of the socialist country's economic strength. However, it is important that the flood of industrial goods directed to the developing countries should set in motion a mechanism effectively impelling these countries along the path of progress. The fragmented and impoverished small farms cannot make effective use of this flood of goods. There is need for a different social organization, and here mankind already has considerable historical experience. Of vast importance in this context is the Soviet example in tackling the agrarian problem, one of the key problems of social development. Ainov says, "The Soviet Union's collectivization of agriculture is frequently seen by Asian intellectuals as a model relevant to their needs. In their own countries, agriculture is generally handicapped by social, legal, and technical patterns which urgently require change, and Soviet collective farming is often regarded as a progressive form of rural cooperation. The need to reform drastically the agriculture of these countries is urgent, and purely negative criticism of the Soviet record would probably be ineffective unless an alternative road is advocated, which is more suitable to the special needs of farming in those areas. A few, Western experts are doing just that. 18. But the point is that history has no other ways but the capitalist and the socialist. There is no other way out of agrarian poverty but the cooperation of agriculture. Industrialization and collectivization, which help to develop a flourishing socialist economy, are the way for the social, cultural, and economic upswing for nations escaping from bondage. The emancipation of nations involves the building of an economic foundation for their free development. Economic achievements have a great impact on the minds of men because they show how to tackle the national question, to help nations draw closer to each other, and to establish relations of sincere and profound friendship on the basis of their common cause and basic mutual interests. In order to decide which aspect of communist construction is most valuable for all countries, let us recall Rousseau's excellent idea, which was quoted in the opening pages of this book: the better the constitution of the state, the more public affairs prevail in the minds of citizens. Indeed, there are fewer private affairs because out of the sum total of common welfare a more considerable portion is being provided for the welfare of each individual, so that it remains for him to seek less in his private concern. 19. That is the historical path along which the Soviet people are advancing, and there is no doubt that their experience is of great value for every working person and for the whole of mankind. Under capitalism the working people can have no social guarantee of a secure individual existence, however hard bourgeois ideologists may boast about individualism. In many important areas the USSR has long since secured incontestable advantages for the working man as compared with the most developed capitalist states. Free education, free medical service and guaranteed employment have become commonplace in the USSR. The program of the CPSU says, there is now every possibility to improve rapidly the living standards of the entire population, the workers, peasants, and intellectuals. The CPSU sets forward the historically important task of achieving in the Soviet Union a living standard higher than that of any of the capitalist countries. 20. The program contains clear-cut indications of how this can be achieved. Thus, the idea of the common good must be attractive for the working people of the capitalist countries, including the richest among these, because in the society dominated by the blind forces of capital, masses of people daily experience a sense of insecurity. The working people's urge to save all they can is an expression of the insecurity of an individual existence. The prominent U.S. sociologist, Robert K. Merton, writes, to say that the goal of monetary success is entrenched in aim. Recon culture is only to say that Americans are bombarded on every side by precepts which affirm the right or, often, the duty of retaining the goal even in the face of repeated frustration. 21. This principle of bourgeois culture and civilization is being steadily overcome, and the working people will ultimately realize that wealth is being created in the socialist countries which will surpass that of the developed capitalist countries and will mean abundance of material and spiritual goods for everyone. However, the capitalist world does not consist only of rich imperialist powers like the USA, but also of countries which have failed to reach the highest level of capitalist development. In these countries, the working people are being constantly told that they must rise to the same level as the USA, for that is allegedly the only way to prosperity and happiness. For that purpose they are frequently pushed into colonial wars, their democratic rights are curtailed, and they are offered the prospect of a strong government to take control of all things and carry the country onto the way of capitalist prosperity. The working people in these countries now increasingly realize that there is another way, the way to socialism and communism, which helps to tap mighty and inexhaustible sources of social wealth and popular welfare and to establish an international brotherhood of nations free from oppression. That is a perfectly realistic way. It is an expression of the revolutionizing influence of the Soviet economic successes in building communism. Soviet experience has a great message for the working people in other countries, because the world capitalist system, the CPSU program stresses, is on the whole ripe for a substitution of capitalism by the higher, communist system. For long decades, various ideologists and politicians in the West have distorted the way along which the USSR advanced, building socialism in the most complicated conditions of a hostile capitalist encirclement, wars, and dislocation. Today, it is clear to everyone that the historical conditions have changed. The unparalleled difficulties and vast privations are behind us. The seeds sown in those extremely difficult conditions have yielded abundant fruit. Socialism is becoming ever more attractive even for those masses of people who are still far from having a socialist ideology. The time is at hand when the way to socialism will become the high road of social development for all countries. Even bourgeois theorists, whose main concern is to rescue the idea of capitalism in the historical competition between capitalism and socialism, have to ponder the Soviet example and experience. One of them, Raymond W. Miller, has reached this conclusion: it is communism that is gaining. In many of the newly developing countries of Africa, Asia, and South America, capitalism is looked upon almost with scorn. 22. In analyzing the causes of the success of communism, Miller makes an important point: the word "we" has become the keystone of the success of the communist world. 23. He draws attention to socialist collectivism and the socialist system of social property. Miller's speech appears in a popular edition which has the highly characteristic subtitle, "The Best Thought of the Best Minds on Current National Questions." Miller's reasoning seems to be of interest to readers at large. Here is what he says: "The whole idea of capitalism is lost when we get so busy trying to make money and to gain economic security that we can think of nothing else." 24. But such is the essence of capitalism, so that Miller's reasoning is no more than a peculiar confirmation of the fact. The USSR's economic successes really show the great importance of the national interest, which springs from social property. The power of this concept of "we" lies in the fact that it emerges in production and labor, and that relations between men in production do not divide but unite the whole people. The influence of Soviet economic successes is at the same time the influence of collective labor. When we think of what Lenin said about the importance of the example in the successful construction of socialism, it becomes clear that the progressive development of mankind today largely depends on the power and depth of the influence of this example and its assimilation by the rest of mankind. Therein lies the most important aspect of the historical process today. Modern man has been impressed by two objective lines of world development, the socialist and the capitalist way. This leaves an imprint on the ideological struggle as a whole. That is the light in which social events are now regarded by men, so acquiring a political importance. Lenin taught us to see the great political importance of every ton of grain, every ton of coal produced against the background of the struggle between the newly emergent social system and the forces of the old, obsolete, and reactionary system. Today there are no longer any purely economic or purely technical successes in the socialist countries. Their every success goes to their credit in the competition between communism and capitalism, and each has a political significance, helping to enhance the prestige of communist ideas, increasing the role of the community of socialist countries in the world arena, and raising the authority of the Marxist-Leninist parties. So long as two opposite and competing social systems exist, men are bound to compare them and their results. A comparison of the facts leads to generalization and conclusions, and to consideration of the prospects for the development of the two systems. That is an inevitable process in social thought today. The communists have been carrying on an ideological struggle to help men draw the right conclusions from the facts, to help them see things in a clearer light and boldly to look into the future. Meanwhile, bourgeois propaganda has been trying to cover up the contours of reality, to distort the facts or to misinterpret them, in order to maintain or even to increase the influence of the old and effective views, so as to lead men away from a correct understanding of the phenomena and processes in social life. The ideology of communism has been spreading across the globe, being accepted by more and more men and women, because it is backed up by the achievements of the Soviet Union and other socialist countries, and by the great ideas of Marxism-Leninism. Mankind is now crossing the great historical divide between the ages dominated by private property notions of what is mine, that is, more important than anything else, and the domination of social property and the ideas of collectivism, the common good and happiness for all. In the Soviet Union, the forms of social property are being steadily improved as the country advances to communism. In the world socialist system as a whole, social property has been established and has continued to develop. History has posed the question of the ways of transition to social property in all the other countries of the world. In these conditions, the growing economic, political, and ideological influence exerted by the successes in developing social property is a key feature of the world historical process. Such is the inevitable conclusion drawn by present-day social thought. Progress Publishers would be glad to have your opinion of this book, its translation and design, and any suggestions you may have for future publications. Please send all your comments to 21, Zubovsky Boulevard, Moscow, USSR. 176.